25th overall, Racers Eggs, Dan DeLeo, has now been in the pits for 28 minutes. So that car has been there for quite some time. We need to have a little update on the 401 scene after that car was brought back in. 19th position in GT at 24th overall. The Speed Lover 78, the 978 car is the car that's caused this issue and is still stationary on the wrong side of the track. We'll see if that's been dragged back into the pit lane. Danny Van Dongen, the driver in the 450 BMW M4 from RHC Jorgensen Strom, is 18th in GT category. 17th, the MRS GT Racing Porsche Cup car. It's Dr. Alex in that car at the moment, in the pit lane in the 980. In the fuel stop, Andy Burry, top car sport by Baz Cooten Racing. The Cooper TCR DSG is 5th in TCE, sitting in 20th position. Inside the top 20, Stefan Tanner in 19th for the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen. He's 4th in TCE, and the team car is in 3rd, 1 place higher for Konstantin Kletzer. He's been in the just come out of the pits, in the 112 car, and that is 18th position overall. Harry Gottsacker has brought the ST Racing BMW into the pits in this code 60. In fact, we've just gone green again, as you can probably hear from the cars getting up to speed. That car then 15th in GT, 17th overall and in the pits at the moment. Stefan Perron, 8C Motorsports, Audi, 2nd in class for the 188 car and 16th overall, as back has come the Speed Lover car into the pit lane the right way. So that is going to get back to its pit box then. Excellent work by the recovery team. Ahead of AC Motorsport in 15th position, Jeremy Daniel has taken out the Cupra of the leading TCE team, and that is Red Camel Jordan.NL. Having served that penalty, it would have been extended, of course, to twice the penalty distance under the code 60, but still worth doing. They're 15th overall. From now on, it's all GT cars. So 14th overall and 14th in GT. Mercedes AMG GTX, it is called here, for the Black Falcon team, Techstar 464 car. That is the SPX car in the... 14th position. Then it's the Porsche Lorient 911 in fuel for Dominique Bastien, and they are 2nd in 991, 13th in the GT category, 12th in GT, 2nd in SPX Mark II V8 called Oyster Racing. Sam Alpas took the 717 down the pit lane a moment or two ago. Just outside the top 10 at 11, Russell Ward for Winwood Racing is the leading GT4 car in their Mercedes AMG. In 10th position, Greg Gorski for Lippert Motorsport in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo SPX leader then in 10th position, therefore 10th in the GT category. Kelly Moss Road and Race leads the 991 category in the 991 Gen 2 Cup car. David Ducote in the number 906, which is really a Ducote family outing. There's 3 of them in that car. 8th on his outlap, Angelo Negro for HB Racing is 4th in A6 AM, 8th in GT for that Ferrari 488. In 7th, Jan Halen in the Volt Racing Porsche, the Park Place Motors car, local team from just up the road in Dallas, Fort Worth. The Porsche 911 GT3R is 4th in A6 Pro. And in 6th position overall, Nick Foster has the Top Sport WRT Mercedes, 3rd in A6 AM, 6th in GT, and therefore 6th overall. Car Collection Motorsports, Max Edelhoff, the 34 Audi, is 2nd in A6 AM, 5th in GT, and 5th overall. Leading A6 AM, CP Racing, Shane Lewis back in that car now for the American flag car, although run out of Europe, of course, but back on home ground here. Worked that one out. 4th overall, 1st in A6 AM. Top 3 are all A6 Pro, so the overall positions match their class positions. Talksport WRT's 90 car, that is the Mercedes of Lucas Stoltz, and he is back on the circuit again now, 3rd overall. 2nd and 2nd in A6 Pro for the Gen 2 version of the Porsche 911 GT3R, Robert Renard behind the wheel of the number 91. Robert, Alfred, it's Renard Roulette. It is our Renard in that car. Herbert Motorsport then 2nd at the moment. And leading Black Falcon Mercedes, Sharon Blekemolen for the Black Falcon Mercedes at the head of the field. And that is everyone who was running, those that didn't start, and even 1 or 2 who have dropped out already. Phew-wee. The cars that have to repair number panels We mentioned a couple of those, the 188 and the 717. Add to that now the number 73 of Volt Racing. Well, they really can't be short of electrical power with the amount of yellow on that car. The 131 is Andy Burry's Top Car Sport Cupra. 180, we mentioned 717. 851 is Johann Schwartz in the York Rennsport BMW. And 906, that's the 991 class leader, David Ducote, for Kelly Moss Road and Race.
And these are the start number panels, John, not the position panels.
Yes, indeed. So these are the overall, yes, the door numbers. They have to be illuminated. There's some dark areas around here, Nick, for the difficult to see for the judges of fact, which all of the marshals, of course, are judges of fact.
We've seen some big teams lose large amount of time just by losing these simple panels. I mean, we have seen people jerry rig up torches, haven't we, when they've lost the luminance behind them. They just stick a torch, a bit of gaffer tape on, and then they hope for the best. And sometimes they get away with it, sometimes they don't.
Well, we've seen people lose international motor races.
No, I'm thinking about Le Mans, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And quite controversial as well in some places. Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh, as we are spot on 6 o'clock in the evening, and it's properly dark now. So half an hour ago was official sunset. Now, pitch black.
Darkness falls fast in Texas. The other thing we're falling quickly now is the air temperature. Nice day today, pleasant day after coming here in the middle of an Arctic blast for some reason. It's certainly pretty. I think it was a very pleasant 17 or 18 degrees with some nice sun in the pit lane during the warmth of the day. But now the sun's gone, weather's going to drop, and by the time Joe finishes it at 10:30 local time, it's probably down to about 4 or 5 degrees.
Yeah, and I did some checking with the weather station at the airport and sent a couple of bits and pieces there and back, and thank you to the guys who came back. The dew point is actually around about 3 degrees Celsius, so we probably won't get down to that whilst we're racing. We certainly will overnight.
It's bumping on the bottom of 2 degrees all night.
Yeah, which does mean that we will get that condensation in the cars overnight, which potentially could cause problems. Well, yes, exactly. I mean, there's nothing that electronic systems like less than condensation.
But certainly with a fast-acting racing system, the racing systems are not always as well protected against that because they used to run in warm temperatures. And we've already seen 2 or 3 cars have gone through the Control-Alt-Delete situation. Of course, it's the sensors. It's the electronics is so complex these days.
And remember, overnight you're in Parc Fermé. So when you go back in the morning at a little before 7 o'clock, when you can start the warm-up procedures for the cars, you actually are still in Parc Fermé at that point. So you can't do anything else other than plug in a computer and go through your startup. Now, teams may well, and I can't possibly say how I know this, teams may well at that point take the opportunity to make any tweaks that you can do while the data cable is plugged in. Couldn't possibly say how I know that.
There's no rules about that. You plug in, you can change your maps. You can, if you've got a map which is working.
Just reprogram your gearbox if it's been giving you a bit of issue.
Possibly, that could happen. Obviously, can't possibly say if certain things aren't working, they can be given a bit of a punt about.
Hello to Sarah Rigby, midnight in the UK, and Sarah says it might be dirt last on the track, but Martin, who's Sarah's husband, still cheering for the Monlow competition Cupra 107. Tom back behind the wheel. Makes a nice change for us to be able to watching the race.
Dead last, but only 19 laps off the lead.
Well,
which is not that much if Providence strike.
No, absolutely. In class, that is.
Yes.
Right, 19 laps of class.
And of the whole TCE race.
Right, indeed. And loving the show, she says. Thank you, Sarah.
Drive time.
Yeah, at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. This is the time of night to be out there right now. Still a bit of residual heat in the track, but the air temperature dropping like a stone.
And if you're lucky enough to be able to see the pictures, the glow of the side exiting Mercedes exhaust is always a wonderful thing to see. They're kicking up sparks on several parts of the circuit as bits of the car bounced against the hard concrete sections of the curbs, which obviously they're very interesting curbs here because obviously they seem quite severe, but they have to be built in a way in which MotoGP bikes can handle them as well. Yeah. So they're double layered, aren't they? You've got a kind of a soft bit or a low impact area for the bike, and then you kind of fall over the edge of it, and you see the car sort of scrape the bottom of the car away almost.
You've got to be very careful coming back on where you choose to come back on here. You should always walk a track if you're going to drive it, but the track walk here is absolutely crucial, because you simply can't see, even from doing the track drives that you're allowed to do in your street cars, you cannot see the areas where you can drop over and take a liberty or two with the curbs. And you know, you have to, obviously, track limits is part of it. And there's clues. The clues are there, because where it's getting a little bit dodgy, there are some sleeping policemen. Turn 9, the bumps at turn 9, particularly at the exit of turn 9, if you go wide and onto the grass, as the Mercedes has just done there, is severe. And that's
so severe. If you're running a Ferrari F1 car, your suspension breaks.
Well, indeed. I'll be honest with you. I know it's 2 years ago, and it has changed
a lot.
I mean, you only have to look at it's not just the track, by the way, dear viewer and listener. Have you noticed what the surrounding roads are worse as well?
I have twice had a severe texting issue whilst coming in. Shay's a very good driver, and she's driving very sensibly. And suddenly, I can't text anymore because I'm going on the environs of the track.
Is that when you sent me that text the other day that said "It happened means now"?
Yeah, sorry about it. That was after it's spell checked.
Right.
But yeah, I mean,
and it's not as if you're in a car that doesn't have suspension travel. You've got a huge
soccer mum's bus.
Yeah, you got a huge, great seven-seater SUV.
The thing is, I mean, I think they've tried to explain it away with Texas clay and water tables and everything else. The fact is, like a number of modern circuits, it was put down in a hurry. Mm-hmm. We've got the contract for the race. Here's the cash. We need to get the race on as quickly as possible to get the cash back. And they didn't have a chance.
The sub-base, mate. I'm telling you, it's the sub-base.
We've talked about this before. To let it settle. And in many ways, it's interesting. These cars with ground clearance and suspension, the sports cars, and not so much downforce, it just becomes an extra part of the challenge. And it's almost like the guys are actually quite enjoying it. In an F1 car, it's very unpleasant because you've got no suspension travel at all apart from the cycle of the tyres, and you don't want to be, and you have no ABS braking. So if you go over a selection of bumps in the braking zone, the brakes are liable to lock up, whereas obviously the cars here with ABS can handle that. And it's downright dangerous, the motorbike, so that's why they've got to get the thing shut in a couple of weeks' time, and they're going to try and solve the worst bumps.
Going back to the turn 8-9 question, as the car collection number 34 with Max Edelhoff heading in towards that area of the circuit now, is he? Let's have a look where he is. Yes, he is. So turn 8, you need to be right on the red to try and straighten up turn 9, so you don't go wide onto that bump. Even before that bump was as bad as it is, I'm much favoured being in the middle of the road through turn 9. There's a pyramid curb just behind, like a sleeping policeman, big orange thing. They're not as big as they were in 17, but you still don't want to be clipping it too many times. Just behind the curb at 9, and you aim at that, hoping that the car is just going to drift past it. And if you can just run the inside handcuffs, the left-hand side handcuffs, onto that, it's just a nice little rub, and you get a little bit of grip, and the car straightens up, which means you're nowhere near the outside of the circuit because you've straightened that out, staying right on that red bit on the right-hand side of turn 8 as long as you can. Now, they've put a sausage curb in about 3/4 of the way around, Nick, at turn number 8 now, so you can't get all the way over. And there it is, just on the right-hand side for the Volt Racing car. Through they go. But I don't think it helps you going all the way across to the right, because turn 10, it's easy flat from the middle of the road.
I didn't think it was helping the F1 cars that are going that wide. I thought they should have stuck with two wheels right on the edge of the green, and it looked spectacular. But you're sitting there going, this is going to damage the car, and you're not gaining anything as a drive off it.
If turn 10 was a more tight corner, and therefore you really needed to open turn 10 up, I understand it, but it's not. The other thing is, turn 10 is about the flattest curb on the circuit. And if you watch when Daniel Alleman is in the 911, he's all four wheels over that curb. He's touring car that every time. And it's quite spectacular in the dark. But you can quite easily take all of that inside curb with two wheels and straighten it up down the hill to turn turn 11. Yes, that's right, turn 10 and 11. It's an interesting part of the track there because you've kind of survived through the S's where there really is only one line, but coming out of 7, you've got a choice. Go all the way across to the right and tighten 8, or just come back off from your pace through 7 a little bit, get to the middle of the road or even further to the left, start your turning point from on the curb on the left-hand side between 7 and 8, and then sweep into 8 and stay on that right-hand side as long as you can.
What's interesting also, John, is we've not seen, well, I haven't seen anything pinged up. People are taking liberties at turn 19, which is obviously the IndyCar corner that didn't exist, or the one where they were being very carefully monitored in Formula 1. It appears that either these drivers are more sensible. The cars don't gain as much through it. And again, also, we haven't got the extra curves put in through the 16, 17, 18 sausage curbs, so because obviously they're trusting to stay on the track. I mean, is it just a fact that these cars, without the downforce, don't gain as much going that wide?
Well, whisper it, but the hashtag for our race here at 2017 was going to be straddle the sausage, because the inside sausage curb at 19 with these GT3 and 4 cars is of a height that you can put your left-hand wheels over the back of it, and in rallying parlance, ditch hook through there and let that run you through.
Is that still there? Is that gone now?
Well,
they've reworked those curbs about 4 times.
Some of it is still there because we've got a camera in that actually that looks absolutely fantastic. The Gopher cam, the Mole cam down there, and apparently GTE cars have got the same sort of ride height there. The other thing about 19 is that the subsidence at 18 has got worse. It was always there. The subsidence at the end of 18 gives you a choice. You either late apex the middle piece, which is 17 of that long 16, 17, 18, and get right all 4 wheels again on the right-hand curb, which allows you to go inside the bump, or you take the first apex, the Verstappen apex, if you like, and then start to drift, and you miss the middle apex and ride the berm on the outside through 17 and 18 to go past the bump on the outside, in which case you've got 2 wheels on the curb. Now, I favoured the former. That's mainly because I was scared of completely falling off the track there, in all honesty. I don't think there's a lot of difference time-wise. What I found was by doing that, I didn't overheat the left front so much, funnily enough, because I was straightening up the exit of the corner and putting less lock into it.
How much warm was it 2 years ago?
It was
a lot more.
It was over
suffering. Yeah.
It was over 100 degrees in the heat of the tape.
Ambit was
over 100 degrees of Fahrenheit.
30 something.
Yeah. And because of the way the race stints work, I got the 11 till 1 o'clock stint.
I'm now thinking that was down to the fact, right? Okay, well, so well, we got the boss, we've got the cook, we've got the professional driver. Let's let Hindhoff have the difficult one. Okay, we'll go for lunch. And
we had no air conditioning, just ambient air coming through. Joe Bradley's joined us in the pit lane and is down at Speed Lover, the car that brought out the last full course purple. It has been brought back to the pits very efficiently. What was the issue? That looked like a complete loss of drive, Joe.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's something to do with the drive shaft. There's a lot of attention going on both rear wheel arches. I'm just going to see if I can peer over the shoulder of someone. Yeah, we've got a universal joint off one of the rear drive shafts. I'm not sure, we're trying to rebuild. That is part of the drive shaft. We'll wait and see before they come off their cluster. It's like a little sort of rugby scrum at the moment around the UG of the drive shaft. They're trying to repair it. This is a bit of a deal story, actually, because in the unofficial test day on Thursday, the 978 Porsche of the Speed Lover team ended up on its roof. I'm going to say a harmless roll. Is there ever such a thing as a harmless roll? Because it was just like a sort of a flip at the end of a spin onto its roof completely. However,
I've had a harmless roll before.
Yes, you have. I wouldn't have called that one harmless.
I've had a vegan roll. Is that the same thing?
Well, Joe's had a couple of non-harmless rolls. That prom one you had before you got to Le Mans that time, that really did you in, didn't it?
I would just murder a Greg's sausage roll right now.
Now you're talking.
Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yes,
harmless rolls.
Yeah, harmless enough though to require the the team to swap everything onto their spare chassis. It wasn't quite a reshell, it was more of a re-chassis, and they had a spare chassis that wasn't quite up to spec for what they needed this weekend. So they were able to change everything over onto this current car, and right now this current car is suffering what looks like a drive shaft failure. Now, with that UG off and on the bench, and the rest of the team underneath the rear axle with spanners and bits of tools and pry bars and the like, I would suspect that the way that the drive shaft has let go, it hasn't let go in a clean sort of way.
No.
And just to get it off and detached to allow them to get the new one on is taking some effort and a bit of mechanical dismantling. And it's probably damaged itself in a way that it doesn't want to come off the way it was meant to. So they are. I mean, the clock's ticking all the time I'm talking here. The car's in the pits, it's losing time out on track, and it's falling back, isn't it?
Absolutely, Joe. Let's go to a few tweets. Hello to Corey Marvin, who's listening in Belleville, Ontario, loving the coverage. I love this time of night. It's brilliant stuff, isn't it? The king of screenshots, Alan Prosser, has just pulled out an absolute masterpiece of the headlights showing up the undulations in the track on the front straight, which actually you think is pretty straight and pretty flat, to be honest. Alan, well done for that. Hello to John de Geese, and thanks for the retweet earlier on from Sportscar 365. Jeffro says, so great to see Jim Briody in his 100th and final endurance race. Didn't I recall him running against Fred Flintstone and Barley Rubble in the 24 Hours of Bedrock back in his early years?
I think so, yeah. I mean, his feet look big enough.
Yes, absolutely. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. Nick Damon and John Hindhoff in the booth at the moment.
Just thinking about that speed lever problem for Pierre Eastpack, they of course had the suspension fail on that rear right side, and I'm wondering whether that has now led to a drive shaft failure. And they, in their speed to replace, they just replaced the bottom wishbone, and perhaps they should have taken the whole corner, because it was running at a funny angle for a while.
Yes, fair point. The 980 is in third position. New number panels coming out for one of the cars that was listed earlier on. That's the AC Motorsport. That is the Audi RS3, isn't it? Meantime, right next to them, the repairs go on the speed lover car. Actually, that front straight shot was enhanced, of course, by the fact that there is some light from the main grandstand opposite the pit lane. It gets really dark really quickly when you go through turn one.
You talk about the Audi, which needs to get in the other panel. That's not shown the pace I think we expected of this weekend.
They've been the star this year, haven't they?
Yeah, and with Vincent Rademacher, Vincent himself, amazingly, he spoke to me last night, his first time racing here, but more importantly, his first time ever raced in America.
In the States, yeah. Heard that. That was a shocker for me.
But they've just not...
They had a nightmare at Barcelona.
Did they?
Oh. It was like, right. Literally, I was going to say everything bar upside down and on fire, but they did have a wheel fall off at one point. Then the car went into the guardrail really heavily, and it almost seems so every time. That's the AC Motorsport guys again. Having had a decent season to that point and really shown that they got themselves sorted out. On the back straight, the tails away shot, if you've got the ability to tune into our live and free and unblocked and uninterrupted shot, the red lights and the glowing red exhaust pipes on the Porsches underneath the rear valance is a thing of beauty. It really is. The 91 Herbert car, Robert Renard, second position. 1 minute 58. Jerome Bleekemolen has pulled that out by round about 18 seconds since we went back to green flag racing. Topworth World Racing Team, Lucas Stoltz, the number 90 car, is another minute further back, and that means he's 2 minutes away from, over a lap away from the leader. And
key point really at the front of the field is that Robert Renard has managed to get himself back on the lead lap during the kerfuffle of the Code 60s. Yeah, he's on the lead lap just by about 7 or 8 seconds.
Right, okay.
So he'll be going across the line in about 5 seconds' time, and the tracker is showing me that Jeroen is about to go into turn 19 now. So
right,
it's
perfect.
just under a lap behind. Now, they were more than a lap a couple of times during the rotation of drivers, and that's the absolute key thing, is that Herbert have to stay on the same lap as Black Falcon. Now, of course, Black Falcon will be doing a standard rotation, and theoretically next up should be Ben Keating, and then we'll have Cooper McNeil, who should be less fast than Fraga and Bleekemolen, but it's a kind of a, do the Black Falcon swap their rotation for the last couple of hours to try and force this lap lead?
But this is a really, really interesting stint, because Bleekemolen has put 18 seconds on Robert Renard, and now he is within about 10 seconds of putting him a lap down.
And stint length
on the road.
They both run 25 minutes, so they only got half a tank, didn't they? So we're hoping to run around 25 minutes, I think.
Although in fairness, the last lap around there was virtually nothing between them. 3/10 Robert Renard quicker than Jerome Bleekemolen. So 1:57.7 the difference last time around, and with lap times at the moment at 2:10, even my rudimentary maths tells you that that's 12 seconds between them, or thereabouts.
I still think the Herbert Motorsport is running a little bit handicapped by having to run a more conservative line around the track because of these problems they found yesterday with the exhaust mountings.
What a season it's been for TalkSport WRT. Lucas Stoltz in their lead car at third position, and they've already won the European Rally Championship. In a completely different...
But not with Lucas Stoltz.
Not with Lucas Stoltz, no, with Chris Ingram, British driver Chris Ingram, in a Skoda Fabia R5. They won that, I think, last weekend, and proving that they are nothing if not multi-talented. Although, in fairness, rallying and endurance racing have a lot in common. I remember when we went rallying with RML and brought a few guys in, and then subsequently they came onto the endurance team, and one or two of them turned up with Bentley, and one of them at Le Mans said one year, well, this is just like rallying with no overnight halts, and you're doing any servicing without having to lie in a puddle.
So they're massive positives straight away.
Big upgrade as far as they were concerned.
You kind of think that surely some of the top teams could afford, a ground sheet, surely.
Yeah, well, rallying's changed a lot down through the years, in fairness. Office hours rallying.
Not like it was in Tony Pond's day, is it?
No.
William Woolard out for 5 days in the freezing cold on BBC Two.
Jumpers for goalposts. It's come down a full second. That in the last couple of laps, Robert Renard holding his own, but absolutely crucial here, Nick, that 91 car stays ahead of the leader. And so the gap now's gone up to a full 13 seconds.
I think the key is going to be what the Black Falcon team decides to do about their driver rotation. As Paul eloquently explained earlier, they, despite having two effective professionals, the only limitation they've got is Bleekemolen can only run a maximum of 12 hours.
Yeah.
And they have to have 2 hours on the amateur drivers.
Yeah.
But I just think Cooper McNeil's the middle one, isn't he? So it's Justin Baird who has to run 2 hours minimum. So he's already done an hour and 10 minutes. So they could just go with the fast guys and try and force that lap lead before the end of this first part of the race.
There is a battle for the lead in A6 Arm. The leading car is the 85 Mercedes, just going over the top of the hill at turn number 9, and that's the right line through turn 10 with two wheels over the backside of the curb. And at the moment, Shane Lewis is being caught. No, he's not actually. Last lap he pulled out a bit of a gap on Max Edelhoff. It's only 4.3 seconds, but traffic is playing its part here. So keep an eye open in the darkness for Max Edelhoff and the Car Collection Motorsport machines.
That's when the 34 starts to move forward, when Max is on board.
Yeah.
Max and Elmar can also do it sometimes as well. And then you have Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff and the rest of the team who are sort of the proper gentleman level.
But Nick Foster... No, okay, forget that. Sorry, I'm looking at the gap rather than the lap time. Okay.
The 34 cars, it's an absolute solid Creventic entry. That's the cars that makes up. And the thing is, the 5 they got today are the core 5, but they'll turn with 3 of them, 4 of them, sometimes a guest driver. But obviously Max has obviously finished his business degree and has been allowed to race again today.
Big sideways moment going through 17 and 18 as he went past. Who was he going past there? Alexander Boehm in the Black Falcon Team Techstart GT4 or GTX Mercedes. So Edelhoff with the hurry up. Shane Lewis goes across the line now, and Edelhoff's right with him. Just a second between them, so he's pulled 3 seconds back through that traffic. Shane Lewis maybe just a little bit too conservative. The bright white lights of those cars go into turn 1 almost together, and that is the lead in A6 Ab. The 2 cars then spot on a second across the line. That was a super lap through traffic by Edelhoff. Exactly what you were talking about.
He's a great little driver. I mean, I think he's obviously not looking to become a professional driver. He's gone and done his various degrees, but with his family team and the car collection team, getting some great experience of running endurance races. And of course, there's always a danger he might end up being picked up and have to go professional. What a nightmare. Still ranked, I think, as an amateur. I don't think he's even semi-pro rank. But he's right behind Shane now as they sweep down that fantastic series of corners down towards the long straight at 12.
Yeah, through 9, and that bump on the outside of 9, really, you want to be missing that. That's unsettling the car, and it must be making it very awkward to get into 10. Now they've got traffic ahead of them as they go through turn number 11 onto the back straight. And it is the AC Motorsport Audi that they go by. That was no issue for either of them. Bright white lights in all of the mirrors of Shane Lewis at the moment as they head down the curving and undulating and rippled back straight down the inside. Edelhoff's going to strike while the iron's hot and go straight through. No competition from Shane Lewis. He has realised, I think, that is not the fight he needs to have right now, Nick. There was absolutely no defence there from Shane Lewis.
He's been running 25 minutes longer, so he obviously came in prior to the Code 60, so his tyres are 25 minutes older. Edelhoff's on a mission, and Lewis is driving for CP Motorsport, who are the ultimate guys at getting the maximum result by just keeping turning lap, turning lap, turning lap, turning lap.
And don't forget, CP ran into the back of the...
We're running to the back of.
Monlau. We're running to the back by Monlau when they chopped in front of the Monlau competition Cupra, and I just wonder if there's any damage to the rear diffuser on that car.
The diffuser's deranged.
Right.
They're playing down what effect. Yeah, exactly, it's completely insane, love. They're playing down the effect we have, but they will be down on downforce. Though interesting, they won. Do you remember they won in Silverstone with a damaged diffuser?
Yes.
It was damaged like lap 2, and they actually ended up winning the race. And the Silverstone 24 hours back in 17, back in the very cold, wet Silverstone, and oily, if you remember rightly.
Yes.
With a long stop overnight for fog.
Yes. We have a long stop overnight tonight for sleep, which is very, very good. I do like that. So Shane Lewis hasn't by no means given this up as he heads into turn 7, but I'm afraid that Max Edelhoff is making off into the darkness. He's gone, absolutely gone. And Shane Lewis is fighting that car through the faster corners. I don't think that AMG, which anyone will tell you, GT3 cars, anybody who's driven any of the GT3 cars, whether or not they've got manufacturer affiliations, they will tell you off the record that the most comfortable, the easiest car to drive and be consistent in is the AMG GT3 by a country mile. Engine, nice, it's a mid-front engine car in some respects, but it's not that makes the difference. It's how it communicates what it's doing to you.
Well, that's what we were discussing earlier. With GT3s now, you can't make them faster, so every Evo you see is designed at making them more raceable, and more importantly, more raceable for the gentleman driver.
388 ST racing car, BMW M4 GT4, second in class, 15th in its decision. Now that is a turbocharged car, so they can leave the engine on when they are refueling. Joe Bradley enjoying a snack and a cup of tea down there with that tea, by the sound of it.
Can you tell I've just been given a chocolate biscuit off Charles Kay, who's here looking after William Neal. Nothing gets by you, Hindhoff. You can smell it.
Take after my father, Joe. It's in the genes.
It's in the genes. Just that pit stop with the BMW there, the ST racing car, that was pretty swift. Considering they've got a 5-stud wheel pattern on there as well. It's not a centre locking wheel. It's a GT4 spec car, so it takes a bit of time. So true NASCAR-y style with the wheel guns buzzing away at the 5 wheel nuts per wheel. They got that job done pretty efficiently, and that car's now off into the fueling area. But just to add what you guys were saying, or what you were saying about the AMG GT3 spec Mercedes, it was we spotted Martin Berry, who's in the number 70 Talk Sport with WRT car, and he's recently been racing a Ferrari, and it's a bit of a jump. And I mentioned about the different concept of engineering of both cars meeting the same regulations, and he said that the Ferrari is a lot more livelier, but the Mercedes, he said, is the perfect amateur driver, the perfect GT3 customer car. It just does everything very, very sweetly for you.
I think the front engine cars suit non-pro drivers better. You'll get closer to the lap times of the pros in a GT3 and GT4 cars if the engine's in the front, Joe.
Which is a bit odd, really, when you think about it, because the mid-engine car is an easier car to balance with weight distribution. You can get a pretty neutral weight distribution, so that kind of lends a more neutrally balanced car. Whereas the front engine car, you would think, would be a little bit less balanced, but hey go.
It's about, Joe, it's about how the car communicates what it's doing to you and what it's going to do to you. Mid-engine cars, when they go, they tend to go quickly, and you've gone, and you've got to have really cat-like reflexes, cat on energy drink reflexes. Let's take a look at the 7-hour standings. Start with TCE class this time, and it's the TCRs that are in the first 5 positions. Laps between the leading red Camel Jordan number 101 Cupra and the rest of the field. Jeremy Daniel in that car at the moment, and he has a full lap on the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing number 112. On the same lap, the second of those 2 team cars, the 114 car. So that's Konstantin Kletzer and Stefan Tanner in those 2 cars. Top 5 made up by AC Motorsports Audi, the 188, and Top Car Sport by Baz Kooten Racing, the 131 Cupra. Zorg Rennsport are the first of the Cup 1 cars, and then the top 8 are made up with Monlau and Atlanta Speedworks out at the moment. That Atlanta Speedworks car, that won't be coming back after the engine problems. Let's move to the GT categories, where the head of GT and A6 Pro is the Black Falcon Mercedes of Jeroen Bleekemolen that leads the standings by nearly 2 minutes again now. So Jeroen Bleekemolen has pulled it back out. It's not actually quite 1 lap, but it's damn close to it, isn't it? Between those 2, with Robert Renard in the Herbert Motorsport car trying to stay on the lead lap. Talksport in 3rd has Lucas Stoltz behind the wheel, and he is a further lap back, so not on the lead lap. Car Collection Motorsport winning the battle for 4th position at the moment. Max Edelhoff went by Shane Lewis and has got 6.5 seconds up the road. Further down the top 10, HB Racing in 8th position. We should mention Car Collection, by the way, is leading the A6 AM category. That is that battle there. 991 class led in 9th position. Kelly Moss Road and Race, the 906. David Cicotti in 9th position. And Greg Gorski for Leipert Motorsport leads SPX in 11th position, and leading GT4, Russell Ward back behind the wheel of the Winward Racing 433 Mercedes AMG GT4. Congratulations and thanks for their support of the sport to Winward, to Bryce Ward and Russell Ward, who have now taken over the running of HTP Motorsport. That's August firm back in Europe, and Russell going to be involved in the running of that company more closely, as well as doing his driving. Second in GT4 is a bit further back. That is the 388 BMW. And that battle for the minor places going on between the 2 BMWs, the 451 and the Jorgensen 450 car. Porsche Lorient Racing 911 still going along nicely and is second in the 991 class. Speedlover 78 Porsche in 20. That's the car with the drive shaft stroke UJ problems. The Jorgensen Strom number 411 in 21st already retired from the race with no problems. They just used that car as a bit of extra practice. And Kelly Moss Road and Race, the 910, that car did not make the start of the race. You're up to date with 3 hours and 56 minutes to go before we bring out the intervention on this race. Nick Damon's gone for a bite to eat. Adam joins me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. It's Joe Bradley in the pit lane at the moment. Did that temperature drop as soon as the sun went down then, Shea?
Did you notice that I got back into the booth, took off the puffy jacket, put on the nice warm sweater, and a blanket over my legs. Yeah, the temperature dropped pretty rapidly, actually. It was before the sun went down. It was about 5:30 when it started feeling really
That was
chilly.
official sunset, but of course the sun had been low by then.
Yes.
And a lot of the pit straight at that point and the pit lane is in the shadow.
Yes.
And had been for a while.
It had been in darkness for a while, and that was the big, well, not darkness, I shouldn't say darkness. It had been in the shadow for quite some time. But the problem isn't the external temperature, as I'm sure Joe Bradley is saying, it's fine. It's the fact that the wind has nothing else to hit. So if you dive into a garage, all of a sudden, you're not feeling as cold, but your hands go numb just standing out there in the wind. The most clever team on the pit lane, John? Red Camel. They have a little canvassed tent area where all their engineers are sitting inside. It's got a table, all the monitors, so all the computers pumping out the heat inside their garage. So they don't have any external forces affecting the temperature.
Still around 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 13 degrees Celsius in terms of the ambient temperature, so much warmer than it has been at these times early part of the week. Slight mistake there by Konstantin Kletzer in the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing car, and as he comes through turn 19, he was well off the circuit there, and that has allowed another TCR car, which is just a blur of white light as it goes up to turn number one, to go through. And I think it was the 107 car back eight.
The 107 is back out of the
Yeah,
garage.
I think that might have been Chris Kemp in the Monlau competition
Nope,
car.
112.
Oh, excuse me, no, it's the 112. No, the 112 was the car that was passed.
It was the one that
car
was
that went
passed.
off. Yeah, it went off the track. It wasn't a battle for position, but it was definitely another TCR car that went past him. They're having their own little battles out there. The Autorama VW, easy to spot out there with the striped sides. And the big green number 2 saying that is second in the TCE battle at the moment, and also second in TCR, of course, but with about, pretty much a full lap to make up on Jeremy Daniel, the Canadian, who's doing a great job in the 101. If you weren't with us earlier on, I did do a bit of research. I was talking about the dew point and how quickly the temperature might fall tonight. Dew point, according to the weathermen at Austin Bergstrom Airport, which is not too far away from us here, is normally around about 3 degrees. We won't get to that before the end of the race. I thought it might be a couple or 3 degrees higher than that, and that we had a half a chance of getting somewhere near it before we suspend the race this evening. However, overnight, the overnight low is forecast to be around about 32 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 0 degrees Celsius. So that will be under the dew point, and at that point, condensation and dampness on the cars. So the teams will want to get the cars in Parc Fermé absolutely wrapped up so that there's no issue. Big sideways moment a moment or two ago through the S's for the HP Ferrari, going past a GT4 BMW, and a lot of dirt offline, and that was a very scary in for that Ferrari with Nikolai Rogovu behind the wheel of that car. Fourth in A6 arm.
He started that car, John, and I don't know if you heard the interview with Shane Lewis, but he referenced a red car going by everyone on the outside of the track limits, and it was Nikolai who was the driver charged with that.
Blake and Moreland has extended the lead to 2 minutes, and that means putting a lap on the second place car now is only 10 seconds away, and Robert Renard has got to respond here, and he has been. Took 2/10 out of the leader last time around.
But their expected time across the start-finish line is 7 seconds apart. They are very close on the racetrack. A 2:03 flat the last lap around. No, sorry, 2:13.4 for Renauer, a 2:10 flat.
That was a slower lap for Renauer. He was in the traffic, and now it's just 7 seconds between them on the circuit. And the CP Motorsport, the the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. I'll get the right number in the right car if I keep just saying things randomly.
It's all German. You're good.
Yeah, they've got to respond here because this is on pace here from Bleekemolen. There were 1 minute and 40 seconds apart when we went back to green after the last full course caution for the Speed Lover Porsche, which ground to a halt in exactly the same place that the Rum Bum Racing Porsche did that ended their championship hopes a couple or 3 seasons ago.
Oh, yeah.
In the forerunner to the Pilot Challenge. Drivers right exactly at that cutout area, and even in their moment of desperation, they were so fair and respectful of everybody else. They pulled the car off the track into that area there so that the car could be recovered. No full course caution required, but that was the end of their championship run. Do you remember that?
Well, it's the Plum brothers who were driving that, and I'm wondering whether it was Hugh or Matt who was driving at the time. Probably
I've got a
Matt.
feeling it was Matt, yes. Yeah.
Class acts, the Plum brothers, Hugh and Matt both. We were talking a little bit earlier, John, about fluid driver changes, and I nominated Madison Snow and Brian Sellers for really good ones. Lawrence Vantor and Earl Bamber worked really hard on that this year, but Owen Trinkler and Hugh Plum definitely get a nomination because I can remember sitting with them at Lime Rock last year, their championship winning year, and they were discussing over breakfast ways to do their driver change differently. They went on to win that race, and that was the first race that Team TGM ever claimed victory in. So there is something to be said for smooth driver changes, but the Plum brothers, pure class.
Coming down, under 4 hours to run now.
Have you noticed, by the way, that most of the GT cars run white-ish headlights?
Yeah.
Except Volt Racing, who could not have more yellow in their headlights. That's clearly a deliberate decision to make their car stand out, but it also works with the livery too.
Yeah, works for that. Russell Ward working his way through, traffic leader in GT4. And what an end to the season it would be if Winward, who have had little to no luck, and the only luck they've had has been bad luck in racing terms this year, with cars being damaged when in good positions. They've had some decent results.
They got the win at Laguna, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that really was one of the few good results they had this year.
Yeah.
Bryce was on the podium as well this year, wasn't he?
No.
Took third place?
I don't think so. I think the best finish of both of their cars, the only top three at least.
Did Bryce get a podium last year then?
Several.
Yeah.
Several podiums last year.
Yeah, it would be nice for them to finish up the year with a bit of a high note. Nick Foster for Tok Sport, WRT, and the number 70 a Mercedes at the moment, works his way through under the walkover bridge towards turn 16, 17 and 18, which is as fearsome in the dark as it is in the daytime. And again, because there's little to see on the outside of that, really difficult to pick up the turn-in points. And I just noticed he did straddle the curb there, so even whether the sausage curb is there or not, he's certainly taken a good chunk of the inside curb. And remarkably, those green and or red parts of the circuit do seem to hold the grip much better than you expect. Once people's gone over it a few times, it lays the rubber down, and you can really feel the difference when you get your wheels onto that.
Yeah, because normally painted surfaces tend to, well, like when it rains, they just get more slippery. They tend to be that way as well with normal situations. All right, I'm looking through the points this year. The only podium finish for Russell was the win, and Bryce, he might have gotten a, no, his best finish of the year was at VIR, I believe. Scroll back up. No, it also was WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Right.
So that was the best weekend for the team.
Volt Racing, the 73, 911. Actually, I want to see Porsche Cayman every time I see Volt Racing out there this evening. Transitioning up for the first time for Alan Brynjolfsson into the GT3 machinery, normally to be found behind the wheel, along with Trent Hinman, although not obviously at the same time, of a GT4 Cayman in the Pilot Challenge, the top class of the Pilot Challenge in IMSA competition.
That would be very amusing though, John.
In comes Robert Renard from second place, and he will lose the lead lap here. But I think he's gone straight to fueling. Yes, he has. That car did not stop at the pit lane.
He's been in the pit lane for 1 minute and 6 seconds now.
All right, Joe Bradley may well correct me on that, down in the pit lane. So Renard in. And gets his choice of fuel pumps. So he'll go to the one that the team has timed that fills the fastest. That would be the first choice, and that looks to be the one off the end. Certainly has had time to change tyres. Now,
the problem for the...
is that Robert still in the car?
No,
it's
that's
not.
a driver change.
It's a driver change, and he's still doing up his belts there as he goes into...
I think that's Ralph Bones' helmet.
I think that's Ralph Bourne's helmet as well, yeah.
Yes, the problem for the Herbert car, which is kind of a problem with the silver lining, is that they only get 85 litres at every fuel stop because it will change to the BOP for this race, 85 litres. The silver lining is that it doesn't take as long to put 85 litres as it does for the Mercedes, who are allowed to, what's the...
They're 90, aren't they?
Falcon is, I think they might have... what is their fuel? Come back to you on that fuel. 110.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right.
So it's 110 litres for Black Falcon, and Herbert only gets 105, sorry, for Black Falcon. It would be 110, but because they run as a pro car, they get 5 less. So it's 105 for Black Falcon, 85 for Herbert, but that means that every pit stop for Herbert is in effect around 30 seconds quicker.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a long time, isn't it, for 20 litres of fuel?
Yeah. So it gives them, as I say, around 25 to 30 seconds quicker pit stops. So it's a bit of a pain for Herbert.
What's the burn rate, though, Paul? Are they getting the same amount of laps?
No.
Because Jerome earlier on was saying that Herbert tend to be able to go better on the fuel, even though they're getting less of it.
That was in previous races, and that was certainly the perceived wisdom. But under green conditions, the most Herbert will get is 30, whereas Mercedes will get 32. So they get 2 extra laps, but they get a quicker pit stop. So it's kind of swings
so
and
2
roundabouts.
fewer laps for the Porsche, for the number 91 Porsche. And is that the same, by the way, for the Gen 1 car as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so 2 fewer laps, but a 30-second quicker pit stop. That's actually not a bad trade-off.
Well, this is kind of what I was saying to Nick earlier on. Because the refueling rate is so slow, anything you do on fuel consumption kind of has an exaggerated effect.
Absolutely. That's very interesting. Very interesting. So if you can make an extra lap or an extra couple of laps, which you can do round here, if you've been set a time and you do a bit of lifting and coasting on these GT3 and GT4 cars, they're all 2-pedal cars, so there's an amount of crossover if you left foot brake, which most of these drivers will do, but not all of them. Not all of the drivers like to left foot brake.
And okay, this isn't the Nürburgring, but it's still 3.4 miles. So if you can only make it 3.2 miles, that's not good enough.
No.
There's no downhill into the pit lane for you.
No, actually, it's quite surprising. There's a little bit of a downhill into the final corner. So if you can get through 19, you can coast into the start of the pit lane, but then there's a little rise before it flattens out, and then there's another rise in the pit lane itself.
And there's this whole media center building that you have to go by that we're sitting in, which is big in itself. And then you have to go by the penalty box, and then you have to go by the empty garages where they do tech, and then the normal garages start. And by the way, your fueling is all the way at the other end of the pit lane, so you really have to allot for about 3.6, 3.7 miles worth of fuel.
So back out again, it is indeed Ralph Bourne. Good spot on the helmet colour, the red and white helmet by Paul and Shea. And now Lucas Stoltz has gone up into second place, and it does mean there's only one car in the lead lap, and that is Jeroen Bleekemolen. But of course, he will owe us a pit stop in... When did he... I don't have a number of laps for the last pit stop on this timing screen.
it gives you the time since the driver's been in the car. It doesn't give you the number of laps.
Yeah, but that's his stint. That could have been a pit stop in the middle of that, couldn't it?
It could have been, but it wasn't.
Ah, right, okay, so he's been out 54 minutes.
So Blake Molan's been out 54 minutes, but at his last pit stop, he only got half a tank of fuel because it came in under a code 60. The previous pit stop was also under code 60, so he only got half a tank of fuel. That was when Felipe Fraga was driving, but that was only 11 laps, so he probably has enough fuel for about another 4 laps at most, does Jeroen Blekemolen. Lucas Stoltz is on exactly the same schedule, but a lap later. So the 2 Mercedes, the 4 car from the Black Falcon team, the 90 car from the Top Sport team, at the moment being able to use their pace and the longer fuel mileage, the longer fuel range that they get to eke out a bit of an advantage over the Herbert Porsche. But we can see that as this different strategy with different logistics of those two teams play out, sometimes the code 60 works for one and sometimes the code 60 works for the other. But as John Hindhaugh was saying a few moments ago, actually it doesn't matter that much. What you need to be doing now is start looking towards the end of the race, or the end of this segment of the race in 3 hours and 40 minutes time, and trying to make sure that you get as close as you can to the lead lap or onto the lead lap by that stage. And Herbert will be looking now towards how they're going to get to the end of this segment of the race without losing another lap, or without losing even getting themselves back onto the lead lap, which their fuel should allow them to get back onto the lead lap before the end.
They'll be back timing already, even with 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. Now, remember, the last part of the race, of course, and when do we close the pits, Paul? Before the intervention, as it's called here?
15 minutes, I think. I just need to double check that.
Right. So, effectively, we've got 3 hours and 25 minutes or thereabouts.
That's very funny. That's a very NASCAR thing, for the pits to be closed before the end of a segment.
Because before the stage end.
Exactly. That's what they do in the...
Did it first here?
Oh no, I'm completely convinced that Daytona has stolen that idea. Much like Gerhard Watzinger had his helmet design stolen by Mr. Lewis Hamilton.
Couple of pit stops. Joe Bradley is watching the second place in the TCE category.
Yeah, Autorama with Wolf Sport Power. It looks like they're going to be the first team to change brakes. No, they've decided not. It's just had tyres and driver change. 112 is the number of this Volkswagen Golf, currently second in TCR and of course TCE. They had the brakes ready with new discs and calipers with dry brake on the pipes, ready to change. They've obviously, when they took the wheel off, they've inspected the brake pad wear and the disc wear, and they've decided that that's okay for at least another stint. So these guys are ready to go for brakes, and I'm not sure I've seen brakes being changed anywhere else. This is the first time I've seen brakes come out, I'm pretty sure.
What's interesting about that is, Paul, we've still got 16 hours and 40 minutes to go in the race.
We were having a discussion yesterday, and I can't remember if you were in the room or not, but the general consensus was that two changes of brakes would be needed, and that's discs and pads on the GT3 cars.
On the fronts.
On the GT3 cars all the way around.
Really?
Because they're sufficiently well balanced, these cars, that they're actually using the brakes all the way around. They can try and be clever because they have a brake balance adjuster, so they can shift the balance towards the back in order to try and keep the fronts good. As soon as you do that, you put more wear on the back, so it will be 2 sets all the way around.
You tend to use brakes more now than you ever have done in these GT3 and GT4 cars, and ironically that's because of the ABS.
The ABS,
because you brake harder later, but you brake longer into the corner, and the pedal pressure is, in some ways, it's moderated for you. You still have to do a little bit of feathering off as you get towards the centre of the corner, but you rotate. I mean, you set it up slightly biased to the back to help the car rotate in some cases of the cars out there.
No, that's absolutely right. And this circuit in particular, with the two big stops, okay, the stop at the end of the start-finish straight possibly ameliorated by the fact that you're going uphill, but you've got going into the hairpin at turn 11 and then going into the hairpin at turn 12, which are two very substantial stops indeed. Temperatures will, again, we were saying this earlier on, Shay, with the rise and fall in temperatures, that will cause more stress still on the brakes.
Yeah, and I would maybe consider pushing a brake change to just before the intervention. But then again, you don't really want to put new brakes on, get them a little bit warm, then let them sit overnight, get them dewy, as they will. It does make sense to break it up into thirds, change the brakes after 8 hours, 16 hours, and then have them good for the end.
Absolutely right. And that will also then, they'll be measuring them very carefully to see how the wear is going over the course of the race. But now we've got into darkness, it does make sense to think about that first change with now 7.5 hours of the race gone. So yeah, why not? Just to correct something I said earlier on, it's not 15 minutes, it's the last 10 minutes of part one in which you're not allowed to refuel. If you do enter the pit lane in the last 10, and that's whether you refuel or do anything, coming into the pit lane within the last 10 minutes of the race, of the first segment, involves a penalty of 2 laps. So if you're going to do that, then there's a 2-lap penalty.
Didn't we have somebody fall afoul of that last year? I seem to remember.
Can't remember, if I'm honest. Possible.
But I feel like we have seen it in the past.
Yes. And sometimes it's done deliberately, sometimes it's done as a tactical thing. Other times it can be done purely as an error. You've got a problem, you've got a puncture, something needs to be done. And rather than stay out for those last 10 minutes, or the last 5 minutes, let's just get the car in and do whatever needs doing to it. All part of the vagaries of this series. We were saying earlier on that reading the regulations of this isn't quite enough. Sometimes you need a little bit more to do.
Yeah, which is part of why we love this, because the only way to get really good at Creventic races is to keep doing Creventic races. TalkSport is doing a Creventic race, but for the number 70, it has not been a flawless run. The Pro-Am car, which is currently in the 6th position with Nick Foster bringing it in, is being wheeled back down the pit lane. It made it as far as the 464's box, which is about 2/3 of the way down towards pit exit. That's a long push for those mechanics.
It is, yes, and clearly there is a problem on that car which needs to be addressed, and that's good news for CP Racing. CP Racing leading the A6 AM class at the moment, and the car collection car, Max Edelhoff, back at the wheel of that car. He is, how far is he behind? Oh, he's a lap behind the other car in the A6 AM class. So it's Shane Lewis at the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes 85 leading A6 AM, Max Edelhoff in 2nd place with the car collection Audi, and that TalkSport Mercedes in 3rd place and going backwards.
Welcome back, Johnny Palmer.
Thank you very much, Shay. Thank you, Paul. John Hinoff stepping away for a little while, so Johnny Palmer in for the next 3 hours or so. Joe Bradley still in the pits for us, though, and gathering news.
Yeah, we just watched the 112, the Autorama with Wolfsport, have their pit stop. Full tyres came off, new set went on. But I noticed Constantine Keitzer here is the driver who just got out of the car. Constantine, the team had brakes ready to go on. Is that something that the driver can measure, or was the team looking at the wear?
Yeah, well, actually, it's a joint decision. They asked me, of course, how are the brakes, and I said, well, the brakes are better than the tyres. So don't change the brakes, change the tyres.
Right, and I've just looked at the tyres. Now, the rear tyres have got an extra layer of rubber, which we call pickup.
Yeah.
And it was like that much rubber on the tyre. Did that make a massive difference with the rear end?
Actually not. With the front-wheel drive cars, you only drive through the front axle. But I shouldn't say on TV, but, I got a little bit outside of where I should have gone.
It's okay, no one's watching.
Yeah, the tires were actually pretty well, with the stints going into the dark when it's getting cooler. The tire really holds for a very long time, very good, 30 laps, 31 laps, but then there is a quick drop. Usually there's a slow drop, now there's a quick drop, and then you have to react quickly because the lap time drops dramatically and you don't want to lose time, and then you have to act as a team. Yeah.
And the TCR car, it's almost 1 hour and 30 minutes, 90 minutes.
More.
Yeah,
I just checked on my watch, 144.
144. That's a lot to ask for a driver and a set of front tyres on these front-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, for me it's okay. I'm fit. The tires are also fit, but you have to, you can't push like the first 5 laps. You can't like push like in qualifying. You shouldn't do that. Just keep control of the tires. See what they are doing. Feel them. I'm not a total expert on that. There are others here, but I try.
I don't know. You're doing pretty well. You're in second place.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, good.
And you're also with the team who are European champions, so you guys know what you're doing.
So actually, it's my first time with that team, and it's brilliant. The mechanics are fabulous. They change the tires. I've never seen something like that. It's incredible, and we have practiced actually, a driver's change for like I think 3 hours here. That every move is fitting, and that's really something I'm seeking for. That perfection, that strive for being the first and never give up, working on the car, reading out data as long as it takes to get it going.
So from your perspective, you can see why these guys have won the European Championship.
Yeah, very well. And I hope to take me for other races. So I would be glad racing with them further. Yeah.
Well, you got those tyres 1 hour and 44, so I think you're in. Well done, mate. We'll speak to you tomorrow. Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, Konstantin.
Great character.
Absolutely, and really pleased you managed to grab him for a quick interview. Thanks, Joe. Konstantin Kletzer, vastly experienced in the wheel, behind the wheel of a TCR car with Bonk Motorsport, with LMS Engineering, and also on the Nürburgring with Matilda Racing, having raced a Golf with Matilda in the past, and go back far enough, Volkswagen Sirocco in the SP3T category. So he's been doing quite a lot of racing over the last 8 years.
And a Nürburgring 24-hour win in the TCR category back in 2017. So clearly a very capable driver. I thought that was funny when Joe said, is it hard work out there? And he said, no, because I'm fit and the tires are fit. It was a good little mention, good little self-plug.
Yeah, well, he's the semi-pro and obviously needs to get himself into a great condition to be attractive to teams that are wanting to, to fill one of their drivers' slots as the semi-pro. So, certainly making a set of tyres that last that long will go in his favour. And Autorama Motorsport actually looking for some extra drivers this weekend because of the sister car, the 114.
The Top Sport Mercedes still in the pits, the number 70 car, which we described a little while ago. Nick Foster having the car pushed back into the garage, or back to its garage area, because he obviously took off, but then was pushed back again before he had a chance to leave the pits. That car has now been 8 minutes in the pits, so is slipping further and further down. He's still third in A6 AM, but is being caught now by the HB Racing Ferrari of Nikolai Rogivu, who's going to be up with him next time around, and completing the same number of laps. Then bad news for the Top Sport WRT Mercedes in the AM class, which Nick Foster started very rapidly indeed. Indeed was ahead of Lucas Stoltz in the first few laps of the race, but then Luca eventually found a gap and went through it, and since then Luca has been battling with Jeroen Bleekemolen. Nearly always it's Luca and Jeroen in the cars at the same time. The Bleekemolen in the Black Falcon car, Stoltz in the Top Sport car, and now Ralph Bone. The Herbert car has kind of fallen off the schedule, having come in at the last code 60 and then come in for a somewhat earlier stop for Ralph Bone that time, or for Renault coming in, and we heard from Daniel Alleman that they were struggling with fuel consumption a little bit, but it was a shorter stop still for Renault, but it will be on the next couple of laps when we see probably first Bleekemolen and then Stoltz. The two Mercedes that currently lead will be coming into the pits very shortly, and that will enable Herbert Motorsport to get back onto the lead lap by my reckoning.
Nearly 10 minutes in the pits now for the number 70 Mercedes. Nick Foster brought it in, and he's now able to chat with Joe.
So, Nick, this just happened at the pit stop, but it didn't give you any clues it was going to stop running.
No idea. I just did basically a stint and a half, and car felt good, other than basically double stinting tyres, which isn't great. Yeah, just came in, George jumped in, and we were looking good, slowly climbing back after we got knocked back after every code 60, and as George took off, we see all the oil over the back of the car. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm a bit dejected, as you can probably tell. We need to see, obviously, I don't know, but I assume it's the bumps at the carousel and turn 2 that have done the damage. So, I mean, we'll see, and if we can fix it, we will. But yeah, at the moment, it looks fairly terminal.
Nick, I'm going to ask you a question you probably won't be able to answer, but there's a lot of oil residue on the rear of the car. Do we know where that's from? Is it from like the transaxle at the back, or is it from an engine that's smeared the underneath? We haven't got the car in the jacks yet, so that's what I mean. You probably won't be able to answer for me.
I'm not mechanically minded.
Oh, really? Of course not. You're a racing driver.
Yeah, I just use the pedals and the thing in the middle. It smells like engine oil, in all honesty. So it looks like it's come through the car, which is, yeah. Anyway, what can we do?
There's nothing I can make it better, mate. Thanks for talking to us, though. Sorry for Nick Foster there. This car was going so well, guys.
Yes, it was.
It was having a good run.
Yeah, certainly, and a real shame for it to hit a drama this early in the race. I think I can still say this early in the race, even though we've had many hours of it now. Still 3.5 to go at this point. We're going to stay with Joe Bradley, actually.
Yeah, Seb and I walked out the Tugsport garage to a wall of smoke. There's smoke down here in the pit lane. The car, I don't know what car it is, but it's just made its way up towards pit out. And it's basically, we've got like a James Bond kind of smoke screen being pouring from it. The pit lane is full of smoke at the moment. We'll make our way. I'm just going to follow the smoke and see what car it is.
Joe, I think it might be the 433. That car looked like maybe the mechanics were putting it on rolling jacks and taking it back into the garage. That would be huge because that's our GT4 leader. Of course, they're almost at the polar opposite end of the pit lane from you.
And yes, it is at the opposite end, but the car has come onto the pit lane and gone and travelled up the pit lane. Did you see the car being rolled into the garage at the garage door kind of thing?
I thought I did out of the corner of my eye, Joe. It looked like the mechanics raised their hands in sync as they do when the car has been placed on dolly jacks before it's been lowered down. And then the next camera shot I saw was people standing in front of that garage.
All right, well, Seb and I are nearly there, so we're nearly going to find out what the mystery smoke screen's from.
The other car which has been in whilst that was happening is the other Topsport car, which I presume kind of happened kind of behind you whilst other things were going on, or it didn't actually stop in front of the garage. But Lucas Stoltz has brought the other Topsport Mercedes into the pits. This is the car that's in second place overall, and he's up currently in the refueling area. And because he's come in, I would be surprised if Jeroen Bleekemolen didn't come in next time around. The Black Falcon car going slightly further on its tank of fuel that it got at the last Code 60 than the Topsport car has done.
Well, you've been calling him in for a couple laps, Paul. I don't know why he's not listening.
That's because I don't get the fuel information. So there's one other parameter which I don't get, which is how much fuel goes into the car. And I was actually over lunch just discussing with the fueling people whether we could get that information. He said, well, yes, the information exists, but he's not quite sure whether he's allowed to give it to me or not. And he said, if Gary Willems tells him to give it to me, then I will get that data. But only if Gary tells him to.
I think the chances are fairly strong there, then.
The problem is, if I get that information, then I will read it out, and then everybody else will know, and that could take
and we get more listeners.
I was thinking of the people who were in the pit lane who might be listening,
yes.
And that could take away some of the tactical advantages that some teams may have.
Well, as long as you were even-handed with that information, then theoretically everyone should still stay on a par.
Exactly. So yes, Bleekemolen is still out. He's done 33 laps on this stint since getting fuel at the last Code 60. So it's been a good stint regardless, for this one from Jeroen. But when he comes in, and surely he must at the end of this lap, it will be to hand the car over to probably Ben Keating, I would suggest, on the rotation. And I suspect Ben Keating won't be as quick as Jerome Blake-Molen, and that may just add a little bit to the opportunities for Herbert Motorsport. But my prediction is still that Herbert and Black Falcon will finish the first segment of this race on the same lap in about 3 hours and 20 minutes time.
Well, I found the smoking car. It's yet another Mercedes shedding its oil, would you believe? This one in the form of the number 433, the Winward Racing Mercedes. It's in the GT4 class, the GT4 version of the Mercedes AMG, and the car is up on its jacks and it's being inspected, as you would imagine. On seeing that, it was a very smoky car, like I say, like a James Bond-esque smokescreen. However, there is pretty much no kind of telltale sign of any residue trail from the car as it was swiveled round and pushed backwards into the garage. Usually, if something's gone and it started spewing oil out, there's usually a trail of oil from the underneath of the car.
Well,
but on this one, it isn't.
Joe.
So again,
you would smell it as well, Joe.
Well, I can't smell. I've got no sense of ruined for that one. But you're right, Paul. But I would be of no help there. But
Joe,
there's nothing at all.
Joe, the driver who is off to the right-hand side of the car is Russell Ward in the blue and silver. Yeah, he was in the car at the time. He'll be able to give you a good answer.
Stand by. I'll go and drag him out. I'm not sure if my microphone will reach.
He's a good sport.
Russell, can you... He is. He's going to come out and tell us all about
That's Chris Wilson who's following
right.
you.
Where's Russell?
He was here just a second ago.
Yeah.
Let me find him for you.
Okay.
Well, you do that, Joe.
Yeah, I'll wait for Russell to come out. He knows I'm here. I'm
yeah.
just going to keep an eye on this, guys. You talk amongst yourselves.
The work is carrying on the front end of that Mercedes, by the way, with several mechanics now on their backs, staring torches into the wheel arch and trying to work out where predominantly that oil or smoke has come from, as the brakes now glow red hot on the front of Ralph Bone's Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But we can go back to Joe Bradley. He is in the garage trying to chat to Russell, as we've said.
My microphone shut.
I wondered whether your microphone was just on the very edge of reception, because you're way back in the rear of the garage. But if you could bring Russell Ward out towards the apron, then we can hear about the Winward Racing Mercedes AMG GT4. That car, though, clearly with an issue, which the team are going to rectify as quickly as possible, but looks like a fairly big one. Joe?
Yeah. My battery shed its oil as well, Russell. I described that as a James Bond-esque smokescreen that you did there. I'm sure that wasn't deliberate.
No, it just lost power, about 3 laps ago. I could feel it starting to go. I felt like something was strange. One of the BMWs in our class just blew me away on the straightaway, and I'm thinking, that's not right. And it just got worse and worse and worse until the point where I couldn't get into 5th gear on the straightaways, and I knew something was wrong, pulled it in, and that's when I saw the smoke screen. It's a real shame. This is the 3rd year in a row we've had to retire due to a mechanical issue, and we've always had the pace, always been up front, but we just don't seem to have the reliability. It's a real shame.
There was no indications, no drop of oil pressure or anything like that?
No, I can see coolant all over the ground, but the temps are fine and everything seems fine on the dash. So, I did get a exhaust temperature differential, so it means that, one side is getting more fuel than the other or something like that. And it's just a sad, sad day.
You know what, you're just mentioning that to our viewers and listeners. You're taking in that kind of information, but also braking and hitting your apexes. You've got to focus on something, so that's the sort of information what you kind of put to the back of your head, I would imagine, whilst you're driving around the circuit.
Yeah, it just comes kind of all naturally. At some point you get into the groove and just start banging them out. So, we've been really fast all weekend, and, we're a couple laps in the lead, and, oh man, it's just a shame.
Let's not, fingers crossed. I know I'm trying to put a silver lining on a very dark cloud here, Russell, and I think they call this character building. The people who say that haven't worked in motorsport, though. I'm going to leave you to it, mate, and hopefully they can fix it.
We have the best in the world, so if it can be fixed, they can fix it.
Absolutely. Another dejected Mercedes driver.
Yeah, and you get to talk to them all, Joe. Interesting, I mean, Russell's saying they're a couple of laps ahead. Even despite the fact they've been in the pits for a couple of laps, they're still 6 laps ahead of the GT4 class. So, it was a massive advantage that Winwood car had. And I think it's even more frustrating when you've got that kind of a lead, when it still gets then taken away from you. The team will work on it, though, and who knows? I mean, new engines can be put in, that's within the regulations, if there is an engine available, but even that will take more than 6 laps, and it does really steal any hope of a win in the GT4 class from Winwood Racing.
And it's exactly what Russell said, 3rd year in a row that they've come to this race. They've run every single COTA 24-hour. 3rd year in a row they've had some sort of mechanical issue that has taken them out, either while they were in the lead or fighting for the lead.
Race leader is in. Joe says this is potentially a positive story now from the 3-pointed Star brand.
Certainly a positive Mercedes story is Jerome Blankenhorn has got out of the WeatherTech liveried Mercedes of the Black Falcon team. He's took on tyres, just kind of what I'm telling you, having a look at those tyres, they look sort of as though they've been well used, but properly used, in perfect condition with the rate of wear across the full surface of the tyre. Of course, Black Falcon know exactly what they're doing with getting these Mercedes to work. It's already in the fueling area, guys, so a very positive Mercedes moment this time.
An absolutely frightening fuel economy from that car. 36 laps on that stint from Jerome Blankenhorn, and he came in during the Code 60 as well. I mean, they'll have filled it up to the top under those circumstances because of the way that it came in under a previous Code 60. But to get 36 laps out of 120 litres is not too bad. So, yeah, I mean, Jerome not only driving quickly, but also driving economically as well. So he is now out of the car. Good job, well done. As I say, astonishing fuel consumption from the Mercedes. We're getting some more aboard now, but while that is happening, Ralph Bone is driving as quickly as he can, trying to catch up. But with the best will in the world, Ralph isn't as quick as Robert Renauer is when Robert was driving the car, and is not going to be as quick as, I'm guessing, Ben Keating. He didn't actually tell us it was Ben Keating getting into the car, Joe, or if you did, I missed it, but I'm pretty sure it will have been Ben getting into the car.
That is the rotation, yep.
Yeah,
yes, working on the rotation rather than actually visibly seeing the driver.
Just had a change in TCE with Stefan Perrin getting ahead of Stefan Tanner. So that's the AC Motorsport Audi squeezing into 2nd place, both on 175 laps, and already building up something like a 3-second gap is Perrin now over Tanner. So AC Motorsport jumping ahead of the Altarama Motorsport by Wolf Power car. That's the 114 and hasn't been the regular in the championship. The 112 is the one duking it out for championship honours, with Roberto Ferri at the wheel of that 2nd Autorama car. So the order is 101 leading the TCE race, ahead of now 188, and then the 2 Autorama Motorsport cars, 114 ahead of 112.
Tell you what I have been surprised about, I was saying to somebody when I was just taking my dinner break earlier on, is the number of cars that we have had problems in the race thus far. Yes, we had a couple of early retirements, but since then we've had the loss of time from the Baz Kooten car, we had loss of time from the Monlau Competition car out of TCE. We've now had the GT4 car having GT4 class leader, the Mercedes having its problems. The Topsport Mercedes seems to have, and you just think Creventic racers don't usually have this level of attrition. They're usually a little bit kinder to their cars, and it's usually only in the last kind of 6 hours of the race when we start seeing this level of attrition. If we're getting this now, I'm thinking, how are we going to deal with tomorrow morning when we're starting the race at 8 o'clock in the morning and running right the way through till 9 in the evening?
Yeah.
Do you think it's because the track is harsher than it has been in years past? I mean, I'm not comparing it to Sebring, but it is bumpier. It's definitely a more physical track.
I really don't know. I could speculate, I don't want to, but
fair enough.
I think there are a lot of teams doing this race who aren't either used to doing Creventic races or who aren't used to doing 24-hour races, and I just wonder whether it's partly that. The other suggestion has been that the circuit is fairly rough, not on the surface but on the extremities. When you go off onto the curbs, you start doing damage to the car, and that might be part of it as well, because we've got drivers who maybe aren't used to being as kind to the car as they have to be in this type of racing. Really don't know. I mean, probably be able to write a book about it at the end, but it has been a slightly worrying aspect of this race, the level of attrition that we've had.
There was a hiccup that time for Ben Keating and the Black Falcon Mercedes coming out of the fueling area. The car had fuel, and then it stopped in sort of no man's land between the fueling quadrant and the pit lane. And there were some Black Falcon mechanics who carry these almost laser type torches, lightsaber type torches.
Lightsabers.
They're kind of lightsabers cut off at about a third of the length, though.
Only for the dark side, obviously, John.
Clearly, yeah, for Black Falcon.
Yeah.
And they were frantically, sort of trying to maybe shut the door or fiddle around with something else on the extremity of the car. Ben's back in the race now, but definitely there was an additional hold-up there. So I'd be interested to know, Paul, how that compared to previous stops from Black Falcon, because I think they probably cost them sort of 5 or 6 more seconds.
It was nearly their longest stop of the race, 4.5 minutes, 4 minutes 33 seconds to be precise. Their previous longest stop was a 4 minutes 37. Other stops from that car, 4 minutes 17, 3 minutes 14, 4 minutes 13. So yes, it did cost them quite a lot of time. More importantly, from the point of view of the battle for the lead, the last Herbert's pit stop was 3 minutes and 58 seconds. So it was 35 seconds longer than the last pit stop from the Herbert Porsche. So the gap first to second as a result of all that has come down. It's still the Black Falcon Mercedes leading from the Herbert Porsche in second place, but the gap has come down now, although it is still more than a lap separating them. I think, yes, it is still. Actually, I'm surprised at that under those circumstances. I would have thought Ralph Bone could get onto the lead lap with that. We'll have to wait until they come round to check where that is.
Stefan Perrin in the 188 AC Motorsport car, whilst you work that out, is still there in the Audi, by the way, and that gap between the two Stefans, 7.2 seconds now. Perrin versus Tanner for AC Motorsport and Autorama Motorsport.
But the change has happened in that class, hasn't it?
Yes.
That is a change that's happened.
But the point is that Perrin's actually now building the gap over Tanner as well.
Yes,
so
he was closing on Tanner when they first emerged, when you came back on duty. That was it, because I mentioned it to the other John, and that gap is now extending. Ralph Bone is on the lead lap, but he is being caught potentially by Ben Keating. We haven't yet had a sensible lap time from Ben Keating because his last lap was an out lap, so we'll have to work out at the end of this lap from Ben what his lap times are, but Ralph Bone is on the lead lap now, those two cars, but Bone is much closer it's much closer the wrong way around, if you see what I mean. The gap is about 7/8 of a lap.
Is it reasonable to look at the timing screen and look at SPX in particular and think that we have a potential battle brewing for the lead of that class between the Lamborghini and the Mark II? They're separated by 1 minute and 20 seconds, but does one owe us a pit stop sooner than the other?
Yes, it does. It's Kurt Euser who owes us a pit stop. Greg Gorski, who is... No, he's as quick. In fact, he's quicker than Harold Schlotto is behind the wheel of the Lamborghini. So Greg Gorski at the wheel of the Lamborghini isn't driving any slower, but he has had a pit stop fairly recently. And Kurt Euser, although he's lapping more quickly than Gorski, is going to be due in the pits in about the next 10 minutes.
Okay, so perhaps not a change of position then.
I don't think they'll be able to make that change, as I say, before Kurt Euser's into the pits for more fuel in that car. That's the first time that Kurt's driven the car. And Pat Briody told us that Jim would be getting back into it soon. Well, Jim is due back in the car at about 7:30, I reckon. And Core always will be coming in for Jim to have his second go behind the wheel of the 717 Mark II V8.
Still a hive of activity at the 433 garage, Joe, so it looks like they've not given up on this quite yet.
No, to be honest, Johnny, they hadn't actually got to the bottom of what the problem was. Well, the problem is not as bad as they thought. It's not an engine. It wasn't engine oil that we saw create the smoke. It was coolant. They've lost an intercooler. There's a cracked intercooler in that system that we can see at the front of the car on this Mercedes AMG. All the radiators and intercoolers are at the front, just behind the front bumper. And that's why at the moment the mechanics dismantled the whole front end of the car to actually get access to the radiators, and behind the radiator, the main radiator, one of the intercoolers. And that's where the fluid has come from. It's then got onto the hot exhaust, and that's where the plumes of thick smoke came from. That's perhaps why there wasn't such a smell. And there was a bit of a damp patch on the pit apron as the car wheeled in, and I tasted that, and it was, which was, it's always a clear indication that it's coolant if it's sweet.
Yes, well, you're the expert in tasting fluids from pit lanes on concrete or asphalt, so thank you for that in-depth research, Joe. And no doubt you passed the message on, eh, boys? It's probably not as bad as we think. So crack on. So they are going to now work on that 433 car, and still, I don't fancy their chances of getting it back out again and retaining the lead in GT4, but they may only lose, perhaps lose the 6 laps they gained, maybe another 4 or 5. Let's see when they can rejoin, and then it's going to be a battle on for the rest of today. 3 hours and 4 minutes remain on the clock, and all day tomorrow too. But we love a comeback, don't we?
We certainly do, and the problem has been the attrition level in GT4, Johnny. So if it can happen to the leader, it can happen to anyone else running there.
Yeah, very good point. And a number of cars striking curbs here. There are 1 or 2 tricky sausage curbs as well, which can obviously make vibrations even more serious. And there's a real big hump as well out of turn 9, as demonstrated by Brett Strom in the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW. Chatting to J.M. Littman yesterday after a number of people voiced concerns with the race officials about that jump after turn 9, and can we legally run out wide over the white line to try and avoid the worst of that? And the pretty solid answer was no. You're going to have to just rein things back a little bit, take it easier. It's the 114 car of Autorama Motorsport, who've brought 2 cars to COTA this weekend. One of them running in 3rd position, and that's the car that's pitting, Joe. Yeah,
it's sister car, would you believe, Johnny, is running in 2nd as well. And just like we saw the 112, they got brakes ready for the 114 as well. The Autorama team well drilled and well disciplined in just what the plan is. Again, the 114 though, no need for brakes on this one. Stefan Tanner handing over the car to a teammate. I couldn't identify him, I'm afraid. Sorry about that.
Not at all. We'll do a bit of deduction work on your behalf. So Stefan Tanner out. It could be Yannick Mettler. Paul, you've probably got a better driver rotation there. Lucas Deserich. I don't remember seeing his name against that car, but I might have missed one of his stints.
He hasn't driven the car yet. Stefan Tanner started the car, so the rotation when Tanner started, then Chris Ulrich took over.
Yes.
Jerome Ogier was the 3rd driver, then Yannick Mettler drove it, and then Stefan Tanner got in. So those are the 4 drivers who've driven it yet.
That's interesting, because Jerome Ogier is not even on the official entry list, so
no.
That is a change of driver even after the official entry list was published.
He's on the 112. He's on the sister car, which is interesting.
I was just checking the reading of the right line. Yes, that is the 114. So, yes, Ogier has driven the 104. Which was the driver who hasn't driven the 114 that's supposed to have done?
Deserich. Lucas Deserich.
Lucas Deserich.
He hasn't driven the 112 either, so that's a bit of a mystery.
He normally races Fiats and is the CEO of a company called IDC based out of Switzerland.
Okay. Well, Jerome Ogier, with much experience this year with Autorama Motorsport, having raced at Dubai, Portimao and Barcelona, so he's done all the 24-hour races this year.
2 wins and a
including
third.
this
He won at Portimao and Dubai and was third in Barcelona.
one. Yes, they had a strong start to the season, did Autorama Motorsport, certainly, and has driven with Fabian Dance and Yannick Mettler and Stefan Tanner too. So, well-known teammates, and I'm guessing Ogier then deciding to have a bit of action in both cars, but that's a very late decision indeed by the team. It may be because of the unavailability of Lucas Deseric for whatever reason, but we can find that out. Anyway, another 30 seconds to go before we reach the hour mark. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Shay Adam, Paul Trustwell and Johnny Palmer looking after matters for this 3-hour stint to the end of Saturday night.
I have 30 seconds, therefore, to tell you that Ben Keating is closing in on Ralph Bone to get that lap on him. So Ralph's got 3 hours to hang on. I think it's going to be a tall order for him to stay on the lead lap. Ben Keating at the moment going more quickly than Ralph Bone.
Black Falcon lead the motor race with 3 hours to go today and another 13 tomorrow, being Sunday. And the Mercedes, car number 4, with Ben Keating at the wheel, leads it then by 2 minutes and 5 seconds, with Ralph Bone last time around doing a 2:14.6. Ben Keating at 2:11.5, and Ralph in the 91 Hairbet Motorsport Porsche, the 911 GT3R. Third place is the TalkSport WRT Mercedes, number 90, that completes a trio of A6 Pro cars at the sharp end, therefore. Then the A6 AM leader is the number 34 Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8. Fifth position and second in the A6 AMs, the CP Racing Mercedes, number 85, and in 6th place an A6 Pro car, the Volt Racing Porsche, number 73, and Trent Hidman back at the wheel of that car. Then it's Nikolai Rokivu for HB Racing in their Ferrari, an A6 AM entry. The 991 class leader now up to 8th overall, which is the Porsche Cup class exclusively. Car number 906 leads that, the Kelly Moss entry. Then it is Lippert Motorsports SPX Lamborghini, number 710 in 9th. And in 10th place, the 717 Coroiser Racing Mark II. 11th place and third in SPX is the Black Falcon Team Techstar AMG GTX. A somewhat stray A6 AM number 70 car, which has had to have lots of work done on it, and Nick Foster, I'm afraid, delivering us some pretty bad news earlier on, saying that car's now out of the race. So the Mercedes AMG, although represented in 12th position, is going to tumble further and further down the order. 13th position for the Porsche Lorient number 911 Cup car. 14th place for ST Racing's 388 BMW, and in 15th place the Winward Mercedes, although that car's in the garage as well, receiving some quite heavy attention to repair a coolant leak. MRS GT Racing's number 980 Porsche is 16th, the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW 17th, and the Zorg Rennsport 451 BMW of Jason Hart remains in 18th place. 19th spot for Jade Buford in the Racer's Edge Motorsport Sin R1. The Speed Lover Porsche is still going round and round in 20th position for Pierre-Yves Pack, and the bottom two in the GT Series race are no longer runners. In fact, the 910 didn't even start. The 411 only did 4 laps rather before it was parked up. In the TCE Series, Red Camel Jordans.NL, their Cupra, driven by Jean-Francois Evy, is the race leader, car number 101, ahead of the 188 Stéphane Perrin AC Motorsport Audi, although that is currently being fueled, and therefore we'll give a bit of time back to the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf of Roberto Ferri. Christoph Ulrich is on an outlap, the 114, and then in 5th position, Top Car Sport by Baz Coutin's Cupra of Ronnie Yost, 131. Then the Monlau Competition Cupra, car 107, that's Chris Kemp back in the race. The Zorg Rennsport 851 car is still circulating as well. Benito Targal, the Mexican driver for Zorg Rennsport, is in 7th. And the Atlanta Speedworks Honda, I'm afraid, is another one to add to the retirements list. So loads has been happening in the opening 8 hours of the race. Still 3 to go today to complete our 11, though. The atmosphere here is very, very different from the race start earlier on this morning. It was an 11:30 a.m. start to this event then here at COTA, the third running of the 24H Series visit to the Circuit of the Americas for the twice around the clock event. And a slight rejig to the schedule compared to previous years means that it's slightly more weighted towards the Sunday, i.e. an extra hour, 13 in total on Sunday, 11 today, and actually the race spanning a greater distance than it has done, i.e. from start time to finish time now measures 33 hours and a half, whereas in 2017 and 2018 it was 33 hours dead from race start time on Saturday through to Sunday finish time. It's going to be a 9 o'clock finish tomorrow night, which I think it's just about the latest time we finished the race, isn't it, on a Sunday? It was a 6 o'clock finish in 2017, certainly. So, yeah, they're going to get to a point where kind of early afternoon and everyone's going to realise, blimey, we've still got 8 hours to go.
I remember last year when I was in a garage for the duration of the race, and it was a very hard day to get through the whole of Sunday. And I remember also it got very cold towards the end of the race as well, although I can't remember what time it actually finished. The other thing that I always like to do, zipping up my anorak to keep the cold off, is to look out for the record distance. You were saying earlier on, it's a fairly new race, this one, only run for the first time in 2017, and in 2017 the Herbert Porsche completed 608 laps. In 2018 the Black Falcon Mercedes won, completing 603 laps. I'm hoping we can get over 600 laps, but in 2017, when we had that Herbert win, there were only 4 Code 60s. We've already had 4. This was in 2017. They only had 4 in the whole of the race. We've already had 4 in this race. We're still more than half of the race to go tomorrow, and so I think we should get over to 600. I'm currently looking at about 280 for today, and then tomorrow we should be able, provided we don't have too many more Code 60s, to get comfortably into 600. 610 would be good, which would mean we'll get over the record from 2017. It tends to be a good circuit for Code 60s. If we do get a car that is off, it's usually a fairly quick snatch. Certainly that's been the evidence of today's running. The few portions that we've had been dealt with fairly quickly. but as I say, it does slow down the running so much that you need a few more of them, and it gets in the way of record distances. But 608 laps is the record at the moment, so we're looking for 609. I don't think any more than 612 are possible. That's kind of my the upper limit of what we think we can do.
So we're thinking 25 laps an hour?
Laps per hour is 26.
26.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good number.
So, yes. I mean, as I say, it's all doable.
Yeah.
And so it's not asking an awful lot to get to a record distance, but it does depend on there being lots of green flag running. But as I say, the record here at COTA is good. We only had 4 Code 60s in 2017. We had 11 in 2018. And 4 so far this year, for a total time this year of 19 minutes and 3 seconds.
Wow.
So the 4 Code 60s that we've had, the first one was 14 minutes, second one was 10. Then we were just 3 minutes Code 60, and then 5 minutes for the fourth period. So the corner workers, the rescue recovery vehicles, getting on with the job very quickly indeed, and that's good news.
Hats off to all of them. That's a huge point of pride that such a small amount of time has actually been lost out of this race for that.
Absolutely.
ST Racing's BMW M4 is in the pits. John Boyd's brought that in from the first position, in GT4.
The new leader, Shay was just saying that it's the new leader in GT4, having taken over the lead from the Winwood Racing Mercedes, which is trying to decide whether or not it's a retirement, I think.
I don't see them turning over so easily. Russell sounded pretty dejected.
Yeah, but they didn't know what the problem was at that time. I think they've realised now it's less of a, well, I say less of an issue. It's still a massive problem, and it's going to have to take quite a bit of the car apart in order to fix it. But it's not an engine failure, so it's not going to require a full engine change. And if it's just a coolant leak, then that is repairable. They are going to lose. They have lost the lead. They're going to lose a lot more laps as well. But definitely worth trying to get it out in even in the next, well, sometime in the next 3 hours, because you've still got over half the race to compete in tomorrow.
And with a 10-lap penalty, you could work on the car all night.
That's true.
And then you've got from now until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to get the thing fixed. Without a 10-lap penalty, then you have to stop work on it when the race finishes at 10:30 tonight. Currently just after 7:30.
Keating and Bone are together on the track. I mean, much closer than they were when we mentioned it a few minutes ago, Johnny. They both were exiting the hairpin within easily 2 seconds of one another. Keating is drafting Bone as they go down the backstretch into turn 12. He's going to be a little bit too far away yet, but their bouncing balls on our track map are together to the point where it looks like a Venn diagram. One is intersecting with the other.
The estimate that I have is that Bone has 4 more laps of the stint, so he will be trying just to avoid being lapped before he comes into the pits, but regardless, he has less fuel aboard his car, so he's going to have to give best to Ben Keating either before or after his pit stop. Doesn't matter, he'll then go lap, or in fact after he's had his pit stop he'll be 2 laps down. So it's a trying time of the races for Herbert. They can't keep up with the Mercedes in terms of pace. They can't go as long on a tank of fuel. The only advantage they have is that their pit stops are shorter.
Yeah, that's true. And this is the battle that they've always wanted to face in the A6 Pro category, with a number of wins across the years. Won this race 2 years ago as well, but got a real challenge on from the fellow German squad, Black Falcon, with Ben Keating now pushing incredibly hard to try and force that extra lap on the 91 car, which in turn is having to deal with some traffic. The CP Racing Mercedes just a bit further up the road from Ralph Bone. That's Joe Foster CP Racing competing at their home event, but they've done every other event in the 24H series as well. So an awful lot of toing and froing over the Atlantic for that squad to compete in all 5 races in the European season too.
fastest driver out there at the moment is actually Hendrik Still at the wheel of the TopSport Mercedes, number 90 in third place. He's lapping quicker than Ralph Bone ahead of him, but he's lapping quicker than Ben Keating as well. Not quite a second a lap quicker, but not far off. He's certainly over half a second a lap on average lap times quicker than Ben Keating. So the TopSport Mercedes, the Pro car, the one that is still running, going very well. Lucas Stolt having handed it over to Hendrik about half an hour or so ago, and Hendrik still then getting on with the job very effectively indeed.
There's been another incident out on the track involving the CP Racing Mercedes, car number 85, and this time the Speed Lover Porsche, number 978. It's Pierre-Yves Pack behind the wheel of that car which spent a long time in the garage with some damage, now back out and circulating. The last car is still circulating, but something happened between the two of them out on the track.
Well, yes, you rightly said we saw that car come into the pits, didn't we, the 978 Speed Lover Porsche. It was stopped out on the circuit going up towards turn 1. We assumed it was just a mechanical error. I just wonder if it might have had a bit of contact then, depending when that message involving regarding that incident, when that refers to. Sometimes some of the messages come up some time after the actual incident.
Well, that's possible, but also 978 could well have been passed by 85 recently, because 978 just heading into turn 19 now, pursuing the 906 car, which is another 991 entered Porsche, the Kelly Moss Road and Race Alan Metney driven car. But there could well have easily been a bit of a clash between Joe Foster and 978 Pierre-Yves Pack. So now Ben Keating caught up with a fair bit of traffic, because 5 or 6 little dots dancing around turns 7 and 8 on our track diagram, which means that the 91 car has just broken free for a brief spell, heading through the kink now at 10. But Ben Keating, I think, has pretty much cleared all that traffic, so both cars, Bone and Keating, into some clear air now.
I feel very badly, Johnny, for the drivers of the Monlau competition Cupra. Not only did they start on pole, then they had the incident where Tom Black said, I wasn't able to slow down with the CP Racing Mercedes in front of him, plowed into the back. They had a light bar impacted in the nose of that car before the start of the race. It was completely flush with the hood. It was supposed to just be an extra bit of headlight. That's what all of the drivers would have driven with last night during night practice, to learn where the apexes are at night, to learn where the braking markers are. Now there's a big piece of red tape across where that light bar was, and there's no light bar there. So they're going to go out with only the standard headlights on the car and find that Circuit of the Americas is a lot darker than they remember.
Yeah, and that's Stuart Hall due out in the car next. He's scheduled to be the next driver in it, and I would imagine he's arranged for himself to take the car from. He won't be able to take it to the end from here, but take the bulk of the night racing. So Stewie doesn't need to see where he's going. He knows his way around.
Well, no, he could race around here with his eyes closed, but that's going to be a hampering problem though for the rest of this race, and indeed the nighttime portion tomorrow. They won't be able to work on it overnight even, once the cars are locked down into parc ferme conditions. And the team will have spent a long time focusing those lights as well to make sure that the drivers are happy with which bits the lights are picking out as they turn through the corners. And all that's come to naught now because of the contact.
Yes, I mean, you kind of do the maths on it. 10 laps is the penalty that you would take if you did work on it overnight. That's about, 25 minutes of track time if you did it during the daytime. If they can sort out a fix, I would think it is probably worth doing in time for tomorrow's night section.
Yep.
But whether to do it and if they can do it in less than 20 minutes, they'll be better off doing it towards the early afternoon tomorrow if the car's still running well. I suppose that's why they'll send Stewie out now and say, how bad is it? And if Stuart Hall comes back and says, no, it's fine, those headlights are good enough, then they'll leave it that way.
It would be amusing just to see him grab out a tube of super glue and new light bar on the front.
Those things are always kind of awkward to fix because you don't just fix it, you have to engineer it first. You have to design what you're going to do rather than just, it's like a lot of these things. Oh, how are we going to fix this? Oh, well, somebody needs to work out where the holes need to go and where something needs to be drilled and where something needs to be bolted on. And it's not always as straightforward as that.
And the officials will be happy for the cars to run without a light bar, right? As long as it's got two functioning standard headlights, then visibility for the marshals to pick out that car will be sufficient. But plenty of teams wanting to put extra lights on, including a number of the Porsche Cup cars. To Joe Bradley, who's got a little bit more for us from the pits.
I've got a driver duel. These two guys are out of the 114. That's the Autorama Volkswagen Golf, currently third in the TCR class. Yannick, Stefan, I'm going to start with you. Now, you have been like a team manager, crew chief all season. Congratulations, European champions. But here you are driving. Now, that came about very last minute that you became the driver.
Yeah, this last minute, Walter, our driver, broken the shoulder, and he's at home in Switzerland and looks on the TV. Yeah, and we have so many stickers on the car. We have Walter back soon.
Yannick, Stefan tells me his English is very poor. That's why he's dragged you in. I always have a good conversation with Stefan. So tell me, you want to say something to your teammate at home who's probably really, really sad that he's not driving here at COTA?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a shame not to have you here, Walter, but I'm sure you will be back soon and we're going to race together.
You guys are currently third. How are you going to approach the rest of this race? We're almost going to stop tonight. Does it make a big difference with stopping and then restarting in the morning?
Well, it's the first time actually I experienced
Yannick
this.
is driving
So
two
far
cars
I've only
here.
done 24-hour races in one piece. So yeah, curious to see what difference this makes. It's a new experience.
And are you driving two cars, Yannick? Are you in the 114 and the 112?
Yes, that's right.
So I suppose we're not going through the night. That's easy, isn't it?
Oh, it's never easy, isn't it? Still a night bit here. I'm trying to maximize that one, and then we see tomorrow. We start anew, basically. It's like two 12-hour races.
Now, my question is there any difference between the cars?
Between the 112 and 114? Not really, no. They're pretty similar, and even the setup, we made it exactly the same. So it's not that much of an adaptation.
Were you part of creating that setup, Yannick?
Yes.
Your decision?
Yes. In qualifying, actually, they were a little bit different, and then we went for the better option.
Let me ask you, all right, Stefan, it's fair to say, no disrespect, but Stefan's the amateur driver. Do you look for a setup that suits Stefan rather than you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the end, you're only as strong as your team, and if someone doesn't feel comfortable in the car, then there's no point in it. So we always try to find the best compromise between, let's say, an aggressive setup, but also a well-drivable setup and a tire-saving setup. It's also key here.
Stefan, did Yannick give you a good setup? Are you happy?
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, both cars. Perfect.
See, his English is fine. Thanks, guys. It's great to see you. Congratulations once again. European champions there, the Autorama team with Wolf Sport, and they're currently second and third. Yannick driving two cars. I just remembered that. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, Yannick's had a big year as well, busy year, because he's been dancing between TCR and GT3 machinery, because a full year of the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well, which travels Europe with the European Le Mans Series. I think that's probably good knowledge to have, because he knows where the GT3s are stronger compared to his TCR car, and knows really where to put his car to help out those guys in the GT Series.
And importantly, not only are Autorama European champions, they're on the cusp of being the champions of the continents as well. So you know, they've got every chance to take home both lots of trophies. Ralph Bone in the pits with the Herbert Porsche.
Do we expect him to be staying aboard? It's a toss-up. Let's see. Whose helmet is that? It's a bit blue on the front.
It's got somebody standing in front of it.
It's got someone standing directly in front of the car. Always very helpful for driver identification. Wearing Porsche overall. Oh, thank you. They have moved out of the way. All right. A blue helmet. I don't think
that will have changed to Alfred Renauer.
Yes, I believe that is Alfred, because Robert has one that is silver and yellow and white, so I believe you're correct. Very easy to tell the twins apart when they're wearing their helmets.
Much easier.
Very
easy. They should have to walk around with those on all the time.
No.
So, yes, we'll take a gamble on that being Alfred Renauer, and he won't be able to take it to the end. And John Hindhoff was mentioning earlier on, before Johnny Palmer came in, saying that Herbert, like all the other teams, will be back timing this now, trying to work out how far it is to the end of the first segment. They need to make sure they've got enough fuel aboard to manage the last 10 minutes, because they're not allowed to refuel in the last 10 minutes. But also, they have to do the formation lap tomorrow, and also they are not allowed to come into the pits at the end of the formation lap. They have to actually start the race and then come in. So there's potentially another 3 laps on top of the 10 minutes that they need to have enough fuel on board for at the end now. So there's that calculation going on, and then you are allowed to change the driver overnight. This is not one of those races where the same driver has to start as the one who finished, but you do have to keep the same tyres on the car unless the race director, I won't say changes his mind, because he hasn't actually made his decision yet, so he doesn't have to change his mind, but unless the race director permits tyre changes, then you're not allowed to change tyres. All you're allowed to do before the start of the second part is to clean the windows.
Pat was right.
Yes, Jim Briody is preparing himself to get back on board the 717 Mark II from Corroyser Racing, and Nick Damon, now we welcome back to the pit lane.
It's a party atmosphere down here. CJ can show you. Look, there's balloons. There's 100. There's, how about hooray? Come on, hooray! There we go. See, I can get a crowd going. It's for Jim for his night stint there. Oh, I'm a marshal of the crowds. Really, I've been lost. I should be doing the Radio 1 Roadshow, shouldn't I, from 1986?
If only it were 1986.
Well, the biggest problem is, if it was 1986, I'd be under investigation, wouldn't I?
And I would be -4, so I'm glad it's not 1986.
I mean, this is the magic of 24-hour racing, isn't it, though, that Jim will know and understand so well. It's not just about doing the start and getting out there and doing a brilliant stint, as Jim has already done. It's then about taking the car over when it's not going to be as good as it was when he got in it at the beginning. He's got to deal with a little bit of, there'll be a little bit of brake wear coming in now. The brakes won't be as good as they were. There may be a little bit of more movement in the car as it's beginning to flex a little bit. And Jim will have to adapt his style to that, but with all his experience, I'm sure he'll be quickly on it and overtaking people right, left and centre.
Just needs to open his ears and the adrenaline will start to flow with that great V8 it's right in front of him, because it's not changed the engine note in the hours that we've been running, thundering around. You can easily tell that it's the Mark II V8 passing you by with your eyes closed. And Jim Briody, I'm sure, very excited indeed, as you say, to get back at the wheel of that car. There's been an interesting point made by Creventic regarding the races that have been eligible for the Championship of the Continents. You think all the way back to Dubai, that was a win for an Audi R8. Then at Portimao, we had a win for a Ferrari 488. That would have been a Scuderia Praha victory, I think. Barcelona I wasn't at, but I did read up on the result, of course, and that was a Lamborghini Huracan. And this is potentially going to go the way of a Mercedes, if not a Porsche. So we could have 4 different types of car winning the 4 different races.
Regardless of whether it's a Porsche or a Mercedes, yes.
Yeah.
So in actual fact, for a Lamborghini to win would be a very tall order.
Yes.
For an Audi to win would be quite a tall order. For a Ferrari to win, it would also be a very tall order. So, yes, I think we are almost certainly going to have a different winner of this element of the championship of the continent. Was that Kuhn who brought back to your attention?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes,
I think it may have popped up on the Twitter feed as well at 24H Series. But yeah,
or possibly James Gent, give him the credit if it was him. We'll try and work out that one. But yes, good shout for that car. In comes Cor Oyser with the 717 Mark II V8. Takes a penalty before he hands the car over to Jim.
It's the first time I think we've had these cars racing here, Paul, without a McLeod behind the wheel, because it's been Ryan and Jared in the past. So, sons of the Bathurst 1000 winner.
Indeed, yes, and very much part of the Mark Cars brand. For it is a Mark Cars brand. May look like something else, but the Mark II with its V8 and a real Cor Oyser sort of car. We've been lauding Jim Briody, and rightly so, after 100 24-hour races. But Cor Oyser is a bit of a hero as well. I mean, I'm sure Nick will get a word with Cor, because he's a personal hero, at least, because he's done everything in terms of racing over the years. I mean, Shay has a little notebook here that she has notes on all the drivers, but she has a separate notebook on everything that Cor Oyser has done, because he's done so much. I mean, he has literally, as many Le Mans as he's done. But anyway, we can go down to Nick now. He's down there in the pits.
Well, I think Cor's fallen out with the man holding his lollipop board, because he virtually ran him over. We both exchanged glances there going, oh, okay. So this car's going for full service. Cor Oyser out, Jim Briody on. Just to my left, the 34 car collection. Audi is leaving after a full service, where I can tell you right now that Elmar Grimm got in, because Elmar Grimm is the tallest man in the world, so that was easy to see. I've no idea who got out, and that's going up the fuel stop. The Mustang, or the Mustang style car, they can't call it Mustang, can they? It's copyrighted. The Mark II VDS is just finishing its full service. I've been informed through my ears it was Max Edelhoff who got out of the car collection machine, the young man who took a couple of races off to complete his business degree this year, which he's doing in Spain for some reason. This is almost overdue to be released. I'm not sure whether the cheering crowd of, I think there's like 4 generations of fans and friends will leave, or whether they'll watch every lap with bated breath. But they are actually taking a bit of time to do a bit of work on the rear left. I'm not sure whether they're not doing a... They're doing clear out. They didn't change anything, so I'm not quite sure what they did there. They didn't change... No, well, they weren't on the side of the brake caliper. They were actually on the other side of the brake, so the back of the car. It has got a bit of scuffage around, so when they were slightly worried there was a problem, they were cleaning out some detritus. Can't tell you, the car's now getting a push start. Waiting for it to be released. Holding on for a bit. Oh, big cheering now. The cheering from behind as the crowd acknowledges that Jim's about to get going, and in an ultimate anticlimax, he's gone nowhere. Oh no, yes, no, and gone. There we are. And he gets this big smile from the crowd. I'll have a word with Cor in a minute.
Yeah, excellent, because I'm not sure we've heard from Cor all weekend so far.
No, that was kind of why I was wanting to, whilst, I don't want to take away from Jim's moment, but without Cor Oyser, it wouldn't be happening. Nick's down with Cor Oyser now.
With Cor, so what's it like being the young man of the team compared to Jim?
Well, after this weekend, I'm the old man. I'm taking Jim's position. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a pity he's quitting, but time to go sometimes.
Looks like you're getting a good run with this Mark car. You've struggled over the past few years to get reliability, but this car seems a bit better on that.
Well, I must say the car is handling very well. It's good on the bumps, it's good on the brakes, good on the tires. We have great help from the factory, from Australia. So we are happy with the concept.
And how is it? Is it a fun car to drive though?
Absolutely. V8 is always fun to drive. It's manpower, and I love it.
So this is Jim's 100th 24-hour race. How many endurance races have you done, Cor? Must be several hundred.
I'm around 75, so I'm catching up.
Better keep going a bit then. Thanks, Cor.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, it's still got a quarter of Jim's tally to go.
Yeah, the difference is that Cor's done Le Mans 6 times, and I'm pretty sure he's done, I'm just trying to look up to see if he's done the Spa 24-hour race as well. No, I don't think he has done the Spa 24 hours. of Jim's record, although Jim has done the Nürburgring 24 hours, he's never done either Spa or Le Mans, and you know, choose it whichever way you like. Those are the big 24-hour races. Daytona, of course, the other one.
I've potentially got core at Spa 24 with Peter Cox in a Honda Integra in 2000.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
So that was well before it was a fully GT race, because the history of Spa is more of a saloon car, touring car style race, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The longer history of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Core's experience spans not only sports cars, GT cars, single seaters. I mean, he started racing the way everybody should start single seaters, in Formula Ford.
Yep.
And went up from Formula Ford into Formula 3, Formula 3000. I have a feeling he got a brief Formula 1 test at some point. Does your record show that?
He raced in kart.
Oh, yes, C-A-R-T kart.
Yep.
Yes.
C-A-R-T.
Yeah.
In the States.
Yeah, so I mean, not a driver who has gone easily into sports car racing, because he had a very substantial Formula 1 career. As I say, I have a feeling he had a brief test in a Formula 1 car at one point.
Not finding that now, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen, of course.
Yeah, so as I say, a personal hero, just because he's been around for a long time and has done 75 24-hour races of his own. So how old is Core? Can you...
Yes, I did have that. 62.
62. So he's got 13 years on Jim.
Yeah.
So that's something else that I have in common with Core Oyser.
There you go. I'm sure that'll please you. Core's Formula 1 career could easily have become a reality had Mercedes not intervened. Or that, had it not been for a computer software company in Rotterdam, the Dutchman's legendary career may not have happened at all. This is an article actually you can find on the 24H series website from 2018. It's dead easy to find, dated the 26th of September that year. Just type in "Who Am I?" Core Oyser 24H series and you'll find it. And it's quite an in-depth interview actually with the legend that is Core Oyser.
Good, okay. Thank you for that. So a bit of trying to be even-handed amongst the various hero drivers that are participating in this year's 24 Hours of COTA.
The 34 Audi remains the A6. No, it doesn't. Not the A6 AM leader now. But so we have got a bit of flipping and flopping between the CP Racing and the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, therefore. And 6'5" Elmer Grimm got in last time around. So he's not quite the tallest man in the world, but he's taller than any of us. And the 34 car now falling then off the lead lap. Yes, he will do, of A6 AM. But have you done a calculation yet, Paul, to find out what car is like, if we were to continue on in this rhythm, whether it's going to be 85 or 34 to lead overnight? Because, as I say, the 34 car definitely came in from the lead to take its latest stop, and they're obviously pitting at different times, so we can enjoy different leaders in the AM category.
It looks at the moment as if the 34 will be in the lead at the 11-hour mark, but it won't have any fuel on board. Well, it will, but not too much. So the first thing it'll have to do in the first part of the next race is refuel. So they may well elect to take an extra stop at the end of this race, at the end of this part of the race, or towards the end of this race, just to get that fuel on board. But if they carry on the schedule, they do have enough fuel to get to the end, but not really enough to go much further into tomorrow's race. And in some ways, it's a bit like when you're going somewhere tomorrow morning, it's better to refuel tonight rather than have to get up that 10 minutes early in order to get to the refueling station. Does anybody else do that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, never want to get up that 10 minutes early.
No, so that extra 10 minutes, you'd far rather do it tonight on the way home rather than do it tomorrow morning if you have to go somewhere in the morning. Same principle. So that car may well end up just sacrificing its position in the lead, but it will be on the lead lap, and so therefore they'll be starting nose to tail. And if the car collection car has time to make the full refueling stop, then it will be starting with a fuller tank of fuel if it stops at the end of this portion of the race. That's the way that flip-flopping should pan out by the end of today's race.
For all the Windward Racing fans out there, the Mercedes-AMG GT4 is still in the garage. It's completed 177 laps. The GT4 leader, the ST Racing BMW, has completed 191. So they have now fallen down 14 laps. But it looks as if the car is more put together than it was the last time we got a camera shot of it.
It does look as though they're in the process of putting it together rather than taking it apart at the moment. Joe Bradley can give us perhaps a...
No, the other one.
Oh, who's the other one? Nick. What's his name?
Here he is.
Well, Joe could give you an idea, but Joe's out eating fish somewhere. Yeah, walked in to see what's going on. It does look a bit more together. Rather worryingly, as soon as I walked up, two big, burly, fully fire-suited men turned up with fire extinguishers, because I think they're just fiddling with the fuel rail, so they're just being careful. As you can see, they are putting things back together again, working with the fueling system and the cooling system around the, we believe it's the intercooler and the turbos. Those are the little turbos. You can see them there. Hopefully you can see the scroll of the turbo underneath the heat sinking, that silver heat sinking. That's the turbos down there. An hour and a quarter they've been in here, so it's been a major problem, but not as was originally thought by the driver who got out of the car, a race problem, but they are getting things back together. It's the going together part of it all, but there's still a few bits to be pulled in and pushed about. They've got the car hooked up to power. I can't see a driver yet suited and booted, but that's probably just a case of putting on a helmet, but they are still a little bit wary of a potential fire. But I'd say 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, and they'll be back out again.
Fingers crossed. Certainly that kind of length of stop will be enough for them to put Nick Foster back in the car if they should want to, because that gap will be enough to count as his rest period before the car's, if the car goes back out again. A bit of a coming together out on the circuit between the 978 and the 982 Porsches, and they have been together before. There was already an incident on the circuit between the two of them, and they're having a bit more argy-bargy. Again, 978 being the speed lover Porsche, currently in the hands of Richard Verburg, and the 980, Dave Roberts at the wheel of the MRS car, which we saw J.M. Lippmann limbering up to get into a little while ago. Well, it's not in the car yet. That car, the MRS car, is still in the hands of Dave Roberts, number 980.
That's the car that they also share with Dr. Alex Marmorano, the crazy man who drove Pikes Peak in a GT4 Porsche Cayman.
I remember you telling us about that earlier on, yes.
Oh my gosh, can't imagine.
Just go back, because I thought about it a minute ago when you were talking about Elmar Grimm at the wheel of the Car Collection Motorsport Audi. Elmar, astonishingly, features on Binksy, we'll give her a mention, Binksy DB. Her Twitter photo has a picture of her interviewing Elmar, but because it's a full-length picture, you can see that Binksy's actually standing on a box interviewing Elmar Grimm. So if you're not following Binksy DB, give her a follow, have a look at her picture, and do whatever it is you do on Twitter to show that you approve.
That's what I was going to ask you. What's the name of the driver who races under a pseudonym with Herbert most of the time? His pseudonym name, not his real name, because I can remember his real name.
Edward Lewis Browner.
Yes, that's his real name. What's his pseudonym?
Edward Lewis Browner is his pseudonym.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, then I'm glad that... Perfect. He also is a very tall man.
Yes, he is.
So perhaps he should share a car at some point with Elmer Graham.
I see. Yes,
and Cooper McNeil.
We could have Team Tall.
And Lee Keane, for that matter.
And Martin Haven could commentate.
Perfect. Tall people only racing league. Let's hear your suggestions for tall drivers to join that. Send us a note on Twitter.
Patrick Long? Oh, no.
No. Bergmeister?
Well, I think
Bergmeister?
Patrick Long.
Yes, no, I understood. And Patrick Lindsay. See, you've kindled things in my mind there unintentionally, Paul.
Nick's got a few more to add to this list.
Well, I think the tallest motorsport personality I know of is Nick Worth. He's massive. He's incredibly tall. I remember in Monaco, a friend of mine, Ian, who unfortunately passed away this year, my fellow interviewer, had to stand on a front wheel to even look up at him in an adoring way. He's about 6'6", mad as a box of frogs, and also a genius at every turn.
You careful what you say about Nick Worth. Yes, of Worth Research, the who was heavily heavily involved with Simtek, of course.
Ahead of his time. Do you think that
still is.
CFD was the answer to everything when you did actually still need an actual wind tunnel? Perhaps it is now. 5 years ago, not so much.
Last time I spoke to him wasn't that long ago. They were designing aerodynamic assistant to put on the top of lorries and trucks, and you know, the kind of
wind deflectors.
Wind deflectors that help. And he said it was improving the fuel consumption of a certain delivery company in the UK by about 10%. So they were massively thankful to Verth Research's wackiness and, as you say, an absolute genius. Hendrick's still in second place. And is coming towards the end of his stint now in the car number 90, which will then enable, when he comes in within the next couple of laps, it will enable Alfred Renau to take back second place. Alfred, to be fair, since he's taken over the car, has been lapping more quickly than Hendrick, still ahead of him, and also more quickly than Ben Keating in the Black Falcon Mercedes. So when the Herbert Porsche is in the hands of one of the Renauers, it goes pretty quickly. But Bone and Alleman not quite as close to the pace of the two Renauers on this occasion as they are at some of the other circuits that Herbert Motorsport visit.
Is Keating getting near the end of his stint? He had a bit of traffic the last lap around, but he did significantly slower.
He's about 2/3 of the way into it so far.
Yeah, if a 14 flat just doesn't seem like the sort of pace that Keating had been pulling out. And I only see one bouncing dot that he would have had to, well, perhaps two that he would have had to deal with that last lap around, the Speed Lover Porsche and maybe the MRS Porsche as well, a bit further back down the track.
Out of one of the slower corners onto the middle straight between the left-hander at 19 and 20. Almost went back into traffic and travel mode there. That's terrible. Junction 19, nearly junction 19 and junction 20. That shows I'm getting a little bit tired now, late into the Saturday night. So
as long as there isn't a roundabout, Johnny.
Yeah, well, you don't get on too well with those.
No, we don't do those here.
Or as where I come from, they call them islands. But a lot of people don't understand that roundabouts are islands. Anyway, thankfully there are none of those on this particular configuration of track. And Denis Sogliev in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini number 710, running in 9th position overall, but the SPX race leader more crucially, and has a 5-minute lead over the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes of Daniel Schwervelt, although that car is currently in the fueling area, the 464. Jim Briodi, fairly early on into his stint, just 12 minutes, running in the 717 Korreuser Mark car then. That is third in that particular category. And when you combine both races into one, 12th place overall for Jean-Francois Heavy in the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra. So Car 101 leads the TCE race, but is well ensconced into the GT Series cars as well. The 450 Brett Strom-driven R8C Jorgensen Strom BMW M4 now comes down pit road from second place in the GT4s, and Nick Damon's watching the stop.
And out. Well, Ian has got Joe Miller, out has got Brett Strom, as you say. Very standard stop. Some nice NASCAR-style speedy nut attachment, which is quite nice. That's very exciting for me this time of night. Also, trying to keep warm is another thing that's exciting. It's a bit chilly out here, I can tell you. Everything else has gone pretty standard. They're having a bit of a delay getting the driver settled in. It looks like he may actually have a slight issue with the linking of his radio. And they drive away because his car suffering from earlier problems which lost it some time as the M4 struggled with their new balance of performance and set themselves up with no practice.
Who was that getting out of that car? Brett Strom is listed against it, so it would be him clambering out. Darren Jorgensen, would that make sense getting in? Paul? We shall see.
Brett Strom out,
yes.
And John Miller. John Miller is into that car, yeah.
I had a really nice chat with John Miller on the pit lane when I was walking down toward the far end, And he was telling me that following the conclusion of this race, Johnny, he's getting on a plane and flying to Malta because his wife is performing with Cirque du Soleil in Malta for the next 6 weeks. So he's going over there to help support her very multi-talented family. John Miller, who's quite an accomplished driver coach. I didn't pick that up about him, though, that his wife was so accomplished as well.
Brett Strom is now ready to be interviewed by Nick Damon, which is quite a privilege.
It is indeed, Brett. Difficult first hour or two getting used to the New Balance performance. How's the car been the rest of today?
Pretty terrible, frankly.
That's very honest.
Yeah. We had the engine issues, but we were trying to really soften the car up for these bumps, and I think we went too far. So on the long run, the car got miserable to drive. Like John Miller was he's in now. He was having a pretty rough go of it. The car was just awful, but we made some changes during pit stops, and it's good now. It's significantly better. Let's put it that way.
For us engineering layman, what is the effect for the driver on the road when you make the car too soft? Why is it horrible?
We think what happened, it was actually good in short runs, but I think when it was hotter out, the shock fluid was getting warm, so the viscosity went down. The car just was totally under damped. So I'm pretty sure, without looking at the shock pots, that it was bottoming. So I think what was happening is he'd get into the corner of the car, would load up, and then it would hit the bump stop, and then he just had nothing. It's like it looked awful. He did a good job keeping it on the road, frankly. So.
But now you're happy with it, and you've got the whole of tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited. I feel like we're back in it after our pretty terrible start. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked. My crew has been awesome. Like, they got that intercooler changed, and we sorted it out, and BMW's been helping us. So it's been good.
One of the advantages, I suppose, really, Brett, is that you have a problem the first couple of hours. You've got 22 to make it back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it definitely didn't. Changed our stint plans a little bit, but we knew it's a super long race, and last year a lot of cars broke. So we knew it's an endurance race, so you just keep going.
Brett, thank you very much. And in other news, actually, Shay, a quick word to you. I'm going to Valletta for a week just after Christmas. Can you get me tickets to Cirque du Soleil from your new friend?
That's John Miller, so co-driver of the man you just talked to. So just turn around and start talking to Brett.
You had a perfect opportunity there to do it yourself.
John's in the car. Can't run alongside saying, tickets, please.
Well, you can wait until he gets out of the car.
I kind of thought with Shay's, lady about pit lane type of persona, how she's everyone's friend in the US world, that she could just kind of lean on John and go, John, my friend is going to Valletta. Can you get some tickets to see your wife? Sounds weird.
Now that you've said it out loud and you can hear it, yes, just a little bit. No, just become friends with John. He's a very nice man.
I've got time. I've got to talk to other cars. Things are breaking down. Come on, Shay.
Surely you're only in this job for yourself, though, and the perks you can gain.
Well, that's true. The never-ending perks of pit lane work, the chill blanes, the strange freeze-frame captures of me with strange facial expressions.
Yeah,
what
talking
more could
to
a
dogs.
man No, hang on, no. Talking to dogs is a genuine perk.
Right, we'll leave that there. And Rye may well feature again at some point tomorrow, but probably sensibly now fast asleep, it being 8:20 in the evening, but no chance for race drivers to take a nap just yet. There's still 2 hours and 8 minutes to go.
The number 90 Top Sport Mercedes, having been in the pits, has now got fuel and is on its way back out into the race. Hendrick still brought the car in.
Lucas Stoltz taking it out.
And Lucas Stoltz taking it out. So that's not quite going with the driver rotation, but probably an attempt to keep the car as far up as it possibly can be in this phase of the race.
No problem. Just trying to work out which Porsche's going slowly. It's the 980 car from MRS GT Racing. This is early on in the lap. Hasn't quite reached the end of the first sector for MRS. And it's JM Lippmann at the wheel. So is it the 980? Yes, it is, because it hasn't reached the end of the first sector and therefore has 3 sector times to its name for the previous lap. And JM Lippmann's now going behind the barrier. So parking it up to a safe location. maybe that will give him opportunity to try and fix the car and he'll come back out again. But was it side-to-side contact? Yes, with the Speed Lover car, and that unsettled both machines. What it may have done, of course, is popped one of the Hankook tyres as a result if it's side-to-side. Maybe wheel on tyre, or it's perhaps folded the very top portion of the wheel arch over onto the wheel. Also, the Sin R1 GT4, Nick, is in the garage.
Being pushed in, just trolled in slowly. It's looking to me, now this could be an optical illusion, like it's got a issue on the rear right. I'm just wondering, it looks low, but that could just be, it looks very low on the back, actually. It could just be a very low-looking car. Oh, no, that's because it's got a puncture on the rear left, which has made everything low. So the rear left is the car, the tyre that's down. Oddly, it's not got an obvious tear, but it has got a bit of a puncture. Let's see if it comes off, whether it's done any more damage. So the left was actually down, which made the right look low, and it should be the extra tyre being wheeled through. Not quite sure why they've wheeled it into the garage for just for a tyre replacement. They're looking at some issues at the front, but that's been solved by redoing the clip, having a look around. I think they're taking the chance to do a little bit of maintenance. I think they've the car's got a little bit tired over the last 8 or 9 hours, and they're just tightening everything up. The tyre is on. It looks like the rear suspension might be okay. They're finding it hard to seat that rear left tyre. Now the big mono nut gun goes on. So it's got a centre ring pull. Yep, they're happy with it. I think it's going to go out again. So they are, yeah, they're going to reset. So they've had, basically they've kind of belt and braced that one slightly, but it should be coming back out again pretty soon, Johnny.
Okay, so the rear left tyre, the bigger concern, but there is the opportunity to do a little bit of routine maintenance on it as well before it's sent out again, and fresh tyres by the looks of things going on that car on all 4 corners. So it came in, did the 401 with Jade Buford at the wheel from 4th position in GT4, but the class is led by the ST Racing BMW M4 of Samantha Tan. And ST being Samantha Tan, indeed, the 388 entered car.
I think that replay that we were shown just a few moments ago, Johnny, was a replay of an earlier incident from when David Roberts was driving the car.
The 980?
Yes. When we got a visual of that car as it had come to a stop safely on the West course, which we're not running this weekend, it's a very easy access point to come back to the garages. There was damage on the left front of that car. The bumper was pushed in a manner in which it wasn't 20 minutes before when it came in and did its pit stop. So I think that was new contact, unfortunately, for J.M. Littman.
Okay. Well, the car has disappeared, hasn't it, behind the wall for a little while. There's a start-looking question mark next to J.M. Littman's name currently in the MRS GT Racing Porsche then. 3rd still in the 991 division. Well, that's mainly because the cars behind are so far back. In fact, one didn't even start, and the 978 Speed Lover car has also been in the wars.
But it is now 5 minutes since JM's car went behind the wall, and because of his consideration taking it behind the wall, there's no code 60 required. The car will be recovered to the pits by one of the recovery units, but good news, doesn't need a code 60 to do so.
John Miller out of turns 1 and 2 now in the 450 RHC Jorgensen Strom car. So this is a guy that we've been talking a lot about and not necessarily all connected with motorsport. Nick Damon possibly going to make a beeline for him at the end of this stint. 3rd position in GT4. That makes the top 3 all BMW M4s, ST Racing, Zorgren Sport and the RHC Jorgensen Strom car. Shows that the BMW is a very reliable machine, and it's also carrying good speed this weekend. Or the critic might say that that's got the better of the balance of performance this weekend. It's not a great deal up against it, really, because the other GT4s have had those problems. Winward still in the pits, and now the Sin R1 in for some routine maintenance as well.
It's been attrition rather than anything else for BMW, and we mentioned it in qualifying last night, the absence of the Aston Martin of Nico Verdonk and Rodrigue Guillaume in the number 1 car, which is very often a strong contender in the GT4 class. Nico back at home having a baby today, or at least his wife's having a baby, and Nico being the dutiful husband and holding her hand while she does so. it was due today, so hopefully it's all gone well back at Nico's Belgian home. The car that was second, the Top Sport Mercedes, now third, and as Shay rightly identified, Luca Stoltz has taken that car over, so it was he who handed it over to Hendrik still, and now Luca taking it over again, so those two more experienced drivers trying to get it up to a good position at the end of this segment of the race. Ben Keating in the leading car, the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, which has led this race since lap 124 at about 6:30 this evening. That car should be able to complete its pit stop without having to lose the lead, and Ben Keating will be coming in to hand the car over probably to Cooper McNeil, I would think, Shay.
I would think you're right. Much like the Volt Racing Porsche, Paul, there are some drivers who have such bright helmet liveries that you can see them from space, and Luca Stoltz with the bright orange is one of those, as the MRS Porsche number 980 has returned to the pit lane with the assistance of the Nissan Tundra pickup truck. Actually, it might be a Titan pickup truck. And J.M. Littman, still behind the wheel of that car, has taken off his gloves. There is some serious scuffage, as Nick Damon would say, on the left front of that car. That appears to be new. And the car going up on the air jacks and then getting boosted up another level yet. So there will be some work going on under the bottom of this car before it can head back out onto the track.
Yes, I just wonder what that might be. If it's floor damage, then that might be quite time-consuming for the team to repair. In comes Ben Keating. Got the guesstimate of his number of laps right that time.
Well done.
Well, I was a bit shocked by Jerome Blakemoden having stayed out for 36 laps on the previous stint. Ben Keating a more reasonable 32 laps on his stint, but it will be a driver change, and that is Cooper McNeil.
No, that's not.
Is it not?
That, I believe, is Felipe Fraga's helmet, and yes, with the Red Bull livery on the side. So Felipe will be taking this to the end of the race, as we are almost within 2 hours remaining, which means that it's just about time to give everyone an idea of the class standings. But we'll wait out the rest of this pit stop first, because this won't change the order, but it is an important moment. Want to make sure that everything goes through clearly. The driver change was the last bit done. The car now rolls and will go to the refueling station before it is then clear to head back out onto the circuit.
Right, so 2 hours to go till 10:30 tonight. It is therefore 8:30 this evening, and the lights are flashing frantically on the top of the famous tower here at the Circuit of the Americas. The TCE order of the 8 cars that started, still 7 are running. Sadly, the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic is out of the race. That's the 126 FK7 shape of Honda Civic. However, Red Camel Jordans.NL, their Cupra, number 101, leading the way with Jean-Francois Evie doing the driving in that Cupra, ahead of Vincent Rademacher in the AC Motorsport Audi RS3, and that's car 188. Then the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, the 114 Volkswagen Golf, the first of a couple of sister machines, therefore, in 3rd and 4th positions. And the Top Car Sport by Baz Kooten Racing car, number 131, is the, second of the Cupras in the order, ahead of the Monlaud competition machine, the 107 machine. And then the Cup 1 car, the only one that started the race, still circulating though. And Benito Targal about to cross the line now, so 851 in 7th position in the BMW M240i Racing Cup car. As I say, sadly, the home crew of Atlanta Speedworks no longer running. And then GT Series looks like this. Black Falcon with their number 4 Mercedes, the AMG, is out front by 5.5 minutes, although Ben Keating is currently in the fueling area, so that gap's going to come down between he and Alfred Renauer. Black Falcon leading Herbert Motorsport, Mercedes from Porsche, numbers 4 and 91. 3rd position is the number 90 Lucas Stoltz Top Sport WRT Mercedes. Then the CP Racing AMG GT3 of Joe Foster, number 85. 5th position is Elmar Grimm, and remember, it's Joe Foster's Mercedes and Elmar Grimm's Audi duking it out for the A6 AM honours And, well, as we backtime things for the remaining 2 hours, it is likely that the 34 car will lead overnight, but obviously CP Racing want to prevent that from happening, or at least to stay in touch with the number 34 car. And it all depends on what sort of approach Car Collection take, whether to finish on sort of zero fuel or elect to fuel that car up before we get to the checkered flag, which will be displayed at 10:30. Richard Highstand for Volt Racing is another A6 Pro car. That's the Porsche that runs 6th, ahead of another car in the fueling area, Nikolai Rokivu, HB Racing's Ferrari. Alan Metney drives the Kelly Moss Road and Race entered Porsche, number 906, which is the 991 spec, the 991 class leader. And then 2 SPX cars running 9th and 10th. Lippert Motorsport lead the division ahead of Korreuser Racing's Mark II V8. 11th place is the Norbert Schneider-driven Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes AMG, the GTX spec car. Porsche Lorient Racing's Porsche is in 12th, the 911 entered car. ST Racing, Samantha Tan Racing with the 388 BMW M4 leads the GT4 category ahead of Zorg Rennsport's 451 car. It's the RHC Jorgensen Strom machine in 3rd, that's the 450, ahead of the 991 class of MRS GT Racing with the 980 machine, although that it has gone behind the wall and presumably been recovered by a vehicle not on the track to the paddock after a side-by-side glance with the 978, although that might have been completely unrelated as to why JM Lippmann had to take that car behind the tyre wall at sort of between turns 2 and 3 just 10 minutes or so ago. 17th place, but it's going to be a non-finish for Talksport WRT in the number 70 car. 18th position, the Racers Edge Motorsports, number 401, is back into the race after the sim had some bit of maintenance done on it and also a punctured tyre replaced. Winward Racing, though, still in the pits. That's the 433 Mercedes. Speed Lover are still a runner. Richard Verberg, the Dutchman for the Belgian squad. However, the bottom two, as I'm sure you've got the message now, didn't start the race, so they're still displayed on the timing and scoring screen, but 411 and 910 are, well, one a retirement, technically speaking, and one a non-starter. So, an hour and 55 still to go, and let's get some more news from Nick Damon in the pits.
With the 980, the Speed Lover Porsche, they are replacing a drive shaft. These are impressive heavy action on the spanner and the hammer element. So they smash out the old one and put in the new one. So this is most likely actually nothing to do with JM, and more likely to do with a previous just basically worn out. That side-by-side action may have perhaps done a slight problem to it previously, but on the whole, yep, this is just a bit of bad luck, lost the drive shaft. A number of cars have called in. I'm not sure whether they've done full services or just fuel, including the Lippert Lamborghini, the 85 CP Mercedes, and of course the car which came in and did do a full service just before we broke for the standings, which is the number 4 car in from the lead, and changing its driver rotation by putting Philippe Fraga in, so they are going to try and press home their advantage and get a lap ahead at least during this first part of the race.
Okay, thank you for that. John Miller's 450 RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW now just heading through turns 8 and 9, and Paul has this for us.
Well, just picking up from what Nick was saying about Felipe Fraga trying to get a lap ahead of the Herbert Motorsport car. Herbert still with Alfred Renau driving the car, but he'll be into the pits, I reckon, in about the next 20 minutes or so for his routine service. But because of this longer pit stop that the Mercedes has to make, it does the longer stint but a longer pit stop thereafter, the gap has actually come down between the two of them. So they are still a lap apart, but it's now not as much as it was before. So a longer pit stop from the Mercedes, but it's a lap and a half now rather than nearly 2 laps.
It shows that they're on the same lap at 1 minute and 2 seconds apart. So that's pretty revolutionary.
Yes, they are. Yes, absolutely. I apologise. I was looking at the wrong column. Yes, they are on the same lap. I knew the gap had come down. So yes, not only are they are on the same lap, but they are on the same lap and about half a lap apart. Whereas previously we saw Ralph Bone having to defend his position, as it were, from Ben Keating, wasn't it, who was then trying to lap him. But to ask Felipe Fraga to lap Alfred Renau is a tall order.
Is this a false sense of security that we've got a real battle brewing for the lead, potentially?
We're trying to get to that position, but of course, as long as they're on the lead lap, it's where you have this then game of cat and mouse, where they then try and get themselves into the best position for the restart, and that is to say, get the best set of tyres they possibly can on the car to get the cars fueled as much as it possibly can for the restart. And at some point, they'll be looking at each other saying, well, are you going to come in before the 10 minutes to go mark? Well, are you going to come in? And then they'll both try to copy each other, so that they'll be starting side by side at the front of the grid and with cars that are as similar as possible.
So advantage will be to whoever is closest toward the pit entrance right as the 10-minute mark is expiring.
Exactly so. And I think they'll probably do that. I think both teams will be aiming to make a pit stop right towards that 10-minute cutoff at the end of the first 11-hour section of this race.
One or two theories online that actually the two Porsches, the 980 and the 978, hit each other twice. One side to side and then one to force some damage on the front left corner.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
What Shay and I were discussing off air a minute ago is whether they'd actually hit each other three times. But twice is for sure. Yes.
Okay. Well, for whatever reason, JM Lippmann needing to go then to a safe part of the track, and presumably that was as a result of damage picked up from all of those incidents, so whether it be 1, 2 or 3, and now the chance then for that to be repaired. So the 980 car is currently in the garage, and now Nick Damon has actually a chance to get the word from the horse's mouth, if that's not being too rude to JM Lippmann.
It's not a horse, it's JM. You're the horse. First of all, bad luck with the drive shaft, but there's a kind of a conversation going on. Not necessarily you, but how many times has this car come into contact with the other Porsche?
As far as I know, about every lap, isn't it? Yeah, there was a little rub. Not quite sure what he was thinking.
Is that the big black mark on the nose?
No, I think it was on the other side.
So the nose is a different one.
Yeah. I think he's got a magical car. He's one of those he can transport himself from one side of the track to the other side without main game on. But it's only a friendly little rub. Rubbin's racing.
But you don't think that's anything to do with the drive shaft problem, though?
No, it's not. It's just because the left rear here takes a complete beating. I don't know why we're suffering. This is actually the second one we had. The first one was caught before it actually exploded, but it's just because the left front and left rear takes such a beating, especially through the S's and turn 1, 2, 3, 4. Just the left rear gets all the wear really. So not quite sure why we're suffering though.
Is this exacerbated by the bumps we've got this year?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's tough on the gearbox and tough on your bladder if you need a pee.
Classic JM. Thanks, mate.
Bad.
He's waving, by the way.
He's waving. He's waving about Mr. Chips. He's waving. There's another 80s TV reference for you.
Very good. It works perfectly over here as well in the US. Thank you, Nick. And yes, there's now a message on the screen relating to JM Lippmann's car, summoning the team manager of 980 to race control, and that was a message on the screen 4 minutes ago. He's been in the garage now, or in the pit lane and in the garage, for 15 minutes after the car was recovered back to the pits. So, difficulties related to the rear axle, to the drive shafts at the rear of that car, and an indication again of quite how punishing this circuit has become. I don't think it was that bad when it was first built, but it's been getting gradually worse over the years. And again, that's something that the teams have got to bear in mind, because we're barely close to half distance here. Another hour and 47 minutes to do tonight, plus an extra hour tomorrow, and then at only that point you're on the back nine.
You know how race car drivers' memories tend to exaggerate as they age, per se. Johnny Palmer, not quoting anyone that I know or using any real world experience on that one, but I'm not going to go so far as to say that the track was billiard smooth in 2012, but it certainly was a lot smoother than it is now. And it has continued to degrade year on year. As Jason Hart actually, out of the BMW, the Soar Grand Sport BMW, gave us a great description yesterday in practice because of the plane that they've built the track on. It is a shifting ground, so it's not as if the track was built poorly. It's just that the ground on which it was built tends to move. So you get bumps when that happens. But the first couple of years, the surface was really nice to race on. And I think it was 2016 was the first year we came back and just went, oh, it's a little bit different. 2017 was, okay, it's a little bit more different. And then last year was, okay, it's really different. This year it's fighting, much as one of the drivers is trying to get ready for his stint, fighting to be a competitor to Sebring.
Wide moment for Charles Espenlaub for the CP Racing Mercedes just a couple of seconds ago, by the way, and that meant that the number 91 Porsche was able to gain a bit more track time on it. Now, that's not a positional change because there are many laps between Alfred Renauer in 91 and Charles Espenlaub in 85, but it made the whole overtake that little bit easier. And Charles Espenlaub perhaps therefore on some rather old Hankook tyres now. They've seen better days, and he struggled to get the car turned in at turn 15.
Charles Espenlaub only just out in the car, in fact, in the number 85.
Oh, so maybe he got new tyres then, and they haven't got up to temperature yet.
That's probably a better excuse, yes. Turning the page in your notebook of excuses that drivers might give, Johnny.
Well,
but no, so
I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Quite, really deserves it. Just taking over from Joe Foster. But the A6 AM class is pretty nicely balanced. Elmar Grimm having had the benefit of Max Edelhoff having gone well in the car earlier on, and still in the lead of the class, but it all depends on how their refueling situation goes. Elmar Grimm due in for fuel at about quarter past, about another half an hour before we get the car collection car coming in. That will be one of the cars that runs as long as it possibly can between its pit stops, because it doesn't have a limitation on the amount of fuel that goes in at every stop. The number 34 Audi.
Frederick Ansel just bringing the Porsche Lorient Racing Cup car in from 12th position in the GT Series race and second place in the 991 class as well. That's going to head for the fuel, but looked all to go well in front of the team's garage. What else have you got in the pits for us, Nick?
Just wandered up to see how the Winwood Racing 433 car was doing, and the answer's not well. They stopped working on it. It's all bonnet down, no one around it. It's just sitting there. I'm not sure it's been retired. They've been retired for the day. There's not many people to ask at the moment. They've all skulked off, but it looks like in an attempt to fix it, they obviously found something in the last 20 minutes which are at least halting the process, if not stopping entirely. So it looks like we may have lost a second Mercedes.
Well, we did mention there is a chance of perhaps the team just saying, well, we can't do this in race, we'll take the 10-lap penalty overnight and work on it a little bit later. But, of course, that does mean potentially a very late night, because the race doesn't finish till 10:30. We could work on it now and beyond the end of the race, then take the penalty. But it's going to be an early start as well for the crew. And maybe it's just too much work to be done even between now and the end of Sunday.
Yeah, the only reason for leaving it, I would suggest, is that there's a part which they don't have and that they need to go and get. But under those circumstances, I wouldn't have expected it would have been put back together. My suspicion is more that they've put it back together again, started it up, and realised the oil pressure is still. And so there's no point in trying to run it without the oil pressure there.
Yeah, so they've done all they can, tried it out, and it still won't work. Perhaps so. Or they've gone for dinner, or they've gone to watch Ford versus Ferrari, which was an option for many last night.
Or they put it back together because they realized that they wouldn't be able to fix it here, and they'll need to transport it back to their shop. So many options, but that's very disappointing. That's a team that just needs a little bit of good luck.
Well, they were all hoping it's going to be third time lucky here, weren't they? Because it's been 2 retirements to date, and this is very close to a third now in the 24 hours of COTA.
Well, and as John and I were talking about earlier on, Johnny, they had one podium between 2 cars this year. in their full-time series. And that one podium was a win, so that was mega.
Yeah.
But the rest of the season was a lot of disappointment.
Yeah, it's a real shame, and difficult when you've maybe not encountered that problem as well so far. And it's an awkward one because you don't necessarily carry the parts because you weren't expecting it. Lucas Stoltz in the number 90 TalkSport WRT car in third position, 2 minutes 18 seconds away from Herbert Motorsport.
Yes, and closing in on Herbert Motorsport, about to take a lap off it. 2 minutes 18 is a little bit more than one lap. One lap was about 2 minutes 10. The last lap time from Lucas Stoltz, 2 minutes 9. And so if the gap is 2 minutes 18, that must mean that Lucas Stoltz isn't far off taking a lap off Alfred Renauer at the wheel of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So rather than worrying about the Black Falcon Mercedes putting a lap on him, he's on the same lap as the Black Falcon Mercedes, and comfortably so. How Alfred now has to worry about Luca getting himself back onto the lead lap effectively, or getting back onto the same lap as Alfred Renauer, and so that's another of those things that it would be nice if they can sort that out before the end of this 11-hour period. An hour and 40 minutes in this segment still to go, but Lucas Stoltz by far the fastest man out on the circuit at the moment.
Charles Espenlaub, I noticed, is able to lap, well, at least the last time around, 5 seconds quicker than Elmar Grimm, who drives the A6AM leading car. CP Racing doing the chasing, and they're trying to make up, well, probably 30 seconds in order to get back onto the lead lap in A6AM. So that's certainly possible for Charles Espenlaub, depending on when the CP Racing car has to pit next. But Elmar Grimm not quite got the speed of the Mercedes behind him.
CP, as saying Espenlaub, only just having got into that car, he can go quite a long way before he gets to the end of his current refuelling amount. He'll get to within, half an hour of the end of the race before he needs fuel.
Perfect.
Which is actually perfect, that's right. The Elmar Grimm will also need one more pit stop, but he'll be coming in around about half an hour, and then he'll get fuel, which will take him to the end of the race. But that's not necessarily what he wants to have, because you don't want to be at the end of this race with no fuel at all. This is a funny race. You want to be at the end of this race with a full tank of fuel, so you can then start tomorrow's with that full tank.
The race leader in the TCE event is still Jean-Francois Evy. Feels like he's been at the wheel of the car for a long time. It's been over 90 minutes now for the Canadian, but the Cupra from Red Camel continues to lead TCE by a fair old chunky margin. Meanwhile, Nick Damon is watching a pit stop for the 451 BMW.
Yeah, the 451, oh dear, throat's going. They come in, it's only a full service, the 5 tyres. Now, interestingly, they had to top up some water. I think is it the driver's water? Was it a water element? Yeah, the only problem was that the water bottle they used to top up with has just been knocked over by CJ by accident, so they got less water than they were expecting, and they're queuing them up because behind the 451 is the 851. So they're just double stacking. It's like, oh, wet F1 race altogether. Car comes in, it stops. It's not that exciting, to be honest. Odd decision to have the cars stacked up, but they are doing a double change. Looks like they decided to do the brakes on this one. So the 851, the Cup car, out has got the driver in that one as well. Haven't put a new driver in yet, but they are going to do a pad change. These do not have the dry brake system, so they are not changing the whole caliper, just using the extenders and just getting the new pads in. They could do a bit more light down there, actually. It's a little bit unlit, to put it mildly. But they are doing it, so they backed up together. The 451 came in, had a pretty standard stop and half bottle of water. And the 851 now getting a stop with a pad change.
Okay, so that car will return shortly, fingers crossed. And a couple of BMWs on pit road. The JM Littmann Porsche is still, of course, trying to be fixed. Benito Targel in the Zorg Rennsport 240's just come in, and that's the car then with the smouldering front rotors. And Felipe Fraga leading the GT Series race after 236 laps, but only 1 minute and 8 seconds the advantage over Alfred Renauer. The Brazilian is certainly a little quicker, though, than the German driver, and that gap is gradually opening up. But Lukas Stolz is closing it from third position to second, and that's the spicy thing to look forward to towards the end of the race. An hour and 37 to go on Saturday, and Lukas Stolz setting his sights, well, certainly on reeling in the second place car. It's going to be a tough ask to actually overtake it by the end of this just over 90-minute stint, but he's going to give it a good go.
And in 6 minutes' time, Johnny, we'll only have 24 hours left of the race. Because 24
yes,
hours
including
and
the
6
sleep
minutes,
bit.
yes.
Yeah, I understand.
24 hours and 6 minutes from now will be the checkered flag. So a pretty big milestone coming up.
I'm glad we get to sleep, though, Shay. Someone was asking me what I was going to do, and I said, I really don't find it difficult to get to sleep if there isn't a race going on. The time I find it difficult to get to sleep is if there is a race going on, but if they'll stop the race, then I'm quite happy to go to sleep like everybody else is.
At Daytona, for the last 5 years, this year not included because he wasn't running, Jörg Bergmeister would be running the race. I would go to sleep in the car. I would wake up, and Jörg's car would have crashed. And it was this running joke that he actually started asking me, can you not go to sleep until the morning? And so I would try and stay up until 7 a.m., go to sleep, wake up for my nap, and his car would be out.
Excellent, excellent. Lukas Stolz continuing to set the tracker lights and getting quicker lap times from him than anybody else, although actually last time Felipe Fraga was the quickest man on the circuit last time around, but Lukas Stolz is well into his stint now and continuing to close in on Alfred Renauer, and Alfred has at the moment his hands full as well of Charles Espenlaub with the 85 Mercedes. So the Porsche has Mercedes closing in on him from both sides, as it were. The number 85 with Charles Espenlaub, and then behind Lukas Stolz closing in on him even more rapidly. They're both of him laps behind.
Yeah, Jim Briody had a bit of a spin there and rejoined in the Core Racing Mark II.
He did what John Hindhaugh did in 2017. Spun at the hairpin, went to turn the car back on, lost the headlights, scary moment of traffic coming up towards you, refire the car, re-get the headlights going again, and then leave a turn signal on as you drive down the back straight.
No problem, and if you'd blinked, you would have missed it, so we can scratch that from Jim Briody's glittering record. Yeah, a little bit of a spin, Nick Damon, but meanwhile, you found Jason Hart.
Yes, Jason out of the Sorg Rennsport car. Jason, tell us how your first 8 hours of the race have gone, 9 hours.
That was mega to start, right? We went right to the front, and then 2 laps later, fuel starvation. We fought that. The guys have been working on it. Thank you for the BMW Motorsport for plugging in constantly, trying to figure it out. The Sorg Rennsport guys trying to figure it out. But I think we have a somewhat solution. We might be able to make it to the end as it sits.
So what does the solution be? What, just keeping the tank full?
We'll have to keep that under the chest for now.
Please say keep it under your hat, because it's a big hat.
Oh, sorry. Under my hat.
And there's a lot you can keep under there. We're working well together, aren't we? Oh, we'll be on Broadway next week. Seriously, though, despite the trials and tribulations, the Creventic race here at COTA, are you actually having fun?
Absolutely. This is a great group of, a great team, big, very much family-like. The BMW is running great. We're having a lot of fun with it. They got a nice balance on the car. The only thing you have to watch is the tire deg. If you push too hard, the tires just go away. It's not the tire's fault. I think it's because the surface is a lot of grinding, and it just tears the tires up. It's like a sandpaper.
A lot of cars are finding problems now. They're running many hours with the bumps and the curbs. I mean, you've obviously had fuel issues, but is the car holding up apart from that?
Fantastic. BMW is doing perfect. As a group of drivers, we've also very much focused on not hitting those orange triangle.
Brilliant. Thank you indeed, Jason. And later on, we're going to do the whole Who's On First sketch as well.
Let's do it.
Cheers, Jason.
We'll look forward to that, yeah. I got the feeling through most of that, Jason Hart didn't really know what was going on, but I think he got the joke at the end, in fairness. And the Sorg Rennsport guy in the BMW M4, we will look forward to seeing a stint from him later on in the race, no doubt tomorrow. Interesting that the point that he makes, though, about almost the grain of this asphalt here, that it's of the type, whether it was installed like that in the first place or that's just how it's worn through the years, that it is very, very abrasive, like sandpaper to the Hankook tyre. Nick Damon's got somebody else in the pits now.
No, just turned back from the Vaudevillian into adjacent, and the Herberth car was trundling into the pit lane. I don't think he stopped his pit. Luckily, we have the marvellous Paul Trustwell who can tell him if he did stop in his pit.
Well, he went to the fueling station. I don't think they had time to change the driver. No, I think they did have time to change the driver, actually. I'll correct myself there. Alfred Renauer only completing 28 laps, but it was a quick enough stop from the 91 car. But again, a shorter stint with those 85 litres, all they're allowed to put in at every stop. And yeah, that does look like there's been a driver change in that car. Daniel Alleman, I think it is. No, Shay?
That would be Robert Renauer that's taken
Robert,
over.
okay.
It's a white helmet with a little bit of gold and green, perhaps?
Okay, so Robert, who drove the car before Ralph Bone, Daniel Alleman drove it before him. So the last three drivers, Alleman, Renauer, Bone, Alfred Renauer, now back to Robert Renauer, but Robert will be able to take it to the end of this portion on his drive time. What he won't be able to do is to take it to the end of this portion on the fuel, because the fuel will run out before the hour and a half that he has. But again, it gives him that opportunity in the last half hour to come in to get a top up.
If you drive for 2 hours at the end of this segment, can you then drive for 2 hours at the beginning of the race post-intervention?
Yes. Yes, you are allowed to change the drivers between the two parts of the race, but equally you don't have to change the driver. But if you do keep the same driver, then your driving time starts again from 0 at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So it could be that Robert Renauer takes it from now to the checkered flag and then drives from green flag tomorrow until the end of his first stint tomorrow.
That's a bit greedy.
Yes, I suppose.
Exactly 9 o'clock, folks. So it's another hour gone as far as the clock is concerned, and it does mean that there are 90 minutes left in the race. 10:30 finish, or of course, it's depending on where the race leader is relative to the checkered flag, because that might add another, well, maximum 2 minutes and 10 potentially onto it if the race leader crosses the line and there's still a second left on the clock. Then we've got to allow everybody else to slow down as well, and the cars will park up, I presume, Paul, on the main straight as they normally do, nose to tail, and then they can be gridded up in the correct formation tomorrow morning for an 8 o'clock start. And bear in mind, he gets the document known as restart laps issued overnight as well, because certain cars may be credited laps. They don't have laps taken away from them. Well, actually, sometimes they do, so I shouldn't say that. But there is a way of equalising the field to make sure that if you're in one of the lower order classes, regardless of whether that's in the GT or the TCE series races, you are given back or have laps taken away from you to ensure that you're not disadvantaged by where the overall leader is in your individual race. It's rather complex, but what it means is that if there's still sort of 5 or 10 seconds between you and your class leader, you will start on the same lap tomorrow morning. Nick Damon is in one of the garages. Right, this is the Herbert garage, and they've just wheeled out a crate containing what?
If you are lucky enough to be able to see the pictures, you will see a big crate with a whole rear suspension arm setup, so the whole of the rear side. And they have been looking at the various links onto the, I say rear, actually, I think it's actually, that's the, can't see a drive shaft, so it might actually be the front side. It's quite hard to tell in this kind of bent up, and no, it is the rear because the drive shaft's lying down in front of it. So it's a rear side, so they are looking at the various parts of the rear suspension as though they are about to have to make a change. I can tell you it's not Dan Ellerman or Ralph Boland on board the car now, because they're both standing there, and they are looking at undoing various parts of the car. So it's Robert Renauer's got in, replaced his brother, but there is his brother. And it's interesting, I'm not sure, this is interesting. Why are they checking all these things and looking to undo parts? I think they're going to have to make, at worst, a precautionary change, maybe an actual change. So this could be the precursor of the turning point of the entire race.
Indeed so, and they're just checking adjustable spanners there, aren't they, and torsion bars to make sure that everything is, all the tools are at hand in readiness to make this change if at all necessary. I get the feeling, well, the car's only just gone out, hasn't it, from its latest pit stop, so this is research and preparation ahead of its next pit stop. But yes, the torque wrenches are being applied to make sure that it's all going to go swimmingly well. But this is not the sort of change that I'm sure Herbert expected to make, Paul.
I mean, no, in order to win a race of this nature, any 24-hour race, you need to be able to keep the car out of the pits and not do unscheduled work. You'll have plan Bs and so on, but what Herbert needs is a bit of a break here, I think, compared to what Black Falcon are doing, because Black Falcon seem to have the quicker car. The times coming in from Felipe Fraga at the moment regularly into the 2-minute 9s. Lucas Stoltz now up into second place, also regularly into the 2-minute 9s. Alfred Brennauer, when he was in the car in that last stint, was averaging 2 minutes 10, so he was losing out to the two Mercedes. Now Robert Brennauer is in the car. He, on his last lap, was still on the start times Robert's doing, but it's one of those races where Herbert need to do one of their typical perfect races and rely on somebody else having the difficulties or having a bit more luck with the way the Code 6s fell, because of course in the first couple of hours of the race Herbert did have very nearly a lap of an advantage because of the way that first Code 60 fell, but then the following two Code 60s didn't help Herbert so much and they ended up losing out. So, but that's the swings of this race, and it can still happen in the remaining hour and a half of this evening's activity. It could still happen in any one of the 13 hours tomorrow, so you know there's always something surprising just around the corner.
Well, the lid of that crate's now going back on again, so they obviously found out what they wanted to find out, and maybe it was just to work out how best to get that part off again. But Nick makes the point that the lid is not positioned correctly. They were checking that it was all torqued correctly, as in the new piece, and that means that it's going to be easily installed if necessary, is Nick's theory. So yeah, making sure that that new component, or well, all sorts of different components together, it's modular obviously, and Herbert Motorsports know this Porsche very well indeed. They've been running two at certain times, a black one and a white one. They bring the black one though here to COTA as the TCE series leader comes down pit lane. Nick Damon.
Yeah, the Red Camels Jordan car, which I've completely not noticed for the whole of the many hours I've been in the pit lane, but it has slowly eked its way nicely ahead in the TCR and therefore the overall TCE class. Full service with the big number 1 showing on the 101 car that's had been a fine vein of form, having come from winning the Spa 500 a few weeks ago and up and over, and it's a full service, and out has got, I'm not sure who was in the car. Whoever's in the car's got out, someone else got in. Who was driving it?
Jean-Francois Hervé?
Jean-Francois Hervé, the Canadian.
One of the two Canadians in that car, the other one being Jeremy Daniel, and have to say, Red Camel have found some good drivers out there to join with Ivo Breukers this weekend. The two Canadian touring car specialists, Stephen Lickeridge, the British driver, being the fourth member of the crew. He drove the first stint, but he's not driven the car since then. Since then, it's been the two Canadians plus Ivo doing a stint. So. Whether Stephen is now getting his turn.
It looks like Ivo.
It's more like Ivo Breukers at the wheel of that car now, so maybe that Stephen is being kept for driving on Sunday.
All right, Robert Renauer has now done a lap, and it is almost 2 seconds slower than what the leaders have done the first time around. It's about 1.5 seconds off the time of Felipe Fraga, so something is not right with that Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
Not necessarily, because I'm ever the optimist. I mean, it may well be they just want to dial the tyres in nicely.
Okay.
The last thing you want to do is to root the tyres on the first lap, so the first lap doesn't necessarily want to be a particularly quick one. But let's keep an eye eye on it. Yeah, the second lap from Renara was
Much better.
Yes,
Yes, it was the fastest lap of the car. So yes.
So Jean-Francois, as we've mentioned, getting out of the car. Just going to butt in to interrupt you two, if I may, because we can get a chance to hear from him now with Nick Damon.
Jean-Francois, it's turning into a golden debut with the 101 Red Camels car.
Yeah, the Red Camel car was going pretty fast, so we're first. We're trying to keep an advantage for tomorrow. So my stint was pretty nice. The gap was keeping good, so hope we're going good for the last stint.
Been running now for about 9 hours. What's the state of the track?
A lot of marble. A lot of marble. Keep good. Couple of corners are hard to see in the dark, but the track's still good.
And you say you're trying to keep the lead, so you're not going as fast as you could go. You're just going to a lap time.
I think a 24-hour it's strategy, so I won't talk about it, but we're staying first.
That's great. Thank you, Jean-Francois Hervé. Out the 101 Red Camels, they are staying first.
Indeed, and that's where you want to be, certainly overnight for the French-Canadian. So good to have Jean-Francois as part of their lineup. Another name then added to the long list of pilots of the 101 car over the years. And Ivo Breukers, we reckon, through a process of elimination at the wheel of that car. And he now is about to launch back into the race from the fueling area.
Very distinctive helmet for Ivo. The open face, but with an arm coming out across the mouth to be in a very rally style. It's easy to see his face and, more importantly, see the smile on his face as he's going around the racetrack. There's always an onboard camera on that car, which makes it even more fun. A little bit of extra pressure for the drivers, Johnny, when you know that there's an onboard camera and that people could be looking at it any point in time.
True.
You can't get away with much.
I suppose, I mean, as far as the team's concerned, they're just watching you through every single sector, not concerned about any of the other 24 cars we've got in this race. You know, they are solely focused on, as you reach the end of the next sector, yes. Across the line, yes. And that's another one put in for the stint. But yeah, for those enjoying this race all around the world, I'm sure, then the limelight, I'm sure, will be being enjoyed by Ivo Breukers, no stranger to the odd camera car, the odd camera over his shoulder through the years. Just been lapped by the 717 Mark Cars machine. Brian McLeod, who runs the Mark company back in Norwell, Australia, on the Gold Coast. A spin for the 101 Ivo Breukers car, so maybe the pressure has got to him. We built it up, and on coolish tyres, not quite the full loop, but it goes sideways at turn 11 and needs to spend the next few corners now, no doubt, just cleaning those tyres off. It's a very durable Hankook tyre, but I'm sure has flat spotted all four now, and his teeth will be chattering for the next few laps.
That's all right, he can wear that off and get along with his stint. But Ivo, a very capable driver. He did a really good job to stay calm, to recover, make sure that the oncoming traffic knew he was there, and he actually turned around against them. Instead of cutting in front, he turned hard to the right and managed to stay well off the racing line to get pointed back in the right direction. Very good driving from Ivo Breukers. Exactly what we've come to expect. And the strategy of that car being called by Rick, which is just a little bit of extra fun.
Yeah, and also changing the odd tyre when necessary.
We mentioned the Mark cars. Part of what Ryan McLeod boasts proudly about is the fact that it is a thoroughly Australian machine. And I think he said to me this year, 90% of the components from the Mark II come from within a 100-mile radius of their shop in New South Wales, Victoria.
Ivo Breukers then, a moment or two ago, coming into turn 11, and yeah, just a little bit too hot. The rear of the car overtaking the front of it, and the big puff of tyre smoke as well, picked out briefly by the headlights of that car. He was actually facing oncoming traffic for a split second. 3 cars bearing down on him at turn number 11, and very tricky for drivers to pick out yellow flags in this darkness, but I'm sure headlights blazing right at them will have caught their attention, and they will have known there was a car spinning right in the middle of the track. The question is, though, then, where is it going to go next? And how am I best to avoid it? But Ivo Bruk is with a safe rejoin, just heading towards the left side of the circuit and just blending in on the back straight once more. But he was a little bit wide out of turn 19, I noticed, and also squirrely out of turn 20. So these cars, they build their front tyre temperature, the TCRs, very quickly indeed. But in these cool conditions now, we're nearly 15 minutes past 9 o'clock, it's going to be very tricky indeed to build the rear tyre temp quickly.
Still very light hands on the steering wheel for Ivo. He wasn't clenching his fists. He still had the capability to stretch out his fingers, so that's the sign of a comfortable driver, and that's what you hope to see. Something we didn't hope to see was the number 433, the Windward Racing Mercedes. It's back in the pit lane, but it is being pushed by 6 crew members, including Russell Ward, the driver of the car, back out of the pit lane and toward the truck. So that would be a retirement for that car.
Huge amount of tyre pickup on the inside of a wheel that's now being cleaned by the way, and the chisel being used to get the tyre away from the inside of the wheel. There's also what's going on in the number 73 with the rear-facing camera bouncing around all over the place. So that is not useful at all. And the car now coming into the pit bay. Let's go to Nick Damon.
And it's come in with one of its front headlamps not working, so it's got the problem there. The exhaust still glowing red hot. That's rather interesting. This is the earlier version of the GT3 RS, but balanced to be the same of the the rear view mirror is bouncing away like a drunken bum, isn't it, at the moment? I'm not quite sure what's happened as far as the mounting of that's concerned, but obviously that's going to need a bit of help. Can't see why it's doing that. They've just sort of full service, and he's ruined the very pretty parts of the orange box they put down for his pit stop. But I'm not sure, I don't know whether that light out was one of those things they do when they've got the pit limiter on, but if it's not, he's going to have to come back very quickly because you can't have one light. But despite the drunken rear view mirror, he's off, he's gone, and he will be picking up some fuel.
The rearview mirror looks like a sonogram, a black and white picture that's moving around and around.
Wait, are you saying the car's pregnant?
Maybe it is.
Oh, a pregnant Porsche. Rather pregnant pause. Oh, gosh.
Oh, don't explain it.
Well, I had to because you've got no reaction.
I understood.
I'm literally working. I'm working with nothing here.
Thanks, Nick. So yes, that is going to start to upset stomachs for Richard Highstand, although he's had the best part of a stint presumably with that problem, and is just going to have to try and cancel it out. But rather than rip the camera off or indeed turn the screen off, they're just going to keep it like that. That would appear to be the case anyway.
Yeah, I was a bit confused. I didn't get a clear view of it. So if for my benefit, the screen itself is fixed and is in view.
Yeah.
What is dangling about is the picture that he sees. So the camera, presumably, which is pointing out of the back somewhere.
Well, it's supposed to be, but it's not anymore.
He's been hit up the back by somebody, and that's dislodged the camera, and that's why the camera actually, the screen in the car is actually solid and firmly mounted.
Yeah, and the camera that the image comes from should also be firmly mounted, but I think it's either the curbs or the box around here.
It's the camera that has become dislodged.
Is there damage on the rear of the 73?
No, he's taped the camera. He's taped over it.
Yeah, okay.
As to not look at the screen anymore, because he doesn't want to see what's on there.
Yeah, well, it's just hugely distracting. The difficulty now, of course, is that he's not going to necessarily know about the traffic behind him. But the camera's pointing towards the innards of the rear of that Porsche, so it's of no use at all. And also, not only is it at the wrong angle, but it's just wobbling around.
he still has the good old-fashioned rearview mirror. He's got his wing mirrors that he can look out. So now he just needs to not come close to any walls and knock a wing mirror off. Luckily, we're not at Macau, so it's not as big of an issue. But still, that's not comforting, because that camera also has sort of a radar sensor in it that'll tell you when faster cars are coming up. So now, which shouldn't be an issue in this sort of racing, because the A6 Pro car is the fastest car on track in theory, but it's still a little bit of a driver aid comfort that's been taken away from the Park Place Porsche.
I'm not sure there is a standard rear view mirror in the middle of the screen. I'd like to just check that again, but certainly the door mirrors are there.
Yeah, there is.
So you get a rear view mirror and a rear facing camera. What's the point of that?
Because that car normally races in the WeatherTech Championship, in which there are DPIs, LMP2, and GTLM cars coming up on you at a very quick hop.
Yeah, no, but why do you need both?
Because one of them will fail.
Okay. Like the rear view mirror that is planted on the ceiling might just fall off.
Exactly.
Can we go on board again with the number 73 car and just catch a glimpse of that then? Okay.
So there's a bar rear view mirror up across the center of the dashboard. It's about 1.5 feet long. And then the camera sits down below that, the screen does, to reflect up to the driver. But that's more useful in multi-class racing when you are the slowest thing on track and you need a quick indication of what's coming up behind you.
Yeah. Well, the technology has unfortunately expired and is causing a big problem, but thankfully there was a bit of racer tape on board for Jan Hyland, or indeed the previous driver, and he's been able to stick that across the camera as quickly as possible. There's a disc change taking place on the number 188.
Yep, the Audi TCR car that's come in from second place overall in TC, and therefore second place also in TCR behind the 101 Red Camels, is doing a complete brake change. The rears are just pads. The front have the thing I always think is really good, which is the dry brake system. So basically, rather than having to worry about taking the pads off, they just undo the calipers themselves. Now, anyone who's done that at home knows this is a problem, because you might how do you take off the caliper? Because obviously you're going to have to then bleed the brakes. So they have what's called a dry brake system. When they unclip it, it keeps the pressure in the brake fluid system, and so they can just put on a complete assembly, which is much quicker and also much more effective, because you get new discs, new pads, all with one little insert. You can see it's just about to go on there now on the front left. And they haven't been stopped for long, just get its place in. Once you've got that place, you just have to make a bit of a pig's ear of this, to be honest. Because the other is, one of the advantages again is he's working with cold equipment, so this isn't going to be, oh, come on. That's it, that's it, in it goes. And he'll then just connect up the pipe, which will then give you instant brake pressure with no bubbles in the system, no soft long pedal, and you'll be able to trundle off on your way with completely new set of discs and pads. But of course that's been done after less than half the race. So whether they're just taking advantage of doing it this time of night, or whether that means they're going to have to stop again, that is the question.
Yeah, well, if it's going through brakes at that sort of rate, then you'd have to think that there will be another stop required later on in the race but then it's going to be, well, where are we now with this hour, and one more to go before you reach half distance. So we're going to have 4 hours to spare at the end before potentially that car's gone through brakes again.
Yes, I think the advantage that the TCR cars have is that they will only have to change the front brakes twice, whereas the GT cars will almost certainly have to change all 4 brakes twice. So slightly less of a disadvantage for the class cars. Even the 911 Porsches will likely get through 2 sets of discs in the course of the 24 hours, especially at a circuit like Texas, and because, as Shay and I have mentioned before, of the extreme changes in temperature, because it's that variation in temperature that makes such a difference.
Are you not at all surprised, though, Paul? I mean, I am, and I'll admit it. We're almost 10 hours into the race, and we haven't seen a GT brake change yet.
We haven't that we know about, but they happen so quickly that blink and you miss it.
Good point.
They are notoriously quick at it. I'm not saying that they have done one already, that we missed it, but I'm equally saying that it's entirely possible that they should have done it, because you're talking about 2 minutes to do a complete set of all 4 discs and pads on a GT car. And with all due respect to Nick and Joe, they have to be pretty quick to spot them and be in the right place. The easiest way is sometimes just to look around and see if there is a set waiting somewhere, normally in the garage somewhere. They'll have a set of discs and pads waiting. If they've done the change, then it won't be waiting. It'll be away in the background somewhere. And Nick Damon may be in a position to tell us what the situation is on the GT cars. But
Johnny, if you would fade up Nick, if you would be so kind. Thank you.
I've been faded up, thank you. No, just saying that Paul's absolutely right in some ways, but they do tend to leave the set of discs and brake and pads out for 3 or 4 stops before they need them, and also because of the method of these top-level GT cars, they'll then have another set there as soon as they change the first set in case there's a problem with the brakes. So the there or not there is not always the most reliable indicator. They do take a couple of minutes. Normally we catch them. My guess is at this point no one's done one in the GT field. But we will see. The heavier cars on brakes have historically been the Mercedes. We only have 2 of the A6 class cars in the Mercedes AMGs right at the moment, and I don't think either of those have done it so far. And we'll keep an eye, as will Joe when he replaces me in about 22 minutes.
That's probably right, Nick. So thank you for that. The only other tip for pit lane reporters is, to make everybody else laugh, is sometimes there's scorch marks on pit lane floors where discs have been put down and cause the plastic pit lane to melt sometimes if they're laid on plastic floor or there's a carpet on the floor. Then hot discs make a very distinctive mark.
Yes, I suppose that's a telltale sign, certainly, as the 101 car now heads towards the end of the lap. So just turning left at turn 19, pit lane to the left, which is well illuminated now with the day glow reflective marker posts which delineate the main track from the pit lane entry, so that's easy to pick out as well, your location as to which side of that you're going to go at the end of the lap. So Nick Mancuso in the HB Racing Ferrari about to cross the line as well. Lucas Stoltz 3 seconds away from doing so, and 3 minutes and 24 seconds now between Lucas Stoltz and Felipe Fraga. So Black Falcon and TalkSport WRT, the 2 Mercedes AMGs, first and second. Porsche third in the form of Robert Renauer and the Herbert Motorsport car. He started that car today at 11:30, back into that machine now, and just about the fastest of the quartet that are racing for Herbert this weekend. Car Collection Motorsport lead the A6 AM category on lap 246 for them. 247 currently being worked, and the gap is a minute and 55 now between Elmar Grimm and Charles Espenlaub. So Espenlaub completing the little mission here to ensure that his car is within a lap of the race leader, the class leader for the overnight portion. But there are, I'm sure, there will be pit stops for both cars still to be done in the remaining hour.
At least one pit stop for Car Collection, and that's where I say at least one. Elmar Grimm will be coming in a couple of laps' time, I reckon, in the number 34 Car Collection car. That will give him an hour before the end of this segment, which is 3/4 of a tank full. So expect Elmar to come in the next lap or two, put more fuel on, but then to come in the last 10-15 minutes of the race in order to just top it up before the restart tomorrow.
It's perfect, Paul, if today's end of race were tomorrow's end of race, because you would run out of fuel at the end of the race.
Which is the object of any race, yes.
Exactly, but not when you have to restart with the car in the same condition as which you left it.
Exactly, whereas the CP Racing Mercedes only needs fuel about half an hour to go in the race. So they'll be stopping with half an hour to go. They'll get a full tank then, but it will mean that their car starts tomorrow's race on a slightly lighter tank of fuel.
Wheel guns going off in the pit lane, I just noted then, and that will have been Monlau Competition, but that was for help.
Stewie Hall getting out.
help from Nick Damon. So Stewie Hall, who started the race, and is about the fastest in the Monlau competition combination.
Front tyres only, and they were used themselves. They're probably tyres that only had 3 or 4 laps in them from Stewie's successful attempt to stick the car on pole yesterday. They weren't even thinking about discs or pads, and they have lost a few laps. And who knows what they did when they were mending that last problem, but they are not offering anything. So they are now back in and away.
Okay, thank you for that. And 107 then rejoining the race. 717's just emerged from the pit lane as well, with Watchlaus back at the wheel, and therefore potential fireworks, metaphorically speaking, for the 717. It's always entertaining to see what at the wheel of the Coroys are racing Mark II. Yes.
But he's done 32 laps on that last stint. I don't know if it's the Mark Charles V8 or Jim, but that was quick for Jim as it was in his first stint. You did say at one point, Johnny, that he'd had a spin. That was the first slowed him down a little bit. That may have also just interrupted his progress a little bit, but he's done his second stint of the race, and say now handed the car over towards Slois.
And that's a car that's always good to watch because it does go well. And we were talking about the wear and tear on the car. Well, there's also an element of the seat not being exactly as you left it. Other people have been in it. They've sweated. They've perhaps released other bodily liquids, but it stretches. So when you get back in the seat, you might be tossed around in it a little bit more, and that could upset a driver just from a mental standpoint.
2 cars in together, one of which is the A6AM leader, Nick.
And he's just left after a full service. The car collection Audi, the blue and white machine, the 34 car. Elmar Grimm got out. I'm guessing it's Ingo Vogler who got in, but it's kind of a perm 1 from 3. It's very unlikely Max Edelhoff who just got out prior to Elmar. We also have the Hi-Fly 906 Porsche sitting in there. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Elmar. I'll just tell CJ to follow me the other way. Hang on a second. The 906 is a class leader. I've just been informed in my ear. I'm not going to pretend I knew that. I haven't watched. I'm not staring at the timing issues as well. Very effective booth team are. It is looking quite clean. A lot of these Porsches have had some problems. By clean, I mean relatively undamaged, despite dropping off now the Ducati Davis Metin car. Proudly wearing its Porsche Motorsport North America. Now, follow me now, CJ. And we'll see if we can grab a quick word with Elmar. He's having a quick word with Gustav Edelhoff, but let's have a word. This is great. Elmar's sitting down. This helps me no end, because if he stood up, I'd have a nightmare. Elmar, how are you doing?
Oh, fine. It was very good. In the night, it's not so hot. The engine is quicker, so it's all okay.
You come out, you sit there. We know you had some surgery recently. I think you had a hip replacement. Was it a knee replacement?
New knee. So it's a replacement, yes.
And is the new knee as fast as the old knee?
No, I don't. No. But it's no problem because I take the brake on the left, and so it's no problem. But when you come out of the car and you have half an hour, so it's a problem for the first. Oh, it's all okay.
The same when I come out of the pits after an hour and a half. I can't walk either. So the car itself going very well. You're in a really good battle for A6AM with the 85 Mercedes.
Yes, the car is very, very good. I think so. But here in Austin, the Mercedes are a world for alone.
And that's Elmar Grimm from the 34 car collection Mercedes fighting for the lead in A6AM.
10 hours done in this year's COTA 24 hours here at the Circuit of the Americas. That means one more hour to go on Saturday night. We just ticked by 9:30 local time, and Felipe Fraga leads the motor race in the GT Series with the Black Falcon Mercedes out front by 3 minutes and 26 seconds. So Black Falcon lead Top Sport WR team. It's another Mercedes that's currently in the pit lane, but after a good solid stint from Lukas Stoltz, where he made a lot of ground, and running in second position. Robert Renauer third, out on track, the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and that's also an A6 Pro car, as are the two ahead. The CP Racing Charles Espenlaub driven Mercedes is the A6 AM leader, car number 85. And another car in the fueling area is the Car Collection Motorsport machine, as we've said. The suggestion is that it's Ingo Vogler now at the wheel of that Evo 2019. We will know for sure once the car returns to the track. In fifth place, the CP Racing number 85 Mercedes. Sixth position for Volt Racing's number 73 Porsche. And in seventh spot, the HB Racing Ferrari 488. Kelly Moss rode and raced their Porsche Cup car leads the 991 division exclusively for Porsche Cup cars. That's car 906. SPX is led by Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan, the Super Trofeo edition of that car, 710, ahead of the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes AMG GTX. 11th place, another SPX car, is the Mark II V8 of Korreuser Racing, 717. There's a Porsche Cup car in 12th position, the version from Porsche Lorient Racing. And then in 13th spot, the first of the GT4 runners, is the BMW M4 from ST Racing, car 388. Ahead of two more BMW M4s from the GT4 category, the R8C Jorgensen Strom example and the Zorg Rennsport number 451. 16th place is the MRS GT Racing Porsche, and 980 back in the race now with JM Littmann at the wheel. In 17th spot, it's the Racers Edge Motorsport entered Sin R1, although that car's in the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, and being worked on. Jade Buford brought that in, and he brought it in only 5 minutes ago, so it has been running until very recently. And then reminder that the two cars at the very bottom of the field are no longer running, 411 and 910. In the TCE series, Ivo Breukers leads the way in the Red Camel Jordan.NL car, and that is the Cupra TCR with the DSG box. Car 101 then out front from the two Volkswagen Golf GTIs of Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power, Yannick Mettler in car 112 and Jerome Oge in 114, the two Swiss drivers for the Swiss team. Matthew Taskinen in the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 is in fourth position in the TCE race. Fifth spot for Fabian Dance, although that car is in the pit lane and been there for about 4 minutes, but that was a scheduled stop because Fabian's now reached, or at least a new driver in the 131, but the car has reached the fueling area for that Cupra. Sixth place is the Monland competition car of Tom Black, number 107, the TCR DSG box Monland competition machine. Cup 1 BMW still running and on course, therefore, for a class win automatically. It was the only car entered in that division, 851, and the Honda, a long time retirement for Atlanta Speedworks. 226 laps down from the GT Series leader. The lights continue to flicker on the observation tower here at the Circuit of the Americas, and a hive of activity down in the pit lane as once again there are more body panels off the Sin.
It's not the world's most workable car at the moment. Obviously it's not designed for endurance racing. I think as Shea pointed out last time, they have to take the wing off before they can take the rear deck off, before they can get to anything to do with the engine or the rear end. Now the reason for the problem, I'm not quite sure what I think they're having an issue around the rear end of the drive shaft, but I think one of the problems was the wiring loom had actually come loose, and they've managed to disconnect a couple of the connections, and that's what they were fiddling towards the end, was to reconnect them after they had a cable tied them back into position. So I think they were suffering from loose wire syndrome. Mechanically, the car looked sound, it was leaking nothing, and it then left after this very complicated sort of A slot B post IKEA methodology of putting the rear wing on. So that was good on the 401. And then we just had the 911, the Porsche Lorient Porsche, have a pretty standard stop. Again, neither of those two cars took brakes.
It's weird because Jed Buford's car should be in the fueling area, and quite clearly it's right in front of you in the pit lane, so it's triggered some sort of timing loop.
No, it's triggered some sort of timing warp, because that's what you're seeing on the screen. If you can see the screen, is what happened several minutes ago. That's history. Timey-wimey.
This is weird. Okay. What I hadn't spotted, I mean, because
CJ's
picture I'm
watching his
talking
work.
about,
He's
you're
smiling about how good his camera work is.
Yeah. No, I fully understand now, because the picture I'm talking about, Nick Damon is in it. However,
Not talking.
what I wasn't seeing was him talking. So, right, so that car a little while ago was being seen to, and therefore, the bodywork's not very simple to put back onto that car. And in actual fact, in reality, it left this area a little while ago and is now being fueled. So Jade Buford brought that car in. That makes a lot more sense.
The way that the car comes apart, and Nick described it very well, was described to me by one of the team members as a jigsaw puzzle, but a jigsaw puzzle with the pieces that go, instead of all on a flat surface, on a 3D surface, and they don't necessarily always all want to go together. So it is a very interesting car. Not designed for endurance racing, as Nick rightly pointed out.
No, but it's doing all right. You know, standing up to the challenge just about. Okay, they're not quick release panels, and that's maybe something to work on. And approach Bulgarian company Sin for a little bit of advice. But I think presumably the plan is to try and get this car running in more endurance races, maybe in 2020. Although I do know that obviously this is an American squad, so they'll be looking forward to the COTA event next year too. But it'd be good to maybe get it to Dubai if at all possible. It's rejoining the race now, and this is what's happening right now, I can tell you. So the 401 has been taken over by Dan DeLeo, the Canadian for Racers Edge Motorsports, and runs in 24th position, 17th in the GT Series race.
Dan and Michael DeLeo, two of the drivers of that car, Marco DeLeo, both from Canada, both in charge of Goodwood Cartways, and they are very much a team, a dual operation there. You don't get one without the other very often. Dan, who has Grand Am experience from back in the day and ran in what was then the Conti Series, but Marco, brother, who is shared with Ross Smith, who's the semi-pro in that car, who also ran in Grand Am back in the day. They both run together in the GT4 America Series with the Racers Edge. So that's the team, that's the connection for those three drivers. Jade Buford is a former driver for Multimatic. He's been around both the GT4 America Series, World Challenge, Pilot Challenge. He's been known as a GT4 driver for a very long time, and he's been quite successful.
And that car, as Johnny was saying, running quite well. It gave its places overall and in the GT section. In its class, the GT4 class, running 4th overall. Now, yes, that may be the last of the classified runners, but when you consider that we've lost 2 GT4 runners, one Mercedes and one ever so reliable BMW, I think the team from Racers Edge can be quite happy that they've still got the Sin R1 running and keep it going for another 50 minutes, then they'll be able to participate in part 2 as well, which is a good thing for them. Denis Sobolev having taken the car back out. We also had a pit stop for the Porsche Lorient car, number 911, which has completed its routine pit stop, and now in the pits is another of the GT4 runners, and that's number 464. The black, actually that's not the GT4 class car, is it? It's the SPX class car, but numbered as 464, the Mercedes GT4 having its routine pit stop and driver change.
That 464 Mercedes, which was brought in by Norbert Schneider. There are 4 other drivers for them to choose between, Paul, as to who gets in that car next. A plethora of drivers at their disposal.
Yes, it's the GT4 development car for Black Falcon. Black Falcon running the car, but with a lot of assistance from staff from Mercedes customer service.
Alex Bohm, one of the drivers, Axel Koenig. We mentioned Norbert Schneider, who brought the car in. Axel Sartingen and Daniel Schwerfeld, the other drivers who could be taking over as the engine hatch is coming up on that car. excuse me, not the engine hatch, the trunk hatch, where you'd put the groceries in that one.
Yes, I was going to say, it depends whether you're a Porsche driver or a Mercedes driver.
Exactly. Well, if you're a Porsche driver, you have two options to put the groceries in.
Yes.
The front and the back. One's
enough.
a little bit more narrow than the others, but still. We digress. Waiting to find out which driver has taken over that 464 Mercedes, which again is an SPX, second in class right now, as it is in the pit lane, which means it will lose that position to the 717, the Mark II.
But it will be, having gone out of the pit garage, leaving space for the other Black Falcon car, because Felipe Fraga in fairly soon, within the next 2 to 3 or 4 laps, I would say. Again, depending on the fuel consumption. Ben Keating did what I expected, did 32 laps. Felipe Fraga currently on his 32nd lap of his stint, so he'll be coming in. Maybe not at the end of this lap. I think he'll probably try and eke an extra lap out of his fuel if he possibly can. And Felipe Fraga will then be coming in for a final top-up of fuel before we get into this final rundown. And I suspect we'll see pretty much everybody in the field coming into the pits at some point between now and 10 minutes to go. They're not allowed to come in the last 10 minutes of this next segment of the race. If they do, they get a 2-lap penalty. But any time after that, then they will be, or any time before that, I should say, then they can come in and top up the fuel. And a lot of them, I think, will be doing that in order to be able to go as long as they possibly can in tomorrow's race. Welcome back, John Hindhoff.
Thank you, Paul. Black Falcon then, Felipe Fraga.
Due into the pit.
5 minutes and 9 and due in shortly to the pit lane. But even with that, they should still come back out in front by a good 30 or 40 seconds.
Yes, they will. And also, Robert Renauer needs to make a pit stop before the end of the race as well. So both of them will have to make pit stops. So it will be a 1 lap difference between the two of them. In fact, 2 lap difference between the two of them at the end of this segment.
Yes. 45, let's call it 46 minutes to go. And so when Fraga comes in, he could probably get to the end. But I heard you musing earlier on, Paul, about how many extra laps they might have to do, and whether they might come in for a splash of fuel, if nothing else, just before the 10 minutes. How much further can Fraga go?
Fraga at the maximum can do another 4 laps, but I think he'll come in.
It's 8 more minutes. That would take him to about 36, 37 minutes to go.
But then it's just a question of how much they want to stretch the advantage, because if they just come in for an extra splash just before the end, and they don't lose a lap, then they might as well do it, because they're going to be starting side by side with the Herbert Porsche tomorrow anyway. And it's just a question of whether they do so with a 1-lap lead or a 2-lap lead at that point. And they may well elect to go for the 1-lap lead.
He's in. Fraga's come in now. So that answers that question. So when Renard comes round in 35 seconds time, he will be back, get back 1 of his laps as he comes back through. So Felipe Fraga in the pit lane now, and it's been stopped in the pits for already 30 seconds. Now remember that it's about a 32 to 35 second difference, but if for a full fill, 85 litres for the Herbert car and 105 for the Black Falcon car. Joe Bradley, that was a pretty decent stop for new Hankook tyres for the Porsche.
Pretty rapid. I'm looking at it from the far end of the pit lane, but I can see the car already into fueling. Took on tyres, not sure about whether it's stuck on a driver. You'll see that from the timing screens very shortly. But that was very, very swift indeed. Very well drilled, as we've come to expect from Black Falcon, of course.
Excuse me, I said Porsche, I meant Mercedes. And so that car has gone into the fueling area.
And I would expect it's still Felipe Fraga at the wheel. really made sense to change him. He can drive the car for 2 hours. It will take him up to 11 o'clock. That will be less than his 2 hours. And as we've been saying, it doesn't matter then tomorrow who starts the car. The driving time gets reset for part 2 of the 24 hours.
Do you want to push home? Do you want to twist the knife a little bit and make sure you've got those 2 laps? I suppose if then you've got to stop straight away, then...
Yes, I mean, I would say come in...
Who's just gone off there? I just heard something rattling on the bottom of a car. It was the 101. Sorry, I looked up. Could hear on the onboard effects there somebody getting a bit of debris underneath the car, and it was the 101. They've had their issues as well, of course. Had led the class though, but Ivo Broik is telling me earlier on that they've been struggling a little bit with the handling of that car, as I think many people are. I'm very worried about the bumps, as I think many people are.
I think we're going to see tomorrow. I mean, we've had a relatively high rate of attrition in this part of the race, John, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see an increased rate of attrition in the second part of the race tomorrow, with yes, a lot of car braking activities around. With it's not just the bumps, but it's also the curbs, and because it's a Formula 1 track, the curbs look a bit smooth, but there are these sausage curbs as well, which you don't want to get involved with. But, yes, Ivo was telling me as well that he wants to try and keep the car between the white lines.
So, nighttime driving, love it. It's that time of the night, isn't it, that once you get into this full darkness period, and if you've been in there for a little while, and a number of drivers have, including Charles Esplanade in their 4th place and leading A6 AM car, once you're into that groove a little bit, you don't notice it's dark, actually. You get into the... And I actually prefer running in the dark in some respects, because there's fewer distractions. You see what you need to see if your headlights are set up correctly, shining down the road and off to the sides. The issue here, very much exaggerating the same issues that you have looking for your braking points in the daytime, and you have to be able to pick up those braking points. Now, fight for overall position, although not class position, out on the circuit. Ingo Vogler for Car Collection has Jan Halen for Volt Racing right up his tailpipes as they were going through the S's. And Jan, as you might imagine, has been a wee bit quicker than Ingo. 6 seconds he took out of him last time around, so that's a bit of an unequal battle as they'll head down towards the braking area at turn number 12. I suspect that the next time we identify those cars, Paul, it'll be Jan Halen in the bright yellow number 73 car, excuse me, that's ahead of the 34.
Yes, it is.
And in fact, it is already.
Yes, I thought Vogler was making, I thought Halen was making a bit of a meal of it as they were coming through 2, 3 and 4, but those are very difficult corners to overtake at, because you get yourself off the line at one of those corners and then you're completely off the line for the rest of them, and you compromise the whole of that run. So you're actually better just to hang back and then go through when you get into the open bit of track going into turn 11. And that's, in fact, by the time they got to turn 11, Halen was ahead, but that's no complaints by Ingo Vogler there. He won't pretend to be in the same kind of class as Jan Halen, so
it's not his battle at this stage. We mentioned this earlier on with a few people who were saying, you know, well, I think it was Shane Lewis, wasn't it, was caught and allowed Jerome Blakemolen to go by. That wasn't the battle at that time.
And the battle is between CP Racing and Car Collection in terms of the A6 AM category. Both of those cars, no, in fact, the Car Collection car doesn't need another stop, but CP Racing, the Charles Espenlaub-driven Mercedes, does need a stop, and that will probably put Car Collection back into the lead of A6 AM when we get to the intervention, unless Car Collection decides to do a smash and dash just before the end of the race and use that opportunity just to top the car up. As I say, they'll be lined up in class order, so if you're on the same lap as your class leader, then you will get the relevant lap back if you need it. So they'll be lining up the cars in the order in which they finish this segment, but on the number of laps that they've done with the gaps that have been built up, reduced, but the number of laps will still count.
And the 85 car on time, Charles Esplanade into the pit lane. Joe Bradley is watching the action for us.
Yeah, fresh Hankook tyres going onto the car. Jonathan stayed in the car, and that's him roaring away towards fueling. He's going to be in a good position for a good run to kick tomorrow morning's restart off with fresh Hankook rubber and a full tank of fuel.
So down into the fueling area for the number 85, the CP Racing Mercedes. Already had a little bit of drama with that car. Remember, pulled across in front of them. Was it the Monlau Cupra, Paul, earlier on into the braking area for turn 20?
It was, yes. In the hands of Tom Black.
Got to be so careful doing that when you pull into somebody else's braking area, particularly if you're not quite as confident on the brakes as you should be. Now, the Monlau 107, not quite up to speed, maybe? No, I think it's all right. I can see some red brake discs on the front of that car. No, there's something coming out of that car. No, it's venting fuel again. It's venting fuel from the left-hand side. Monlau Competition, the 107 Cupra. This time in the hands again of Tom Black. Well, he's had all the action. And from the fuel fill side, the left-hand side, clearly coming out of that fuel filler, and
that's 8 laps.
I was going to say, that hasn't just come out, has it?
It's 8 laps into the stint, so
there must be some kind of vapour lock there, Paul.
Well, either that or the TV showing us something which was again slightly historic, but we'll catch up with that one.
I think that was real time, so we'll need to keep an eye on that. Now, meanwhile, at the front of the field, Felipe Fraga has rejoined, as we told you, without losing the lead, and the gap is still a minute to Robert Renard.
But it does mean they are both on the same lap.
Correct.
Now, but what it doesn't mean that, but what we have to consider is that the Herbert Porsche still has a pit stop to make before the end of the race.
Tell you what though, Paul, that was a quick pit stop in Black Falcon terms, just 4 minutes 10. They've been 4:30 or 4:27 in the past, so I wonder if they just short fueled that car to get it back out.
It's possible, and as I said earlier on, it's possible that they'll bring it in again for another top-up before the end of this segment, just so that they can go as long as they really want to in tomorrow's part of the race. The other argument on that is actually there's no point, because there might be a code 60 at the beginning of tomorrow's race. The cars will all be bunched up. As you were saying, John, the conditions might be a little bit damp in the morning, so the possibility is that there might be a code 60 early, in which case you don't necessarily want to have a car with a full tank of fuel.
Joe Bradley has a question on driver time for Paul Trustwell. We're live from the Circuit of the Americas, but with just on 35 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm not astute enough at this time of the day to have posed this. On saying that, the question has been posed by one of our listeners and viewers, Jamie Peters Ennis, who's listening and watching back home in England, and considering the time difference, that's quite an effort, quite nuts actually. But it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Well said, H. So great to have you with us, and well done for staying with us. It's in relation to Yannick Mettler, who's down to drive both the 112 and the 114. That's both entries with the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Sport Golf GTIs in the TCR class. He's down to drive those 2 cars. And Jamie's asking, Paul, I think Paul's the man who can answer this one, what does he do with regard to driver times, and in particular, driver rest times? Is he allowed to, do they treat it separately? Surely not. It's got to be a rest period, etc.
Yes, exactly. There is a rest period, and it would be exactly if he was getting back into the same car. So the rule is that you have to rest for 50% of what your last drive time was.
But presumably his drive time, his actual drive time on each car is calculated separately.
Yes.
So and of course, it's not an A6 car, but if it was 2 A6 cars and he was of a grade that could only do a certain amount or had to do a certain amount, that would add up cumulatively for each of the cars, but his rest time is actually contingent on when he's on the track, whichever car he's in.
Correct.
God, that took me a long time to explain that. Sorry.
It did, but if you look at it from the point of view, he's been in car 112 for an hour. He gets out of that, he has to have a half-hour rest before he gets into the 114 car. His total drive time thus far in the 114 car, he's been at the wheel for an hour and a half in that car. He's been out of that car for 4.5 hours, which is fine. As far as the 112 car is concerned, Yannick has been driving that car for 2 hours and 41 minutes. So his total drive time across both cars is 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is a long time. But as I say, he's done an hour and 37 in one, 2 hours and 41 in the other, and seems quite committed to driving both. He was talking to Nick earlier on, and Nick was trying to get him to tell him which one was his favourite, but I think he was quite happy with the way both of them were running.
Which seems reasonable, as they are pretty similar cars, and even the setup had been transferred across, as we heard him saying earlier on. So 1 minute now, the gap between Felipe Fraga. So Felipe holding his own against Robert Renard, 2:08. 2:08.2 last time around for Felipe Fraga. That's better than holding his own. That's within around about, well, just on 9/10 of a second away from their best of the whole race.
Yes, I mean, at the beginning of this stint, Robert Renard was actually lapping his best lap times of the whole race, or that car's best lap times of the whole race. So, yes, I mean, the conditions, nothing wrong with conditions out there. It's nice and cool, as you say, you can focus on what you're doing. Robert Renauer is now in the pits, so a 27-lap stop from him. We've got 30 minutes exactly of the race to go. I can't imagine them topping this one up again. This will be filled up as far as they can.
It's in the lane.
And then they'll, I would imagine, just go straight past its pit. I don't think they'll take tyres.
I tell you what, guys, they were on the knife edge as to whether they were going to put tyres on this. We had the engineer, now their Pratt perch is not on the pit wall, it's in the pit garage, and the engineer was on it, gesticulating to the tyre warmers, where the tyres are kept, in the tyre warmers till the very last minute, and he was giving them the indication that get ready, get ready, get ready, and then he crossed his arms in front of him to say no tyres. So the decision was right when Robert was in the pit lane, virtually at the pit apron. I don't know who's the deciding factor. Probably, in my estimation, will be the driver. It was the driver who said, these tyres are fine, let's go straight to fuel. And the signal was given to the tyre bay was no tyres. And we've had Robert, therefore, go straight past the garage and into fueling.
And a note, by the way, the 980 MRS racing car is back out on track. J.M. Lippmann, who had the problem with the drive shaft earlier, has taken that car back out again, so he's still getting his go, if you will. And I do notice that Herberth like that penultimate pump. They're trying to get to that as much as they can. So I think there's 4 double pumps, aren't there, in the pit lane? And they're like the third of the 4th. A third of the 4 out there. Yeah. So Felipe Fraga, Paul, now needs to get the hammer down and see what he can do. And he's responded brilliantly. He'll have had a call to say that the Herberth car is in the pit lane. And he's just done the fastest sector 1 of the race overall, with 266 laps completed. And well into the darkness here, with just on, what's that, 20 minutes to go before the pits close, 10 minutes before what's called the intervention here. the end of this part of the race.
Yes, we will have a proper end to the race, though, at least as far as I've read the regulations, although that may have been overridden by what the driver's briefing said. But the understanding that I was given is that it will be a proper end to the race. In other words, we'll run to 11 hours, and then the man with the checkered flag will wait until the leader comes past and then wave it at the leaders. They will then complete one cooling down lap and park the cars on the grid in front of the start-finish line, or in front of the start line. The finish line is at the end of the pit lane, or the beginning of the start-finish line, and then the place where they start them is up at the far end.
Correct.
They'll then leave the cars there. Teams will be allowed to put a sheet over them, and they'll try and secure that as well as they possibly can, I would suspect, to try and get rid of any moisture. And then they all have to go home, leave the cars where they are, and we'll start again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yannick Medler brought in the number 112 Volkswagen Golf. This is the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power, Mr. Bradley. Wolf Power, not Wolf Motorsports, not Wolf Racing.
I'm Wolf back in the 70s, aren't I?
I know you are.
Geordie Scheckter in the Wolf WR1. Before I tell you about the Autorama car, the HP Ferrari has come in. The 41 Ferrari is in. That's currently in third in class, 7th overall. Back to the Autorama with Wolf Power. Nearly said it again. The Wolf F1. They've been pondering on whether or not to put brakes on for some time now. The last 3 or 4 pit stops, they've had the brakes ready. And with just under 30 minutes to go before the intervention, they've decided to roll the dice and go for the brakes, which they've been looking at putting on for the past, like I say, 2 or 3 pit stops. So getting that job done. Fronts only, of course, on this front-wheel drive Golf GTI, isn't it? The Autorama car? Yeah, the Golf GTI, yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley down there. He's still a child of the 70s, really. And he does like the old cars. He's got a very lovely model of a Wolf Formula 1 car that he's built up that sits in pride of place on his bookshelf back at Bradley Meadow. So Felipe Fraga then, his last lap, a 2:07.935. That's the first time that car's been in the 2:07s for a long time, and that's only 8/10 now away from that car's fastest lap. Axel Jeffries has gone through into second in the Mercedes AMG of TalkSport WRT, the 90 car, because Robert Renard has been into the pits.
Yes,
and has stayed in that car, by the way.
That's right. So Robert Renard just doing the fuel. The dilemma that TalkSport have with the number 90 car, Axel Jeffries, he has enough fuel to get him to the finish. But when he does get to the finish, he's probably only got enough fuel to do around about 10 laps at most tomorrow morning. And bear in mind, they've got a formation lap to do as well tomorrow morning. That's going to take another a bit more fuel. So do they stop with 10 minutes to go just to get the car filled up, or do they stop right at the start of tomorrow's racing?
What I do is I roll the dice if I'm them. They probably won't do it, but I roll the dice if I'm them because they're a couple of laps away. They're just they're not even a second, are they? Oh no, they're 6 seconds ahead of Herbert at the moment. So I roll the dice and stay out and hope and pray that tomorrow morning on the restart it all gets a bit unnecessary and the safety car comes out early and then you bang in for half a tank of fuel.
Yeah, and in a way that's a risk, but you know, there's a lot of decisions that strategists make which are based on risk, and you know, you say, well, the chances of this are slightly higher than 50-50, so we'll go for it.
The question is, Paul, is with still 13 hours to go tomorrow, is it too early to make that kind of risk, and what's going to happen tomorrow you don't know. It's a bit like, do you take the penalty in rugby and the easy 3 points, or do you kick for touch and try and go for the try, or do you take the field goal, or do you go for the touchdown in American football? And it depends where you are in the game and how you feel your, in this case, second half is going to look, and what you can affect to change. At the moment, they've dropped a couple of laps to the leaders in the first part of the race. What are they going to do to change that tomorrow? Is there anything they can do? I'm not sure there is, so maybe it is the time to roll the dice tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Same with, we were hearing from Joe a moment ago about whether to do a brake change or not. You might think, well, now is not the time to do a brake change, but do it now, get the pads bedded in, and then you're kind of ready to go racing tomorrow morning. But this is kind of the fascination of this type of split race, because you do have this, say, in a sense, it's a bit like knowing that a safety car is about to come out. You know that the safety car is going to come out at 11 o'clock or 11 hours into the race at 10:30 tonight, and at the same time...
Here's Fraga back into the pit lane, Paul.
Right.
Fraga back into the pit lane with 23 minutes to go, and there's a set of tyres. Joe Bradley, what's going on here?
Well, I'm making my way with CG up there, and I'm as surprised as you guys, because we just watched that car take on tyres. How
Problem
many
on the
minutes
left
ago?
rear. Problem for the left rear. That's
a puncture.
Must have been a puncture.
Yeah.
It was all 4 tyres changed. There was a problem with the left rear, so I suggest that's the tyre you look at first, because that seemed to be the one that they had difficulty getting off and getting back on, which normally suggests that if that's the corner that the tyre changer had the issue with, that that one is being the warmest, and that would tend to suggest that was the side that had the problem.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate decisions, but on the other hand, it's a decision that makes itself. If you have a puncture, there's no question of, oh, we'll try and get to the end of the 11 hours. You say, no, we'll come in now, fix it, get on our way. We've got a nice new set of tyres now. They'll be still pretty new
Filled.
tomorrow. They've put enough fuel in to get him up to 120 litres will now be in that tank. They won't have taken on the full 105 that the car is allowed to take. They'll have just put in enough to get it to its 120 litres capacity. So we're looking at the remaining 20 minutes, another 10 laps that Felipe Fraga will be able to do. It will mean that he loses that lap of an advantage he has on the cars behind him, but it might well tempt, as you were saying, the top sport car to stay out.
Will stay out now.
In order to stay on the lead lap.
Has to stay out now, Paul. Isn't it funny how these things happen? So, in some ways, that problem, and we'll get Joe Bradley to give us the word on that when he gets up there. If that was a puncture, it's kind of made up the minds of Black Fog, and they've had to roll with that, and they'll say, thank goodness we had a couple of laps lead, which was going to be a lap, and now at least we're still leading. For the TalkSport WRT car and Axel Jeffries, shall we, shan't we? No, you're staying on the lead lap at this point. If you can stay on the lead lap, and by the way, he's pulling away from Robert Renard in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, the 91 car, in 3rd position. It was 5, then it was 6.5, then it was 6.9, it's 7.4. It's not a lot, but he is pulling away.
All 3 of them are now on the same lap, so we've got the situation where Felipe Fraga on his out lap is just behind Robert Renauer's Herbert Porsche out on the circuit, and in between the pair of them is Axel Jeffries with the TalkSport Mercedes, so the 3 of them on the lead lap.
Let's go down to Joe. He's got a quite straightforward answer for us, he said, in the complicated world of endurance racing.
It's kind of a terminology I would have used in my past life. A suspect puncture. It's like saying alleged, isn't it? A suspect puncture. Like Paul said, might as well come in, get it done, let's not take a risk. That could have stranded the car out, or if the tyre had gone down fast, you've got a delaminated tyre, it damages bodywork, it damages the diffuser, which is all important. So they got it done.
So, Joe, if it was a suspect puncture, have they done a lineup in the back of the garage, some kind of identity parade, so you can pick the puncture out?
Well, we were able to find 12 equal likenesses, so we can get on with this.
Joe,
not a ginger, not a redhead amongst them.
No, never is. Never is. Thank you, Joe.
Joking aside, though, even the most experienced driver can misinterpret a bit of pickup on the tyre for a puncture. So, I mean...
Scariest thing in the world, Paul, a bit of pickup on a tyre.
Yeah, we laugh at Joe talking about the suspect puncture, but by coming in, then puncture or a bit of pickup doesn't really matter. We'll sort it out. But
he's exactly right, though, isn't he? You're leading the motor race. You don't just say to your driver, Felipe Fraga, obviously experienced driver, he knows what he's talking about. I'm not happy with what I can feel on the car. they've all got sensors nowadays, so maybe there was something on the sensor as well. Not infallible, as we know, from Le Mans 24-hour racing even. But you don't risk that car being pitched into a spin at 160, 170 miles an hour. You don't risk having to come back with a tyre flapping underneath the arches somewhere and throwing away not only the lead, that could throw your race away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other thing we're saying now, you know, the TopSport car has to stay out. The Herbert car also now, quotes, has to stay out because they are on the lead lap. There are all three of them. If they do come in, then they will possibly fall off the lead lap, and that will mess up the race for the restart tomorrow. But it does mean from the individual team's point of view, they can't just run their own program. As the race progresses in these last 30 minutes, you can't just run your own program. You've got to be looking at what the other guy is doing in order to make your own strategy the most efficient based on what he's doing.
You can just imagine, can't you, Axel Jeffrey? So am I coming in or am I not coming in? I tell you what, we're going to bring it in. Yeah, come on in. No, stay out. The leader's in, and that's what can happen.
I've been there a number of times this year, John. I've been lucky enough to do that, and it is exactly what happens. Your driver is asking you for a decision. You're saying, we're not going to tell you yet. We haven't decided. But what he doesn't want is this come in, don't come in, because then one of those messages can get missed. So what you really would rather have is the message saying, we won't tell you yet,
yes,
and then we try and tell you later.
TopSport, extremely experienced team in both circuit racing and rallying. ERC, European Rally Championship winners this year with young Mr. Ingram in the Skoda R5, the Fabia. Not that experienced here in Creventic, so this is going to be a little bit different for them, and they are going to be still sponging up some of the odd regulations like these split races.
Yes, but what I'm impressed with when you go down to TopSport is they've got everything in place to do it. You know, they're using experienced engineers, they've got people from Mercedes Customer Support helping them. But yeah, I mean, TopSport have approached this. They've done three, I think now, Creventic races this year, and you know they're going to get there. You know, they're working out what they need to do.
That was a little delay there for the incoming number 980, JM Littman, in the pit lane, soaking up a bit of a penalty.
Fraga has got past Robert Renauer out on the circuit, so he came out behind Robert Renauer, but you were going on about the very quick lap times that Fraga has been doing. 2 minutes 9 on his most recent lap time. Robert Renauer on his most recent lap time of 2 minutes 11, and that means that Fraga is now ahead of Renauer on the track. So we only have two cars on the lead lap. Felipe Fraga in the Black Falcon Mercedes, Axel Jeffries in the TopSport Mercedes, and Robert Renauer now 1 lap behind. So he's just made a pit stop. We've got 15 minutes to go. It might behove Robert to come in within the next,
because he's already dropped off the lead lap
and get a little bit more fuel aboard.
Well, and the thing is, the Black Falcon, as you say, would have absolutely brim-filled that car, because there was no need not to, because it wasn't going to cost them a whole lot of extra time in the fuel station. So they're going to be able to go very long tomorrow morning compared to anybody who doesn't stop round about now. And there's 5 minutes to go before the pit lane, or the fuel station, should I say, closes.
Pit lane.
So pit lane as well.
Anybody who comes into the pits in the last 10 minutes has to take a 2-lap penalty.
Ooh. Even if you've got damage?
Even if you've got damage.
Yeah, it'd be kill damage if they've got to come in at that stage. Okay. Right, so 5 minutes. Jan Halen in the Volt Racing Park Place Porsche 73 bright highlighter yellow car, which can be seen from space apparently. I saw that picture earlier on, that was brilliant. So they are in to the pit lane. So just on 4 minutes to go. Let's have a quick check in with Joe. JM Littman has done a less exciting stint in the 980 after that drive line and drive shaft issue that he had earlier on.
I think you've got a bit of a catalogue to go through with us, haven't you? Let's go through with it in chronological order. What happened?
I don't know, you tell me. Oh, we had a drive shaft failure. Yeah, there's we know there's a weakness in the bolt batch that we had in the drive shafts, and they just kept snapping. Second time it actually happened. Quite exciting, but going into the braking into turn one, it was a big bang. It was like, to be honest, I thought it was gearbox because everything shut down. But I kept coasting down the hill trying to find a gap in the fence, and we've actually got a spotter working here with us who's up in the town. He was like, okay, 100 meters, go left. And that was really useful. So thanks to Tony, our spotter, for helping us out. And then we had quite a long pit stop. And then I had to get my head back into it because I've done so few laps. I think I did 4 in testing, 4 in night practice, and 4 before the dry shaft snap. And it took me a while to get up to speed again, but there's a real rhythm to this track. And that's the important thing. And it's because in a race with so little practice, you want to keep pushing, but within the limits of not spinning and hitting someone and trying to avoid. But yeah, I really enjoyed that last hour and a half in the car.
We're going to break off because we're getting towards the 10-minute mark, but really, seriously, you need to talk to Hindhoff. He got my head round this track one day. We'll come back to you tomorrow.
Well done, John Mark. Fantastic stuff down there. And as we were suggesting, the Herbert guys know their job, Paul Trustwell, and have brought Robert Renard into the pit lane just a couple of minutes or so before the pit lane and therefore the fuel station closes.
Yeah, there's not much I can teach them really, is there? They're quite capable of working with the same logic as I am, so more fuel for Renauer.
How close was he to being? You said he wouldn't have had a lot in if he'd gone to the end, but is that going to be a full fill?
That will now be 120 litres in that tank. So and he also gets a new set of tyres, which I hadn't realised they would put tyres on the car as well. But that means they're going to actually be at risk of going 2 laps down by the time they get the fuel in. There will be about 40 litres, I reckon, they'll be able to get into that car.
That's going to be about a 3.5 minute stop, maybe a bit less than that, maybe 3:20, with the leader already coming into the stadium section, being 1 lap up. Yeah, it's easily going to be 2 laps down, isn't it?
Yeah.
At that point. Now, where is the CP racing car? The answer is on the same lap.
No, CP Racing are 4 laps down on Renauer.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I was reading the wrong line there. Tired eyes. Excuse me. So that will be, I reckon Esplanade will get a lap back though on that.
What we do have is a very close battle in A6 though between Espen Laub and Ingo Vogler, who have moved ahead of the number 73 Jan Halen driven.
Who's on his outlap at the moment, Paul, because he did stop.
Exactly, but that's moved the A6 AM cars 4th and 5th overall. They're separated by just over 20 seconds, and they too are on the same number of laps, so they will be starting tomorrow's race as if the first 11 hours haven't happened.
Yes. At RSL_studio, last 10 minutes and 21 seconds of the race. So if you want fuel, come in now. Ivo Breukers from the lead of the TCE category, and therefore the lead TCR car as well. The Cupra TCR DSG
comes in with 10 minutes, and when he came in, 45 seconds remaining. So
that's pretty tight.
He couldn't have done another lap. So that'll be Rick in the garage doing the timing for them.
And has taken tyres and is now heading into the fuel stop with the new Cupra, replete with its Batmobile steering wheel that isn't completely configured over the top. So it's like a sort of a butterfly steering wheel with a flat bottom and nothing over the top, which I'm not entirely certain about that. I'd rather have something over the top of a GT wheel, so if you have to start spinning it around in your hands, you've got something to grab.
It was a quicker stop than we thought for Renauer. He's got out without losing that extra lap. So he
didn't take that much fuel then?
No, well, he didn't need that much. I reckon he needed 40 litres at most, but it was probably something more like 30 in order to get him out that quickly. So he goes through now and completes his 273rd lap. Felipe Fraga has already completed his 274th lap, so just 1 lap down for Herbert Motorsport. But importantly, from the Porsche point of view, 2 rather pesky Mercedes up ahead of them.
Renault did go to the fuel stop there, didn't he?
Yes.
1 minute and 27 in the pit lane. It takes a minute.
They will have
to come in and do the tyres.
Yeah, they will have put as little of fuel in as they can. Maybe they didn't actually get it to the full 120 litres.
Okay.
Because they'll have been aware that, as much as we were aware of where Felipe Fraga was and the importance of getting out before Fraga came through. So they are comfortably ahead of Fraga. So Fraga's not about to lap them or anything, but they may not have got it absolutely brim full, but they've certainly got more fuel aboard than they had before, and they've got a new set of tyres on the car.
Yeah, the number 4 is right up behind Axel Jeffries, though, as they're going through turn 10 at the moment.
Desperately trying to get the lap on the TalkSport Mercedes, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to put the lap on the TalkSport Mercedes, going down to 12. To 11 at the moment, and at the other end of the back straight is where Robert Renard is in the Herbeth Motorsport car. So he'll come round and complete his 274th lap. So HB Racing number 41 has... Now, who's he just got past? The 404 car. So he's still sitting in 3rd in GTE AM, and he
in A6 AM.
In A6 AM, sorry. And he's 3 laps behind the next car, which is Volt Racing, but that's not his class. And 4 laps behind Car Collection Ingo Vogler. Vogler's done a good job in that car, you know. He's not. He's never going to say he's the fastest driver in that car, but the 34 Car Collection Motorsport, he's hung on to Charles Espinal. He's been matching his times.
He's arguably the second fastest driver in the car after Max Eberhoff.
New fastest lap of the race for Jan Halen, who's just rejoined 3 or 4 laps ago in the Volt Racing number 73. 2:08.482. So that is certainly pushing along for Jan in that GT3 Gen 1 GT3R.
Axel Jeffries still holding on ahead of Felipe Fraga. He's got 2 more laps at the end of this one, I reckon, to get through. They go past the end of Sector 1, nose to tail. There's a yellow flag in the final turn.
Corner.
And
can I see any lights pointing in the right direction outside of our window?
I can see what might be a Mercedes, actually, just out of the window.
Yeah, it's well off. It's gone straight on and gone much further. He would have had to show his credential to get back on the track. Ferrari, I think, Paul.
Yeah.
I think it's the HB car. Still has headlights and side marker lights on that car. But at the moment, it is... Well, is it... being told it's the 401.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's
the Sin.
Yeah.
Oh, and somebody else has got. Oh, and I'm not surprised. The people are going wide. There's clearly something out on the circuit there. I can see where people have driven through. So it's the Sin. So I saw a low-slung red car and immediately thought Ferrari. So my apologies to the HB guys. So it is the Sin, Dan DeLeo, behind the wheel of that car, and he's gone on quite a long way.
Code 60.
Code 60. Oh, heavens. Well, Axel Jeffries breathed a massive sigh of relief. 2:07 is the difference, and last time around, the Black Falcon car was 2:07.9. So it was 2:07.6, the difference. So it was literally 0.3 of a second between them as they went through.
I'm not sure that it is a massive sigh of relief, actually, because I'm not sure.
Has he gone through?
That was at the point where they crossed the line last time around.
Yes, I think you're right.
And we're waiting for them to come through now. Now, is this also, and it's not an opportunity to come into the pits because we are within the last
pits
10
are closed.
minutes.
Yeah.
But hopefully everybody realises that as they... track suddenly seems to go dark as well somehow.
Without all the headlights going past.
Yeah, we've got 4 minutes of this part of the race remaining, and at code 60 speeds, that's going to be 1 lap. So going across the line now is our race leader, and he has got past the top sport car.
Now, just to clear up that last pit stop for the Herbert Porsche, a couple of people, including Mike Demore, have tweeted in and said they did not take fuel, went straight on past the left turn and stayed right of the cone. So they did not take fuel. It was a tyre-only stop for Herbert Motorsport, for Robert Renard. So that's an interesting tactic there. And again, I wonder if that was an issue then for the tyres. That's something for Joe to follow up with the number 91 car.
I just wonder whether it was a last-minute decision. We heard them saying earlier on that they were going to leave Robert on the same tyres at his previous pit stop.
Yes.
And so they then thought, well, we'll have a look and see if we can get fuel in. And then they looked at the tracker and saw how close the Mercedes was and decided, OK, we'll skip the fueling altogether.
I'd forgotten that. I'd forgotten that they came in and eschewed tyres, didn't they? They waved them by.
Yeah. So we're going to have Felipe Fraga at the end of this section of the race, because he's going to come through and get the checkered flag when he comes through at the completion of this lap. A lap clear of everybody else in the field, and that is a massive stroke of, I won't say good fortune, but
it was good driving at the end by Fraga, because he did get his head down, didn't he?
Yes, I mean, for once, things have kind of fallen Black Falcon's way.
Well, and they've got the pace in the car, Paul, and Fraga exploited that. He did the car's best lap of the race in that last half an hour.
Yeah. No,
and he did it a couple of times, actually.
Not the best lap of the race, but he was desperately close.
Oh, sorry, yes, he was doing 207.8s and 207.9s, wasn't he?
Yeah,
and the car's done a 207.1.
And that was done on the third lap of the race for Felipe Fraga, but he was getting close to that. Yes, I mean, the dice have fallen Jean-Paul Breslin's way, and I mean, all credit as well to Renault Dufour, who's running that team. You know, that they've played the good odds, and they've come up with this lap lead, which is going to be, as I say, over 13 hours, but a nice cushion to start the race on. If you were told you were going to start a 13-hour race with a one-lap cushion over everybody else, you'd say, yes, I'll take that. And particularly when, but for a couple of 100 yards, if Axel Jeffries had managed to stay ahead before that Code 60, then they would have been starting side by side on the front row of the grid with the same number of laps completed.
I wonder how close, though, Fraga would have got to Robert Renauer in the last 5 minutes or so.
But it doesn't matter, because the restart happens with the two cars on the grid nose to tail.
And the checkered flag will come out, or at least the intervention flag will come out. We're on full course purple as we have gone code 60. No intervention vehicle out there. TCE, it will be the 101 that has a 2-lap lead over the 114, so that's Red Camel versus Autorama by Wolf Power. AC Motorsports have fought themselves back up to third place in TCE and TCR. In GT4, it is going to be ST Racing and Jason Wolf who will lead, also by not quite a lap, actually. So, and in third place, it's Zog Rensport. In A6 AM, it'll be the CP racing car, and they will be on the same lap as second place car collection number 34 Audi. And at the front of the field, as Paul has said, and in A6 Pro, it will be Black Falcon with a lap lead over Talksport. A lap and a half, nearly lap and 2/3 with Herbert Motorsport, but that will, of course, just go back to being a lap. SPX leader is the Lamborghini of Leipert Motorsport, and they've got, now if they've got a full lap as well over their nearest competitor, I think they may have, you know, but only just. If it's not, it's going to be so close. There's the, wait, that's not quite the intervention flag. Still waiting for the leader to come through. There goes Robert Renauer to start what will be his last lap.
7:10 is just ahead of 7:17 1:07 on the track.
So that is a full lap.
So it is just a full lap, but it's as close as the battle between the two race leaders.
Yeah. So that clearly was very tight indeed. Here comes round the final corner then Felipe Fraga. What a cracking run he has done to chase down and pass Robert Renan and Axel Jeffries, or at least Axel Jeffries, and put a lap on the whole field after a puncture threatened to spoil their party. But after 11 hours of this 24 here at Austin, it will be Felipe Fraga who comes through just ahead of the Tuxport car, but that's 5.4 kilometres or 3.4 miles, and that distance ahead of them. Let's go down to the pit lane where Joe Bradley is with Ben Keating.
Ben, you've just reminded me, we're not even at half distance, but hey, it's an intervention and you guys couldn't have done better. You've already got one lap lead.
Yes, very excited about the way it's gone. As I mentioned, as we talked about, we're not even halfway. We got another 13 hours of this to do tomorrow. And one of the things about this track, it used to be an F1 kind of very safe, but not much character. And I keep saying that now this track has a lot of character with those bumps and curbs and everything. And it's hard on a car. It's harder on a car than it used to be. And I think that one of the keys to this race is going to be to make it to the end. And so we're really careful to realize that we still got 13 hours of this abuse to give to that car tomorrow. So we got to try to take care of it. It's really interesting here at the end because everybody's got different strategies depending on where you are on track. Some of the teams are full of fuel with new tires and they start tomorrow morning ready to go. Some of the teams are out of fuel and on old tires, and they'll have to start, they'll come in for a stop really early tomorrow. So even though you see what the grid is like tomorrow morning, you don't really know what all the strategy is from each individual car, and it's going to be really interesting. For us, we're about halfway through a stint. We've got about half a fuel. I think the 90 car behind us is out, then the 91 Porsche, I think in third, they came in, they got new tires, and I think they got a lot of fuel, and so should make for an exciting race tomorrow.
I'm being told they did no fuel, Ben, so that's the 91 car. That suspect puncture kind of played into your hands because it's enabled you to stretch that fuel window like you described tomorrow.
That's not what we planned, but since it's worked out the way that it has, I would say, sure, it played into our hands. I just want to make the comment that John Hindhaugh, we're really missing you out here. 3 years ago, one of my favorite things about racing here at this race was passing you in that Aston. And I'm missing that feature out here this year at the 24-hour COTA.
That voyage of discovery every time you came up to lap him, you mean?
It's so much fun. I think about those days every time I hear him on Radio Le Mans.
Yeah. Well, we'd prefer him to be racing and he wouldn't be giving us a hard time. So, yeah, Ben, wish you best of luck for tomorrow, and you guys are doing a great job. Thanks, Ben. Ben Keating.
I know Ben can hear me down there in the pit lane, so if I get a GT3 drive and it's even Stevens, then see if he can get past me quite so easily in the down there in the pits. We'll give him a go. Actually, Ben's a very, very good driver. I'm sure he'd still drive past me in equal machinery. Let's go down to run down that finishing order. Just a quick note that Paul's pointed out to me: Dan DeLeo will be towed back in the 401 Racers Edge Sin 1 R1 GT4. That means he will get, Paul, a 10-lap penalty. Is that right? Because
I think so, because they're going to have to pull the car back, and that must count as working on the car. And if you work on the car in the intervention, then you get a 10-lap penalty for the restart.
Unless they just tow him into Parc Fermé and leave it.
I suppose that's the only option, yes. That would be a way of getting around that issue.
We're going to try and get a word with the Red Camel Jordan team. The Cupra has finished at the front of the front of the TCE field. Joe Bradley is hustling down there. It was Ivo in the car, Joe, at the end, so you might have to grab someone. It might be good, actually, to have a word with young Brighters on the strategy, because he was 45 seconds from being 0 to 0 when he brought Ivo in at the end of that. So if Rick's round there, you might have a quick word with him as everyone is coming back into the pit lane, having now finished. Actually, there's still one or two people to take the checkered flag here. The Volt Racing Jan Halen car is due any time now around the circuit. That's the highest position car that is yet to have finished this part of the race. So we'll head back down to Joe in just a wee moment's time. Let's give you the rundown of what's happened in that first part of the race. And of course, just as I say that, I lose the timing here. Never mind. So from memory then, at the top, it is Black Falcon, and it was just a lap from TalkSport. Fabulous driving by Felipe Fraga at the end, who have to pass the WRT, TalkSport WRT Mercedes. Herbert in third will get back that 7/8 of a lap and will start one lap back, but a full lap lead for Black Falcon, the only car on the lead lap. CP Racing lead A6 Am, and on the same lap as them, thank you Paul, is the Audi R8 of Car Collection Motorsport, with Volt Racing a lap further back in that battle, but they're an A6 Pro car. It's another 5 laps back to HB Racing's Ferrari. The 991 leader Kelly Moss Racing in 8th position, and they are well ahead of any competition, 30 laps or something like that. The SPX battle closed up at the end. Lightbird Motorsport in 9th position for the Huracan Super Trofeo Evo, and Core Oyster Racing separated in the end. Let me just check that by one lap. Thank you, Paul. With a further 3 laps back, the Black Falcon team Techstar 464 Mercedes. In TCR, as we've mentioned, the TCE part of the race, it was indeed the Cupra of Red Camel Jordan by 2 laps on the field from the Autorama Volkswagen. That was the 114 car, who finished 31 seconds ahead under that code 60 of AC Motorsport. So they will start one effectively behind the other. A couple of laps further back, Autorama, the second car, the number 112 car. As far as GT4 is concerned, it's the 2 BMWs, and it was a long time between them, the 3:35, 3 minutes 35 between those 2 cars. But of course, that does mean that they'll start on the same lap, the GT4 first and second cars. Atlanta Speedworks out of the race as far as the TCE category is confirmed as a withdrawal now with that engine problem earlier on. And in fact, I think we've probably lost the TalkSport WRT 70 car as well as the Winward car. There was no 433, there was no action down there for quite some time either.
Yeah, so a slightly higher rate of attrition than I would have expected, John, I must admit, but nevertheless it's finally set for tomorrow's racing activity. Hats off to the guys at Red Camel, I have to say, for getting that 2-lap lead established.
Yes, very good.
In that class. And I mean, the other two, I can't really say hats off to the SPX class or to the A6 Pro class for getting a lap lead, because it was done with such a small margin.
Yes, it was.
And right at the end with that code 60, it was kind of snatched away from us as how it should really have been somehow. So I feel a bit shortchanged on that, I have to say.
At the end of the very first lap of this race, the Red Camel's Cupra was dead last in the whole field in this race. Well, after 11 hours of racing, it now leads TCE. And this is the man responsible for getting that car through the field, Rick Breukers. Rick, bit of a different role for you with the team this weekend. Not driving, but you are the kind of the team strategist and crew chief. How are you enjoying it?
I'm really enjoying it. I'm doing the team strategy, but I have to say the drivers did a really good job, and without them, we wouldn't have been leading the race. So huge. I'm really proud of them. And yeah, we did quite a good job on strategy as well. So that makes us get to enter the lead.
Are you going to let me into some of the secrets of how you got the car up the field? Has it come down to just the drivers being really consistent and just being in the right place at the right time, do you think?
It's a bit of a combination of both. We were a bit lucky with the Code 60s, but when they are there, you need to take advantage of them. And luckily we could, and we did. And then on the end, we were able to get almost a fuel refuel. We only lost 1 lap, which normally will cost almost 2 laps. And all this combination makes us have quite a big gap to P2, and hopefully we can keep it for tomorrow.
Your last pit stop was just on 43 seconds before the pit closed. Was that deliberate?
Yeah, that was the plan. We were looking at the other teams, what they were going to do. They didn't go for the pits, so then we sent them out just in front of them, and it worked. So we kind of got a free lap onto them on the end.
Yeah. And I would imagine the plan tomorrow, Rick, is to just continue you guys doing what you've been doing today.
Yeah, we just try our best, and we still try to keep our strategy in the best way as possible. Hopefully we can even extend the lead. We're not going to slow down.
Are you happy with your dad's performance?
Yeah, he's doing really well. Also the other drivers, everyone is just doing a great job. It's really important to keep the tires alive. And yeah, I'm proud that they do this, and hopefully tomorrow they can do the same.
Go and get some rest. We'll see you in the morning. Thanks, Rick. Rick Broik is there.
So, Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, and we've had Shea and Nick down there as well today. Started off in bright sunshine this morning as we were getting ready for the start, a spirited version of the Star Spangled Banner before we got underway, and the GT cars charging up the hill. Just a little gap back to the TCE field. Nothing too exciting at the first corner in terms of any trading of paint, with 3 Mercedes pulling off in front of the Ferrari as it was then. As ever, the battles in the field were thick and fast. The 131 car losing a bit of fuel, as it did at the Spa. It's 500 if memory serves, from me listening and watching that race. Very quickly through the S's became a single line circuit. Very difficult offline, as the 851 BMW found when it hit the barriers and the Tech Pro did its job. Leiper early on doing good work with the Ferrari, and as the fantastic, with the Lamborghini rather, as the fantastic sunset around 5:30 began to light up the sky, it was time for Jim Priori to get into the 717. Cheerleader Nick Damon doing his job as Jim got into the Mark II Coupe to start his 100th 24-hour race. He tells us this will be his last one as well. He's going to go competition shooting after he hangs up his racing boots. A lot of people taking a little bit of curbs around the circuit, which was very spectacular. Thankfully, very little side-by-side contact, although the Speed Lover car and the 980 seem to be coming together almost every lap, according to one of their drivers, J.M. Lippmann. At the end of the race, Felipe Fraga, even with the problems of a potential puncture that brought him into the pits for an unexpected pit stop, still managed to get back ahead of Axel Jeffries, and Black Falcon leads by a full lap. And when we start again at 8 o'clock tomorrow local time, that's Central Time here in the US, -5 to the UK and -6 to the UK and GMT, that will have a full lap on the lead. It'll be Talk Sport alongside them, and the third car is the Porsche. So 2 Mercedes and a Porsche on the front 3 spots of the grid. 7:30 in the morning, Central Time, we'll see Nick Damon revving himself up in the morning cold. It's going to be chilly overnight. Will there be any dramas in Parc Fermé? Can't tell you that now, but we'll bring you all of the stories and the final 13 hours of the 2019 24 Hours of COTA USA, the final round of the Hankook Championship of the Continents here at the Circuit of the Americas. For Paul Truswell, Joe Bradley, Shea Adam, and also Nick Damon and Johnny Palmer, I'm John Hindhaugh. Thanks for being with us. Join us tomorrow. Good night. Welcome to the Endurance Racing Series for GT and touring cars. With the champion of the continents, European Championship, TCR Spa 500 and TCR Middle East, that's 12 races across 3 continents. The best endurance racing experience for everyone. Welcome to the world of endurance. This is endurance.